She also has oversight of budget and
Did the meeting start?
Good morning, Marlena. Currently we have 3, that's including you. So we're still pending, more data to come on.
And
Did everybody disappear? My screen went away. Future conversation.
Good morning.
Programs throughout the summer. So the program.
Well, good morning, Kathy. Everybody, good morning. Kathy, Bennett. I apologize for being late. You have a meeting that's going on with Gallup Mayor and the Gallup Chief of Police, and our speaker and a couple of our colleagues are in a press conference meeting out in Gallup. And so I was on the call pertaining to Navajo individuals being called off to different areas for alcohol treatment and all of that discussions that we had, but I apologize. I know Vice Chair is across at the council chambers as well. She has students over there, so we were just hiding out there in the parking lot trying to be on the call. And Honorable Dr. Andy Naz is at the press conference in Gallup, so he'll be joining us on through teleconference. I didn't hear anything from Honorable Helena Naz-Begay if she was going to be here present or on the call. Same with Honorable Curtis Unito. So we'll just do roll call.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We have Helena Naz-Begay, Andy Naz, and Honorable Curtis Unito all on the call.
Okay. All right. So with that, thank you. So we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order here at 10:20 a.m. And staff, I'll go ahead and give you this time for roll call.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Roll call for the Health, Education, and Human Service Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. for May 17, 2023, the Budget and Finance Conference Room, Winter Rock, Arizona. Roll call, Honorable Vince James,
Present.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Helena Begay, Nez Begay.
I'm present online.
Honorable Andy Nez, text he's present. Honorable George Pope,
I'm here.
Honorable Curtis Yanito,
I'm online. Honorable Yanito, thank you.
Chair, you have 5 members present that constitute the quorum, including yourself.
Thank you, Karen, for that, roll call. So with that, we do have 5, Health, Education, and Human Service Committee members, on the call and in person. And then 1, committee member not answering the roll call. So with that, moving on to the next item, which is, invocation. Do I have a volunteer to do invocation? If not, may I ask individual on the floor if there anybody wants to volunteer to do the invocation? If not, can our acting superintendent delegate it? So Claudia Edgewater to assist us with the invocation this morning.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Honorable Vince James. Yes, so Holy Father, we just ask today that we have a productive meeting and we're able to sit here and be that way through making decisions and planning in the best interest of the nation as the leaders that are here among us, and making sure that we're able to collaborate and have a good outcome, and also really pray for the others who have had tragic events within our surrounding communities, out to the area of Farmington and surrounding communities of our tragic incident that happened the other day. So we're asking for prayers and healing in our communities, and to ensure that everyone's safe. Not only that, but making sure that we plan and move forward and make good decisions and good planning to benefit the people in the education, and are making changes in a positive way that impacts the livelihood of Navajo people throughout all our duties and responsibilities here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invocation. With that, moving on to announcements. Committee members, are there any announcement? I don't think we have any announcement here in person. Committee members that are online, do you have any announcement? I'm so glad I don't have to really talk loud since we got these new equipment. And when we used to use that one, which is different story. Sort of raise our voice to make sure that person on the other team is able to hear us. So with that, there's no announcements. Moving on to item number 2, recognizing guests and officials. With that, I'd like to start off and ask if we have a representative from the Speaker's office. Do we have an individual from the Speaker's office? Anybody from the Speaker's office? Representative? I don't hear anybody. Moving on to Office of President and Vice President. Do we have a representative from Office of President and Vice President? Anyone? Speaker's office or OPVP? Do we have a representative? Do we have a representative from the Speaker's office or Office of President and Vice President? Anybody on the line? We do have our legislative Chief of Staff, Mr. Manuel Rico here with us. Anybody from Office of President and Vice President? With that, staff, can you email OPVP? I forget who's supposed to be on the call with us. I think it's very important to always have a representative from our leadership office, our top leadership office. The information that we receive that they need to hear as well. And so with that, I'll go ahead and move on since there's committee members does not have any recognition guests and visiting officials. And I also would like to thank individuals that are here. Thank you for being here. When the time does present for you, when we get to you on the agenda, we'll give you time to introduce yourself at that time. So, but thank you for being here with us at our Health, Education, Human Service Committee. So with that, moving on to item number 3, which is review and adopt the agenda. Staff, can you do the reading, and then we'll have a call for a motion in a second.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your proposed agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee from the Management Council, regular meeting, May 17th, 2023, 10 a.m. Presiding the Honorable Vince R. James, Chairperson, Honorable Jermaine Simonson, Vice Chairperson, places the Budget and Finance Conference Room and via telecommunications in Winter Rock, Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 1 is for May 10th, 2023 of the regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A is a report from the Nation Genetic Policy Development Work Group. The issues are going to give an update and the genetic policy development, completed research regarding Nation. And also the current research regarding Nation. Presenters are Renee Gay, co-chair, E.J. John, co-chair, Dr. Wilson, and member, Walter Phelps, with the 23rd Nation Council as member, and May Jillian DeGay, Foresight Chapter President, also member. The report, Dane College, University. The issues are the overview of the Dane Higher Education Grant Fund, the Nation Council Resolution CJY-41-12, the status for distributions of the fund, and governmental accounting for the fund. Presenters are Dr. Charles Russell, College President, Dane College, Carr, Director of Legislative Affairs and Special Projects, Dane College. Dr. Elmer Guy, President with Mountain Technical University. Claudia Edgewater, Interim Superintendent, Department of Education. Rose Graham, Department Manager 2, Office of the Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance. John McCabe, Interim Controller, Nation Office of the Controller. Robert Willie, Appointment Manager, Nation Office of the Controller. Dominic Bial, Executive Director for the Office of Management and Budget. C, report the Sparrow Group regarding construction. Issue is a project update, and also the Nation Veterans Administration housing contract payment status. Presenters are David Lee, President of the Sparrow Group, Marcos Gonzalez, Vice President, Don Groves, Manager for the Sparrow Group. Also, Eric Bailey is with the Sparrow Group. Also invited are Patrick Sandwell, Chief of Staff, the Office of the President, Vice President, Tom McKay, Interim Controller of Nation Office of the Controller, Robert Willie, Accounting Manager for the Office of the Controller, Dominic Bial, Executive Director for the Office of Management and Budget. D report is a Navajo Division of Health, Division of Aging and Long-Term Service Care Diagnostics, and the issues are updated of daily services and staffing. Presenters are Anson Lewis Jr., Health Service Administrator for Dallas, Michelle Morris, Legislative Assistant for NDOH, Rhonda Tooney, Executive Director for NDOH. 6, old business none, 7, new business. A is a work session. Division of Social Services requesting a work session. The Executive Director to review and future plans for NDSS. Presenters are Thomas Cody, Executive Director for NDSS, Nelson DeGay, Senior Program and Project Specialist, Policy Section for NDSS. B, work session, Department of Education. Recommended dates are Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, or June 27th, 2023. And it's regarding the current research, the planning for the 2025 reapportionment plan, overview of criteria, the process and policy. Also, to have reviewed the nomination codes title 10. Presenters are Claudia Edgewater, Interim Superintendent, Department of Education. C is a special meeting or work session with the Department of Education issues is the deferred orientation or overview of DOE. Overview of DOE plans of operation, organization, programs, strategic plans, etc. And schedule of date. Presenters are party of water and urban superintendent, water the invocation. D is a special meeting or work session, Department of Personnel Management. Is regarding the deferred orientation and overview of the Department of Personnel Management. Overview of the plan project, what is the start program, the strategic plan, and schedule of date. And with presenting the community, Mr. Nathaniel Brown, and he's a policy analyst, the deputies of the eight, close the meeting, announcement and adjournment, with meeting travels are listed as below. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, staff, our legislative advisor, Angeline, but now, yeah, thank you. With that, committee members, do I have a motion? To accept the agenda that was read into the record, motion made by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Do I have a second, committee members? Second made by
That was Nancy Gay.
second made by Honorable Helena Nasbigay. Thank you, Shada, thank you for that. With that, committee members, are there any corrections, deletions, add-ons to our agenda? Honorable George Pope.
Chair James.
Thank you, Chair. Members of Pastor Chair. And that's all visitors, loved ones, kids, yeah. We're going here. I wanted to amend the agenda. Receiving report and get A if the group is not here. Then the policy development working group, who's the sponsor. If they're not here, I'd like to share with the motion party that as well instruction we would just want to give some report in regards to veterans. I mean, so the staff is not here also. Probably can do without it. Also, the other one too. I'm opposed by having the conference out of state. It's here in the package. They include the street and because we need to go to that conference. The most by action. Motion parties chair that was my request.
So you want to switch the Sparrow group with the genetic policy development. You want to switch them?
Yeah.
Is that what you think? Okay. So with that, motioning parties, Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, are you okay with that adjustment?
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Helena Nasbigay, are you okay with that adjustment to our agenda?
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, item C will become item A, and then A will become item C. So those two reports have distinct work. Did that?
Yeah, A is C and C is A.
Yeah. For this all of it.
Okay.
Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so just so that I hear correctly, the amendment just proposed by Honorable Tolt is to move C as in Charlie to the first on the reports, correct?
No, that is report item C, switch with report item A.
And B as in Bravo?
No. A and C, C as in cat. A and C are switched.
Okay, so the Diné College would go first.
No.
Hello?
I don't know if you have the correct agenda before you, but under item 5, receiver report, item A is the Navajo Nation Genetic Policy Development Working Group. Item B, as in boy, is the Diné College Navajo Technical University. Item C, as in cat, the report is the Sparrow Group Construction. So Honorable George Toll made a request to the motioning parties to switch item A and C. So
Okay,
now
okay,
item C, the Sparrow Group, now becomes item A, and then the Navajo Nation Genetic Policy Development Working Group, item C. As in
got
that.
you. Thank you. Okay, thank you for the clarity. I want to make a request to the motioning party to add legislation 0100-23 sponsor, which is myself, and this is the amendment to Cognia Navajo Nation. I do have the PowerPoint with me, and I'll be able to share that with our colleagues. So at this time, can I ask our motioning party to include that into today's agenda? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Endinez for that. So can I hear from staff if 0100-23 is ready to be presented before the committee? Okay, staff?
Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee, the legislation 0100-23 is still under the 5-day comment review, and it'll complete the 5-day comment review today at 7:10 p.m.
Today at 7:10, no.
Yeah, so with that, Honorable Dr. Nan, since it's still going through the 5-day comment period, and it doesn't this evening at 7:10 p.m. Per the process of legislation, we're unable to add this legislation to our agenda.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. I was just going based on the email that I received that it was available, but okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, then, thank you.
Oh, it is eligible. It's eligible for. Which legislation?
Hold on, I have legal counsel reviewing the document on Dr. Endinez.
Okay, the 7:10 p.m. It ended, the posting ended at 5:16, 7:10 p.m. So it's eligible for action today, all day today,
Okay.
anytime today.
So it did
Sorry.
yesterday. It says-
Minus-
Oh,
minus- sorry.
okay, so it was actually 7:10 was the one from yesterday. I apologize, Honorable Dr. Andy Dance, but we got clarity and clarification. So with that, I will go ahead and ask the motioning party, Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. There's a request from your colleague to add on 0100-23 under new business as item 8.
Yeah, I concur.
Honorable Helena Nancy, do you concur?
Yes, I do.
So with that, thank you. With that, staff, and then committee members and audience, we do have an add-on to item 7, new business as A, which is legislation 0100-23. And then the rest just falls down to where now on our agenda where it states A work session is now B. And then there's B work session, which will change to C. And then just down the line is that. So it is not a political. Honorable George Toll.
Chair, the other one I wanted to include was the Innovative School Board Association Conference. And discuss this whoever wants. And it's in June 8 to 10. You know, us as a committee to attend. You could have that in your Thursday that we can discuss that. At the last. So this, please go to Keaton.
Okay, if you had, thank you for that. Ocean Party, there is a request from our colleague to add on under item 8, under travel. The Nebe Oka School Board Association 2023 Summer Conference, which would be June 8th through the 10th. And so if we want to add that on and then have that discussion at that time. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
I know you were past recognized guests and visiting official.
Okay, yeah, can we add on this travel request?
Oh,
It's being, Honorable
Yes.
George Coe. Honorable Helena Nasbigay. Honorable Helena Nasbigay as the second motioning party. Can we add this travel request to the agenda to have a discussion?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you. With that, that has been added on to our agenda for discussion at the end of our meeting under item 8. Moving on, committee members, are there corrections, deletions, add-ons to our agenda? Committee members? If not, I will go ahead and call for the second reading. Staff?
Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, number 3, review and adopt the agenda. There are amendments that are being offered. And one is to change under 5, the giving reports. Report A will be moved to C. And we received that C. And then report C, the Sparrow group will move to A, 5A. And also added under new business, 7 new business A is legislation 0100 -23. And it is it has completed the 5-day public comment period. And it's an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, amending the plan of operation for Cognia now Nation. The sponsor is Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, who is available to present the legislation, and the Health, Education Committee's the final authority. Also offered is under 7F is travel to attend the General Conference, and I believe it was June 8th and to 10th. And that will be added to the agenda for the committee's consideration. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Manala, for reading the agenda with the amendments that were made. With that, we do have a motioning party. Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, and then second by Honorable Helena Nancy. So thank you. With that, I will go ahead and call for a roll call vote to accept and adopt our agenda. Honorable Curtis Anito.
Honorable Curtis Janito votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable George Toth.
I agree, sir.
Honorable Dr. Andy Ned. Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I will agree.
Honorable Helena Nancy.
I vote green.
Honorable Dr. Nez. With that, we have 4 committee members in favor to adopt our agenda, 1 not voting, and chair not voting. So with that, we do have an agenda here before us. With that, moving on to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. Committee members, we do have copies of our journal from May 10th. I leave it up to you as committee members if you guys want to accept our journal as written, or if you would like to have it read into the record. Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Chair and members. Visitor, go ahead and approve as is. In my opinion, I reviewed this whole document, so it's okay to set as is.
Thank you for the motion, Honorable Toth. Do we have a second, committee members?
Second.
A second made by the Vice Chair Simonson. We do have a motion, the second, to accept our May 10th regular meeting journal as written. Are there any questions, committee members? Any questions? If not, I will call for a roll call vote to accept our May 10th regular meeting journal. Honorable Curtis Yanito,
In favor, thank you.
Honorable Toth,
On favor, sir.
Honorable Dr. Nez,
I vote green, as well as adopting the agenda. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Nez, I can't accept the vote for adoption of the journal because I mean, agenda, excuse me, because I already called for a motion in a second for the journal. So with that, Dr. Nez votes green for adopting the journal for May 10th as written. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, Honorable Helena Nez Begay.
I vote green.
With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. With that, moving on to item number 5. Committee members, I'd like to make a request from you. We can either call for a recess for I don't know how many minutes, or we can just give you some time really quick, Vice Chair, to do an introduction, maybe a minute or 2. But if you need more time, then maybe we can call for a recess. So with that, we'll do a little adjustment here on the agenda, and I'll go back to recognition and guests and visiting officials on behalf of our NAFL students and our NAFL schools that are here with us. So with that, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bishop, to the Chair Vince James. I appreciate you giving me the 2 minutes. I hope you don't have a stopwatch. So I want to recognize here in the room today some students from my delegate region. They probably left their homes at maybe 5 a.m., got up at 5 a.m., made it to the school at 7 a.m., and then made the trip, 2-hour trip over here this morning. So I'd like to recognize our IEC parent member, Mr. Lonnie Claw. Please stand up. I'd like to also recognize one of the teachers, Miss Sherry. She's the Navajo language culture teacher, I believe, Miss Sherry Pepagai, and then the curriculum coordinator, Valencia Edgewater. And they brought a total of how many students today? 16 students, 6th grade 6 and 7 from Pinyang Accelerated Middle School from the Pinyang Unified School District on the Navajo Nation. And so these young folks are, I had a chance to chat with them really quickly, and within the 2 minutes, they identified some of their top concerns, roads being one of them. All of them expressed that roads need to be improved. The second one was there was a mention of housing, and the third was drug and alcohol problems. And so those were the 3 issues mentioned by our students here today. And these are issues that we all hear every day, and any our respective committee members. This is our job and this is our work, so that we can improve their lives, we can make their communities safer, and so that they can, become really successful young Navajo people here, and they can get to school on time and not hit too many potholes, right, and bumpy roads, and so that's the work, and this is why we do our work. So thank you, young people, for being here this morning. I acknowledge you. And thank you for making the trip here today and joining us here today. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Good morning, students. If anybody, that was 2 minutes for Vice Chair Simonson. Now I can give you guys 2 minutes if you guys want to introduce yourself. Students, anybody? Students, anybody want to introduce themselves? Go ahead, come up, go ahead, stand up.
So, yeah, I think, Geometry in chef, it's on the slide, hoping that's his team, I see in the I'm in the canal. I moved to Pinyan 1 year ago. And, I am currently 12 years old.
You done that? Thank you. Any other students? Any other student wants to introduce themselves? Kailangan dosa zita. Aten bokoshide ya. Kaila, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
Ateş varsa yumuşak, kuşun ki ani başıcı. Dersen de şey, ben sana dersen I've lived in Finland my whole life, and I am currently 11 years old.
Any others? Students? Going once? Twice? All right, let's move on to staff. Staff, teachers, educators.
For the question between the and but yeah, I'm going to say that I'm for the professional. I believe what is not sure. Now the culture teacher at the Kenya Middle School have been there altogether maybe 16 years. They've got all sorts of language or all sorts of soft topics. Now the language and culture is in favor. He has comment of those is the language stuff. We'll just okay, you see where the government offices are and where it all happens.
Yeah, the end of coordinated. Coordinated, so what do you think about the trade? So, since the class lead that you know. Learn about the so I'm a 7th grade science teacher at middle school, so this is my 3rd year. I originally started with the 8th grade, moved down to 7th grade, so we all learn a lot this year. The school would have been over last week, but due to the wet roads,
Yes.
we have an additional how many more days? Another 10 days. So and then we only have 1 week off, then they start the summer school day. In our school, we originally started in July. Give you some background.
Yeah, they shifted to them, so there's a fundamental piece of yeah, I need to say those so that using another. Valencia Edward is actually in there, if you not some things you might be getting, we need to with. I give those the children with me play being all really done than I didn't get all the last day that these things the don't need to be no, quando non esci con ya da scritto le proprio la faccia o vanza che so e dopo paghi da nego e quello da qui in il paghi never Washington anche do che bella hanno they back qua stanno e sta in modo un denga giorno e ya cane ade da mi danno ko ta paghi possiamo bonate ho ce ne si kai paghi da era fa di quella stessa dopo di da or then one person not important that of course this is the opportunity for providing for our students to visit our local areas to learn more about our government. And so we're really encouraging them to be active in their communities. And so we really appreciate this time. We can't mean
So thank you, students, and staff, teachers.
in the education committee, anyone.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. 我找法老师那个，多了他找的法。我现在我找那个，现在关于法老可以。我认得到把我装的我现在我也一靠。The not a corona underneath by a skip on underneath the eastern answer. I thought the higher put on the so. Job underneath the Sahakis, but they're found Sahakis. Then not the Shinas and the Ashipan Aishin, the not the dots ink to put on every Papan Sahakis a call. About yeah, quite a bit no critical. So thank you, students, for being here. You guys are our future leaders in the near future, and hopefully you learned something new today. And hopefully one of these days, one of you guys will be in our chairs here, leading the NAV Foundation, and then helping and assisting with the NAV people throughout the whole NAV Foundation as well. So again, thank you and welcome for being here. You guys are welcome anytime. I know your delegate over here, council delegate. She has quite a bit of plastic cards that she can use to take you out for lunch and check out. That's all of that. So everyone's medical. So you're more than welcome to come out and join us anytime. If you want to sit down and learn more, there's quite a bit of us delegates, lawmakers of the NAV Foundation that is here. There's 24 lawmakers. Legislative section has the council delegates there, so anytime just reach out to us. It no matter if it's by an email, by a text, by a phone call. We are here somehow, some way we still end up getting the message. So I welcome you guys, and again, thank you. I think all of us, our platform, when we ran for delegate, was one of them was education. So we support you, and we strongly support our education system, and then our teachers, our educators, our administrators, our custodians, the rest of the staff at the school, especially parents and grandparents. So with that, thank you again. And with that, I'll go ahead and go back to the agenda. So with that,
when it comes in that situation, we make parents.
Speaker staff.
speaker staff, what about?
They were unmuted.
Oh, okay. Thank you, the speaker staff, if you can mute your phone. Moving on to item number 5, receive and report. So there was an adjustment here. So with that, I will go ahead and call on Sparrow Group, the construction, you can come up, which is issued regarding project updates to now Foundation Veterans Administration Housing contract payment status. Presenters, can you come up? Do we have the presenters here? Yeah, you come up. Need to pull up the chair. There's not pull up another chair, so I will go ahead and give you the time, our group to introduce yourself. Once you do your introduction, we'll go ahead and start with the 20 minutes to have you provide your presentation. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the introduction criteria.
Yes. Jack A. Adina, my name is David Wiegand. I'm president of the Sparrow Group. We are a general contractor, Priority One. And I am a proud member of the Navajo Nation. With me today is Mr. Marcos Gonzalez, Vice President of our organization, as well as Don Groves, our Senior Project Manager heading this effort, and Mr. Eric Bailey, our General Superintendent.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. So with that, we'll go ahead and start a 20 minutes presentation. We'll give you 20 minutes, and then at the end, if you need additional time, if my colleagues are okay with it, we'll give you some additional time at the end to complete your presentation. After that, I will call for a motion in a second. And then from there, I will call on my colleagues to see if they have any questions, comments that they would like to indicate. And then from there, once I call on a couple of my colleagues, then I'll return back to you, and then you will respond back to their questions and their concerns that they have shared with me. So we'll do that and go back and forth. So you may be seated, and you may begin your presentation. Your 20 minutes now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And also honored delegates and esteemed Navajo Nation staff. We appreciate your valuable time this morning. We have had an incredible journey the last few years on this contract and in this effort. We certainly have overcome a great deal as far as weather and rapidly changing geography, but also have come up against COVID and design changes for the houses that we are building, and supply chain issues and material delays.
The homes.
Oh, okay. We have also encountered difficulties such as the veterans that are passing away. They are rapidly aging and passing away. So our professional challenges are certainly met with emotional as well as we move forward. My great-grandfather, my great-uncle, my grandfather, my mother are all Navajo Nation and Hopi veterans. I did introduce my team, my senior staff that is here with me today. But before I turn it over to our senior project manager, I want to convey our deep devotion to these projects and our personal dedication to our team over the last 2 years, the relationships that we have structured with our Navajo Nation carpenters, members, and our Navajo Nation Priority One subcontractors that we have forged relationships with. We wish to continue this journey and benefit the lives of those who have already given so much. And that's why we are here today. So in the interest of time, as the Honorable Chair had mentioned, we'd like to reserve any questions to the end of our information proposal. And with that, I will give it over to our Senior Project Manager, Don Groves, who is the single point of contact for this effort. And to that, Don.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Bert, honorable delegates, and for our presence here today. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So, there was a summary provided to all of you to give you a brief outline of basically the contract and where we started. So you can kind of follow along with that, but I'll just get some bullet points as well for them as well. So the contract history: receiving an executed contract in March of 2021 and receiving a notice received in May 2021. And so that's where we have proceeded since then. We have received numerous lists from the NNBA for the homes that needed to be remodeled or new builds and whatnot. And so all of that's on that list. Will give you a little bit more description instead of going line by line item. But obviously overall, to date, as we have remodeled, over 68 remodels have been completed. We have 4 HOGAs completed. We have 4 currently in construction, and we have individually assessed over 150 homes, site visits and return site visits. So we are constantly on the Navajo reservation, constantly trying to reach the homeowners and make assessments of their homes if they need to be remodeled or if they need to be rebuilt. So with that said, there's just a lot that we have done since the inception of this contract. And we are still proceeding, and we're still doing remodels, and we're still doing construction. Okay. Going to number 2 on the agenda, number 3, I'm sorry, the non-payment of invoices submitted. The last payment we received from the NMBA was on March 17th. There's been 7 invoices submitted on March 28th that have not been paid. Itemized breakouts of those invoices were requested by the NMBA team on April 11th and provided on April 13th. And the second itemized breakout requested by the NMBA team on April 24th and provided on May 8th, still with no payment. We did receive on May 15th an email from the NMBA executive director stating that the invoices are being reviewed by the chief of staff. So still no payment forthcoming. But we are still paying our Navajo employees. We are still paying our Navajo subcontractors and continuing the construction of the Hogans and the remodels without payment. We do not want to have to stop. We do not want to have to pull off, but it's getting to a point of non-payment and issues for the subcontractors as well. So we want to continue our efforts. So we would like to get that resolved. Number 4, communication, participation, follow-up from the NMB team regarding the project. We have requested a meeting with the newly appointed executive director, Bobby Baldwin team in February to discuss and provide status of the project with the new administration coming on so that we could provide all of the necessary information that they would need to bring them up to speed on where we've been at for the last 2 years. Finally, a Zoom meeting was set up March 2nd, which was only with the executive director, Bobby Baldwin and Olin Kiyomi, and with our Sparrow group staff. We were on a Zoom meeting with the Sparrow staff. We were instructed by Bobby and Olin that the completion of this 125 list was of number 1 importance. And so we have been doing everything, working on that list to complete that. Unfortunately, we have not been receiving communications back from the NMB team regarding our numerous directives that we need from them to proceed. We gave them an estimate time of when we could finish the 125 list if we receive those, and that would have been 3 months, which will come up to next month. We're past that time frame now because we're not receiving the directives. There are 3 new homes that need to be built on that of the 125s that have never received a home. And we have not received any directive to proceed with that. There are 7 highlighted items that need directive as far as if they're to be removed from the list or other circumstances that we do not make that determination. We need that information from the NMBA. So with the lack of communication, it's kind of put us at a standstill of what's how to proceed with that list, where it's enabling us to complete that list without the directive from the NMBA. So we would like to have better communication with that. We have tried to weekly have communication meetings. We have set up weekly Zoom meetings for every Thursday that we have been doing for the last over a year before the current administration came into pass, and we still have not had any participation on the Zoom meetings to provide them with the updates of the current remodels and the current new Hogan builds, and also to request the directives of information that we need to proceed. So that's kind of an issue that we have with communication. Moving on to number 5, we had a meeting with the NMBA team on April 11th at the president's office. We were given a directive that all new construction was to cease, costs and build times. And they had issues with the cost of the homes and the Hogans. We advised the NMBA team that the previous administration, we had discussed to stop building the Hogans because it was time consuming, very detailed, and also cost, and that we could go to a square home design, and that we could present a new home design of a 2, 3, and 4 bedroom that they requested within 2 weeks. And that we could go over that and make an assessment at that time, which we did. We had a meeting, moving on to number 6. We had a meeting with Olin and Bobby on April 24th in Albuquerque at our offices, and we presented the new design of the 2, 3, 4 bedroom. We also showed them the difference in the cost of building the square homes as opposed to the Hogans, and also for the build time and whatnot. So we showed them the floor plans and made a presentation, and we're waiting on communication regarding this information from them to proceed further, to go to an architect and get final plans in place so that we can proceed with this plan and to build the homes that they mentioned that are over 300 shovel ready to go. So we are ready, and we are ready to build these homes for these veterans. These veterans have been waiting way too long for this. And so there's homes out there to build, but our hands are tied. So we're just wanting clarification and directive on this new design, if this is to proceed forward, so that we can get this into place and get our subcontractors in place and move forward. And we have requested the list of the 300, just so we know where these areas are. We need to know where they are. We need to know how we can access them. We need to know how the roads are. We need to be able to have our subcontractors get there. We need to know who the governing utility authority is, because NTUA, APS, Continental Divide, all have different requirements. We need to copy the land lease so that we can map out the homes where they're going to be on those sites and provide that information to these governing utility authorities, because that is another problem that we're having in turning over these homes. I have 2 homes right now that I cannot turn over to the veterans because the NTUA has not completed their electrical hookup, or they have not provided their right of way for the water. We have been dealing with this since the inception of this contract. We have done everything we could of setting up meetings with the NTUA and the NNBA, and we have exhausted all ends that we could to do this. We've even met with the NTUA on site prior to building the construction to work out all these issues for right of ways and stuff, and we're still having issues. We really need the support of the NNBA team to help us in this effort so that we can turn over these homes. It's a shame that these homes have been done and I just can't turn them over. So in anticipation of 300 homes that are shovel ready, it would be very helpful to know where these homes are, who the governing utility authority is, so we can start working on that and get a better plan of action in for this process, so that when the home is done, we can turn it over to the veteran. We've got 4 more in the queue, and we're going to have those issues again. So we really need that support from the NNBA team on that issue. In an effort of time and to save time to close this out, we're open to further discussion regarding the items in this agenda. We also have any supporting documentation that you would need to see or want to look at. We're transparent. Anything that we can provide to help assist us in this process would be greatly appreciated. We have maintained our path and our commitment to this project, even with the numerous challenges regarding communications, documentation, receiving directives, NTUA issues, governing utility issues, and we will continue to do so to assist our veterans in receiving the homes that they so justly deserve. So I'm asking this committee for help, to help with the communication with the NNBA team, so that we can be transparent together and that we can continue what our mission is. And it's that this whole program is about the veterans. It's wholly about the veterans, and we want to help them. We want to continue this path, and we need this communication to do so. We want to continue building the homes. We want to keep going out and doing the remodels. These individuals are amazing. When we go to their homes, and they're so thankful that we are there and that we're taking care of putting a handicap ramp so they can get out of their home. One gentleman couldn't leave his house because he didn't have a ramp. Somebody else doesn't have a home, and we're providing that service. And we are employing Navajos. We are giving them a trade. They are not just learning carpentry, but they're learning other things. We have a great superintendent here that's teaching them how to do plumbing, and they have another trade. We are educating these Navajos and giving them a path to have a family. We're employing Navajo subcontractors, and they employ Navajos. They employ veterans. We employ veterans. If we have to stop this process, everybody loses, and the main one loses is the veterans. So I'm pleading to the committee to help us get back on track with this communication and the contract, because at this point, we are going to have to pull off site next week and stop this process because of non-payment and not receiving the directives that we need to continue. So I thank you so much for your time and letting us voice our concerns. And again, I cannot stress enough how much we are here for this cause and for this contract. We do not want to walk away from this contract. So please help us maintain this and keep all these people employed that are with us. We have an amazing team with our employers and our subcontractors, and they are on the same mission as us, and they have the same heart of where we're at. So please help us continue. And again, if there's anything that you need out from us, I will leave my business cards here. For the people that are on the phone, I will leave them here. I will be your point of contact. I can answer any questions that you have, provide any documentation, so let me know. Thank you so much.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. So with that, do I have a motion and a second? Committee members, want to vote? Makes a motion. Do I have a second? Committee members? Second by Vice Chair Duran Simonson. With that, committee members, I also, and presenters, I want to thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to let you know that I reached out to interview A to see if we can have a representative on the call as well. We do have a couple individuals that are on the call as well from the Office of the Controller, which are Mr. Robert Willie, Mr. Shane McKay, and then we also have an individuals from O&B, which is Mr. Dominic Vial, that is on the call as well. Again, if you need to have other individuals to move forward with the work and the duties and the responsibilities that has been given to you through the contract, just let us know. But we don't have a representative from Office of President and Vice President unless Vivian is on the line.
Byron Shorty.
Or Byron Shorty's on the call. I don't know if we have Vivian? Okay, oh, okay, so Vivian is here too. Vivian, question really quick. Do you know if the Vision Director, Ms. Bobby Baldwin, or the staff, Mr. Olin Young will be available or will be joining us? Do you know anything about that? Okay. I think those are some very key point individuals that need to be part of this discussion, this presentation, to give us a direction on how we need to proceed and how we need to advocate on behalf of the national veterans that are in dire need of answers out there. And so I think up to this point, it's been a very interesting ride. That's all I will say. And there's different informations that we've been receiving. We have not come to a conclusion to where every individual that is partaking this whole project in one room to have that discussion. So again, thank you very much. And I know there's an agreement out there. That agreement, the contract agreement was shared with us at Twin Arrows by Mr. Kiyomi and Ms. Baldwin in regards to your guys' contract that was shared with us. And then also the information of how they would like to move forward within seizing the contract. That was also shared with us at Twin Arrows when we had our meeting there. Again, we're trying to find answers here as the Health Education Human Service Committee is, what is it that we're actually doing? How do we move forward for our now for veterans out there? Because we continuously have now veterans contacting us, contacting staff, contacting Office of President and Vice President, wondering what we are doing regarding their situation, their documents that they had submitted, their verbal information that they've received, that they will be receiving a new home and so forth. It's just all up in the air. It's been so complicated. It's been frustrating. But again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for what you have provided to us. Thank you for the data information of the numbers that you have completed up to this far. Since you guys started your contract agreement. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Navajo veterans out there. what you have accomplished and what you guys have done as a team up to this far.
Thank you.
So we will do our best to try and assist as much as we can as lawmakers of the conversation. And so we have some key individuals that are on the call. So with that, I would like to give some time to Office of the Controller and then Office of Management Budget, the staff that are on the call. Before I ask my colleagues for questions and concerns and issues that they would like to address. So with that, I will go ahead and start with Office of the Controller. Mr. Willie or Mr. McKay, can you give us the summary of these accounts and then update on the payment status of the invoice that was submitted?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Brian Boyd from the Controller's Office.
Good morning. The floor is yours.
Okay, I'm not familiar with an invoice that did get submitted. If it did, I'd have to check with Ms. Baldwin and the procurement section to see if it was on a receiving record. Then I could trace it. So for now, I don't really have too much information. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Chair. But if I can get some of the data from both veterans and procurement, then I can give a better update. Thank you. For the record, my name is Robert Willie, and I'm the accounting manager with Office of the Controller.
You can send that directly, man.
Yes.
Do you know? Okay,
He started talking.
Mr. McKay?
He's on the line.
Mr. McKay, acting controller. Mr. Shane McKay. Or Sean. Go back where I get Shane McKay. Mr. McKay, controller, can you press star 6?
To unmute yourself.
So if Mr. Willie has indicated that they have not received an invoice, that means most likely the invoice documents or the documents that you guys submitted for payment is still at Veterans Office.
As we understand it, Mr. Patrick Sandoval is in possession of these 7 invoices that are outstanding for the last month and a half. They have been sitting on his desk, and that is verbal confirmation from Bobby Baldwin.
And the email.
Correct.
Yes, the email. It's like the email.
If we have representative on the line from Office of President and Vice President, is Mr. Chief of Staff Patrick Sandoval available? I've been texting them. I've been texting President and Chief of Staff.
We have Byron Shelley still on the line from OPDP.
Mr. Byron Shorty. Star 6 to unmute. Anybody from Office of President and Vice President that is on the call, on the line?
And I went and. Okay.
Good morning, Shanella. This is Debbie Nesmanuel. I just got wind that they are on their way over to the meeting, so they should be there shortly, but they've been alerted.
Do you know who's coming over?
I believe it is, I alerted Bobby. Bobby is on her way. Olin has been alerted and Chief Sandoval has been alerted, so they should be there soon.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I had
Oh.
mentioned
Oh.
that. So with that, we heard from Mr. Willie in regards to, not having them. There's no invoice that was submitted to them. So that's where we are at, Mr. Sean McCabe, acting controller. Do you have any comments coming from your office? Mr. Sean McCabe? Okay, he's not on the call, or he's just ignoring us.
It's on the line, but when you ask, you said unmute, and you said unmute.
Or he just can't hear us. Mr. Dominic Bial? Mr. Dominic Bial?
Chair James, this is Dominic Bial. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Bial, we can hear you. Provide us an update regarding the Sparrow Group, contract.
Okay, as far as we know, well, let me start over. I am Dominic Bial, the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. And our knowledge of this particular subject matter is the budgeted funds are there and are available. Now, I understand the question, however, is nevertheless the Sparrow Group working with NNVA and Office of the Controller. The payment and so on and so forth hasn't been processed as yet. Now, OMB, we're not involved in the accounting and expense portion of the budget and in this matter. So that's my statement at this point. I think it's really up to NNVA and then the controller. You heard Mr. Willie say he's not familiar with any bills or invoices at this point. So that's my only comment at this point, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bial, for that information. I think it's very important that the committee members also hear that information, that the funds are available and it's there. So again, thank you. If we need to, we'll call on you again. With that, I will go ahead and move on to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. Do we have a representative on the call in TUA? Marty. Mr. Martin Ashley, star
He's on the line.
6 to unmute. You might have to rephrase that question for Mr. Ashley regarding the electricity into you. If we can get
What was the gentleman's name, please?
Mr. Marty Ashley.
Marty Ashley?
Yeah. Mr. Ashley? Mhm. Okay, so Mr. Marty Ashley, we can see you that you're on the line. You just probably need to start 6. You're unmuted on our end. We can't hear you, Mr. Ashley. If you're saying anything. I can come back around and call on NTUA again. Since we do have, our director from Veterans, Miss Bobby Baldwin, there was a question in regards to 7 invoices that were submitted for payment of the current jobs that have been completed. There is a breakdown of a listing of the 125 projects that were completed, and then we also have another listing of breakdowns of 33 other projects that were completed. And then there's also a breakdown of new veterans remodel listing, which I believe is not part of the invoice, or is it part of the invoice? There is a breakdown number, but there is, from my understanding, there are 7 invoices out there. Can you give us an update on when that 7 invoice will be submitted to Office of the Controller, Mr. Robert Woolley? Mr. Robert Woolley indicated that they have no knowledge or have not received any of those 7 invoices. So I'll go ahead and give you time to give us a clarification update regarding the 7 invoices that were submitted
March 28th.
March 28th. Mrs. Baldwin.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the 7 invoices, we did receive those recently within the past 2 weeks. What was being asked of the invoices is more breakdown, detailed invoices for the chief of staff to sign off on the expenses because it is such a high amount. What we initially received was a 1-page invoice, and typically that was what was being processed prior with the prior administration. But now with the accountability and making sure that the funds are being expended accordingly, a detailed invoice was requested and those have been received, and we're tying those to the invoices that were the blanket invoices, and those will be pushed through with chief of staff's concurrence as he signs off on those as well.
Okay, so invoices were submitted March 31st,
March 28th.
March 28th. March 28th.
And it's a 2-page invoice, and there is a detail. It's not a 1-page invoice. There's a 1-page summary, and the second part is the schedule of values that breaks down all of the work that was completed during that period of time, which is schedule of values per division. And then we provided an itemized breakout of that price.
And then 2 weeks ago, you guys received a breakdown of the actual detail breakdown.
Oh.
That's
One on April 14th and the second one on May 8th after second visit, and they requested additional breakout. So it was provided on 2 separate dates.
okay. Going back to Mr. Willie. Was there any acknowledgement regarding the procurement process that from your office indicating that you needed this breakdown? A justified detail breakdown, Mr. Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robert Willie here. I'm not sure if Valerie Bitzilli from purchasing got the invoices. I'm not sure if there's an exchange from veterans to her. So I'm not intimately knowledgeable about the invoices and the payment method as far as this goes at this moment. I'd have to check with our purchasing section.
Okay, can you do a follow-up for us? Thank you for the response, Mr. Willie. Moving on to Mr. Dominic Bial from OMB. I assume you would have the contract, and in that contract, it will have a section there indicating of what kind of work it needs to happen, and a detailed breakdown of, I'm trying to find the word, of the actual job that needs to happen. The scope of work, there you go, thank you. And so in that scope of work, and then also under the section of payment, does it ask of anything for it to have a detailed breakdown of payment? Mr. Biel from OMB.
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Biel.
Okay.
In this case, it's my understanding, I may be mistaken, but it's my understanding that because these are Navajo funds, the contractual agreement is really administered by Office of the Controller. Therefore, I would not, and I don't think our office would be familiar with the details that you're asking about. I think our only involvement would be when the agreement is moving through the review process, we would be one of the reviewers. But at the end of it, we don't retain a copy and really don't have any reason to do so. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the clarification, and that's one of the areas that I wanted to hear. I don't think in the agreement of the contract, I don't have the contract before me or anything like that, but I think it's a contract that's in between the controller and then the group, the way I understand it. So the way I would understand this committee members is that the Sparrow group would directly provide the invoices to the controller's office, not to the veterans office, not to Office of President and Vice President's office, because this is an agreement between those two individuals. Unless somewhere in the contract it specifies that invoices need to be submitted to Office of President and Vice President to the staff. If it states that in the contract, then I would understand you submitting those invoices. Or if it indicates that these invoices need to be submitted to Department of Veterans Office, then you would submit those invoices to Veterans Office. But in this case, your invoices should have gone directly to Office of the Controller. And if Office of the Controller had indicated that they wanted a detailed breakdown, that would have been a whole other story. So again, I don't have the contract before me to have that knowledge and have that understanding. And so I'm glad that our Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, is here. I also believe Mr. Sean McCabe is also here with us, acting controller. So thank you for joining us. We are trying to figure out the payment issue of the seven invoices. Somehow one of them was submitted on March 28th. And then there was another one that was submitted April 14th. And then there was another one that was submitted March 8th, going through the Department of Veterans Director, Ms. Bobby Baldwin. And then from there, it shifted over to Office of President and Vice President. And from there, I guess it went to Chief of Staff and to Patrick Sandoval. And now it's at that point of the request of a detailed breakdown of the invoices that were resubmitted on May 8th. And so if you, and Office of the Controller, Mr. Robert Woolley, has indicated they have not received any of the invoices at their office. So it's just been floating around between Department of Veterans Office. Chief of Staff, going back and forth between them before the packet can be submitted to Mr. Robert Woolley. So with that, we also received an update from Mr. Dominic Biel that the budget funding of the agreement of the contract funds are there, funds are available, and it's sitting there. So I guess this goes back to you, Chief of Staff Sandoval. the union, you'll be submitting the 7 invoices. We did receive a breakdown of, projects from the Sparrow group, indicating, the projects that have been completed, indicating what they have done for our national veterans. And so this is where we are at, and, they've already explained the 125 different projects that they have done, and it varies throughout the whole nation. And then there's another 33 breakdown of the different projects that have been completed as well throughout the whole national nation. So they've done the work, and right now they're for our national veterans, and so now they are awaiting for their payment. But again, the bureaucracy that we have within our internal national government and the different issues and concerns coming from departments to office of president, vice president, that continues to linger and continues to have that problem. So if you can provide us an update, Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval.
Good morning, honorable members. And guests and everybody that's here today. What came to my attention, and who's the person that I spoke with from Sparrow and that once before? Yeah. What came across my desk were 4 or 5 sheets of paper, and I explained it to you guys before, and that's all it was 1 sheet of paper, one for each invoice amount, varied amount. So I asked the Veterans Department, let's take a look at this, because I'm asking to authorize payment for an invoice that is just 1 sheet of paper. There's no detail, there's no information about anything beyond that. So that's all that I was given at the president's office. And so,
As the billings.
We've never given 1 sheet of paper. It has always been an invoice with a secondary schedule of values.
I've never seen anything like this. So what was presented to me by this gentleman and Kurt, you and the young lady that was with you at the time? Oh, Ms. Bell, yeah, that's all I was given was those there was 4 or 5 sheets. That's all it was. So that's, and again,
These are.
I'm sorry,
Dawn.
what Dawn is showing me here, I've never seen any of that. So at that point, I said, let's just make sure that everything is legitimate and let's take a look into it. And I asked these guys, let's take a look at it. And they, this gentleman, Kurt, and what's her name again? Inan. They followed up with me a couple of times, but still nobody presented me any detail. And so that's why I haven't signed off, but I want them to make sure that we're all legitimate on everything. And if we could have a meeting, if we could talk about it, if we could go into detail to make sure we understand all that's been built, all that's been billed for, then I'm okay with it. But again, we refer back to your comment regarding maybe it needs to go directly to finance for verification, all related to these payments. And I'm okay with that. As long as somebody's verifying that what they're built was 100%. I don't know if our director has reported yet, but all of the projects that they mentioned, are we 100% on all those that they're building for?
Some of them are progress billings, correct, Don, and some of them
Yes,
are complete.
No, all of them, there's 4 are progress billings on the new Hogans and 3 are mobilization billings for the remodels. Again, they're submitted to the NNBA and also to the accountant, or I don't think she's a controller. And it's always the 2-page. And then once we submitted them, we were asked on the April 11th meeting at the president's office to provide an itemized breakdown, which we did by April 14th. And we submitted that again with the itemized breakdown for each one of those 7 invoices. And then again, at the April 24th meeting with Bobby and Olin, we were requested again to break down the breakdowns further on April 24th, and we did, and we submitted them back on May 5th. So to date, they've gotten the full 2-page billing with the itemization of the schedule of values, plus 2 separate breakdowns based on their request, and still here where we are with no payment, and all of this information has been provided.
Okay, so Chair, I'll accept responsibility. I'm having them verify it for me. And so I'm gonna, accept responsibility if, are we satisfied?
Yes.
Okay.
The detail breakdown.
Okay, so we're satisfied, we're good to go, then I will work, expeditiously to make sure all the paperwork gets done into the finance and payment gets made. But again, I go back to, and I'll have to find them in my office, just the one, 5 sheets of paper that I got with the old invoice, it was not like this, so I wasn't comfortable making that payment, and some of it was just handwritten. And they were for pretty decent amounts, tens of thousands of dollars.
At any time, you can reach out and reach out to us, and we'd be glad to, provide any information that you need. If it got lost in transition from who was giving it to you, we have no issues with it, with that whatsoever. We'd be glad to provide information to get it processed.
Okay, and again, I'll accept full responsibility, but I was allowing the division to make sure that we got to this point here with detail on everything, the breakdown, the cost expenditures, the completion and so on. And again, I'll take full responsibility, but I don't know that I've heard back from my group to tell us where we need to be to make payments. My apologies on it.
All right, thank you, Chief of Staff, for that. So now, committee members, we have an update that the payment, the invoices will be submitted for payments to be made. So we got that clarified and out of the way.
Thank you.
Again, I'd like to give some time in regards to the concern issue that were brought before us in regards to electricity. Now for Tribal Utility Authority, we do have Mr. Marty Ashley on the line, and then also Ms. Luella, Chief from NTUA. Don, can I ask on you for now? Before I ask you, Ms. Chief from NTUA, are you on the call? Ms. Luella, the Chief, Mr. Marty Ashley, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair, this is Marty Ashley listening in on the discussion.
Thank you, Shanana, for being on the call. I will have Don repeat the questions, the concerns that they had run into regarding electricity for our Navajo veterans home. Don, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I appreciate that. So we're looking to have 2 homes completed, we do have 2 homes completed. We have a Jonathan Yazzie and Donald Yazzie. And Jonathan Yazzie, we're still waiting for the electric to be hooked up in Keats in Red Valley. It's a 2-bedroom. We also have Donald Yazzie that is in Upper Fruitland. It's a double Hogan, and we're still waiting on the electrical and for the right-of-way water issues to be resolved, as well as wanting to speak in.
She's in Upper Fruitland.
Upper Fruitland as well, wanting to seek, we're still in current construction with her home, but we're still waiting on right-of-way issues to be resolved that we tried to resolve even before we started construction. We met with an NTUA representative out there to get this started. We're just trying to avoid these delays so that when we are done with construction, we can turn over these homes, because at this point, we cannot. So we're looking for assistance in getting these items taken care of so that we can turn over these homes.
Mr. Marty Ashley, Shanana.
Yeah, Shanelle. I wasn't aware of this discussion. I was asked to get online. So basically, I'm just trying to take notes so I can pass it back on to NTUA staff that's responsible for these electrical projects. And so that's what I'll do is the information that you've shared with me, the 2 people, Jonathan Yazzie is from where again? I missed that.
Jonathan Yazzie is in Red Valley.
Okay.
And then Donald Yazzie is in Upper Fruitland. Those 2 Hogans are completed. And Juanita Sheik is in Upper Fruitland, and we are currently in construction with her, but she's going to have a right-of-way issue as well that we have been trying to resolve for months. We have had several Zoom meetings with Donovan at the NTUA and other representatives there regarding these issues as well.
Okay, so apparently the people that are responsible are aware of this, and I'll just communicate to them that this committee meeting was taking place today. and the issues were presented to the Oversight Committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Marty Ashley, for that information. Now you have names and so forth. I do believe, our Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, has a question as well. Mr. Sandoval?
Okay, thanks again. I'm not aware of these particular utility hookups, but we've been working very diligently with NTUA and our Natural Resources Division and our Land Department, all of the associated departments to make sure that all of these lease issues are dealt with immediately and quickly. Mr. Ashley, if you need any help from our office, please let us know on these particular matters.
That would be appreciated, Chief of Staff.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so that resolves the NTUA portion.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
This is Luella Chi from NTUA. I can provide an update. I'm sorry I got disconnected for a while.
Okay, the floor is yours, Ms. Chi.
Okay, I did listen to part of the meeting, and we did meet with the group on November 15, 2022. And at that time, they provided us a list, and we told them the customers need to go into the district office and fill out paperwork so their project can start going forward. And then we also had a meeting with them on February 16, 2023 again. And at that time, they told us 6 projects were in construction. And they were supposed to provide us a scheduling of the construction to see at what stage all those projects are. And they were supposed to write a letter to their customers so they can take those letters into the district office so they can start the paperwork. I am not sure if that happened because I have not seen any paperwork on these customers. Because if we're going to extend a power line to these customers, the right-of-way approval has to be processed before the power line extension can happen.
Ms. Chi, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, does that complete your comments?
Yes, it does.
All right, thank you. With that, moving back for response, Ms. Dunn?
Yes, thank you. I know that Jonathan Yazzie has already set up his account and he's already set and good to go. And Jonathan Yazzie has filled out his paperwork as well. The NNBA, you are correct. We're supposed to provide letters to the individuals that were in construction for them to go and to present those letters for their electrical and stuff to be hooked up. But the 2 individuals we're talking about, Jonathan and Donald, that has been done. And so has Juanita.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Don, for the response. So I guess it's an internal thing that you would have to do, follow up on, Ms. Chi and Mr. Ashley. Again, thank you for that update from NTUA regarding the questions and the comments that were made. So with that, committee members, we do have an answer that the invoices are accepted and it will be forwarded over to Office of the Controller for payment to be made. I don't know how long that will take. We do have Mr. John McCabe, the controller here. Maybe we can give him some time to provide us the timeline. Mr. McCabe.
Yeah, she's not that. I got it. I guess first off, I haven't met. I'm like really, so good morning. Yeah, Sean McCabe initiate. And I basically come from this community here in Winter Rock, this my dad's family friend. My mom's side is from a young bit of Mexico. So, thank you for the time, and certainly I'll clarify some of this. With Patrick's comments, we haven't really seen much of this at OOC yet, so I'm kind of learning this whole process, but I will make a couple of comments that, in my 3 or 4 weeks here now, I've started to really look at our process. And I can tell you, if we're at a point where invoices are issued, we're pretty much at the end of the transaction, meaning all of the approval has happened and they've done the work. And I assume typically with construction type projects, we'll see like an owner's rep report verifying that the work's been done. And, if all that's in place, then we pay it, right? What I will say is when invoices in a typical accounting system, invoices shouldn't go to veterans, they shouldn't go to chief, they should come directly to accounting, to AP. And because really, at the point where an invoice is issued, all work, all services, all goods have been done, it's just at a point of payment. And so I can tell you that among that type of process, among others, it leads to this long pay process. And I'm trying to work with chief of staff, OPVP, and even members of BNF and full council at some point to really start streamlining this procedure, because it really shouldn't be this complicated where it's on his desk, it's on her desk, or I saw this, I didn't see that. I haven't even seen it yet personally, when it should have come directly to us in the first place. So that's the one comment I really want to make. So I would encourage going forward, not overstepping any bound chief of staff or anything else, but those types of documents should come directly to us. And there's reasons for that from an accounting internal control standpoint, but also from efficiency, because this is exactly what happens. It gets lost in the shuffle. And if I could, the last 4 weeks, show you the mountain of paper I've seen already, it's easy that it gets lost somewhere. So, this is something I'm actively working on among other processes and procurement issues. I will work directly with my oversight, BNF, of course, the full council and OPVP to help alleviate some of this stuff, because it's not that our system is wrong. It's just too much. I mean, there's ways that we can do it smarter and better and not increase our risk for misstatement or theft or fraud. We just don't need a lot of this. So-and-so saw it, so-and-so saw it, then McCabe saw it, and McCabe didn't see it. Sandoval saw it, he didn't see it. Let's just work on getting that right. And this stuff going back. Frankly, if a group has to come before an oversight committee because of payment, we're not doing our job. That's just the way it is. And that's the way I want to make sure we fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That completes your responsibility.
Yes,
Thank you. Again, with that, I'd like to inform the committee members that does complete that were provided before. So with that, I'll go ahead and give you the floor as committee members if you'd like to ask any other questions or comments pertaining to this presentation. Mr. Honorable Toll.
Good afternoon, sir. Well, nice to meet you. Just want to say thank you, Chair, and also committee members, and also the contractor, and also staff. All I'm asking is be true to our veterans. How long do we want our veterans to suffer? With this crazy stuff that we're dealing with. And I believe that the process is too long. And that we can change, hopefully we can change that. And all I'm saying is the veterans, president, the staff, the people that are signing, let's come together. Turn these out. We don't have to go this route. So I'm glad it's happening. Chair brought a lot of questions and I question too. Because every time we go out to these meetings, the veterans are concerned who's in charge, who handles. So all I'm asking is that the administration, president, and also the contractor, let's get to work, and we shouldn't be giving our veterans a hard time there. They're just like us, human beings. They serve the country, you know. So part of it, so let's come together and work together, and we don't have to go this route. I'm glad this is happening, so I can tell my veterans, hey, we're working together as a unit, that's the way it's supposed to be. And military do that. Come together and fight. Any other this is thank you, Chair, for allowing a lot of Christians, a lot of concern. And we should all come together like this now. This morning, we only have these contractors and finally the administration came in, and so that's working together. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toll. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments? Vice Chair, Honorable Simonson?
Thank you, Chair, Mr. James. I just, just listening, we've been listening to, kind of the veterans, issues since January, and just a lot of, it seems to me like a lot of discord, and we arrive at this point, and I'm thinking, I'm also certainly a small business owner, so it's important to me that if I do a job that I get paid for it, and that it's a timely payment, because you're spending probably the money up front to build these things. And so you put the work into it already, and now you need the payment, and then so you can continue to purchase supplies and pay people. And I appreciate that you're employing Navajo laborers and Navajo, construction. In my eyes, Navajo, I'm really Navajo centric. Our Navajo people are some of the best construction people in the industry across the world. They work in, every aspect of it. In construction, they are there, and they're really building all of probably America. My husband was an iron worker for many years, and so it's that meme. It's funny to me when you drive across the country and you see city, and the dad tells his kid, "Oh, I built that," and the pride and building these gigantic buildings all across the nation. So I appreciate that you employ our Navajo people, that is your and that you're teaching them more skills, and in addition to, you should be multi-skilled, and even better when you can, have multiple skills. But I also understand from the Navajo Veterans Administration that you want the job done right for the veterans as well. And that, you want to make sure that the homes are, solid, there aren't any deficiencies. And so I can certainly understand that. And I appreciate Mr. McKay coming in to say, well, the invoices should have came straight to me. And I just feel, like this could have really just been, if there was direct, if there could have been, I understand there is a transition. Yes, we're transitioning from, between president, vice president, that executive side. There's a transition in a legislative side as well. And so, we just kind of hope and think that those things should be happening very smoothly. And that, and what I'm a freshman delegate, and I'm seeing that in every single department and every program almost, there is not that smooth transition. And it's sad to see, because that should be fairly easy. I can't understand why we can't share information, why we hoard information,
why we hold back and we don't want to share and give what we've been working on to the new people, because this doesn't belong to them. When you're under and you're working for the nation, any paperwork, anything you've written, anything you've done while being paid by the nation is intellectual property of the Navajo Nation. It doesn't belong to me. So why should I go and take it if I'm no longer, you know, if it's because you're still upset that you didn't win the election, or I don't know what it is, you know, I don't know, or, you know, and so I think it's just, we need to do better at that. We need to be better at sharing information. We need to let it go and give it to somebody else. And too many times I'm seeing within divisions and programs where only the one person knows about it and only one person knows it. And how come? And that does nothing for succession planning. That does nothing. And I hope, Mr. McCabe, that with all your expertise, I hope you're sharing and you're teaching somebody else, you know, within your department about the things and the knowledge that you have. Because, you know, if you decide to buy a one-way ticket to, I don't know, Hawaii next month, we need somebody to continue the work that you're doing. And that should exist in all of the departments. There should be succession planning. And so because in the end, it comes down to service to our people. And if we don't do that, we're doing a disservice to our people. So all the work that we're doing with the money we receive, it's on behalf of the veterans, so they can, you know, get into a home. And I shared the story, you know, one time, my husband's grandpa was a World War II veteran, Mr. George James Sr. out of Saline. And he finally got a 2-bedroom house built towards the end of, you know, unfortunately towards the end of his time, and didn't quite get to move in. And as you know, as the home was near completion, they were still waiting for water hookup. And so he got sick and he got sent out to Albuquerque and spent the rest of his days out there, but didn't quite get to live in his home. So it's a beautiful home. But those, you know, we want the veterans to enjoy their home and to live in their homes. And so let's get them into their homes. And I think this should have, to me, would have just been, you didn't need us to be involved. This should have been just a meeting between, you know, whatever groups there over at Veterans Office or, you know, wherever. So, you know, but regardless, you know, I would like to see, you know, I haven't had a chance to see one of these homes, and I would like the opportunity to see one. The other issue and the other concern I have here, and I don't know, I think I would like to see, again, just in terms of transition, number 5, item number 5, you say that you received a directive to cease any new construction at the meeting on April 11th. So you know, I'm interested on what that means and how, you know, you're gonna, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration is gonna proceed, you know, forward. I don't know what your initial contract looked like, if you know, so those are all pending questions, lingering questions and answers. So I'll go ahead. See the end of my comment, Chair.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'd like to go back to the Sparrow group. If we can answer the question that was made by Vice Chair Simonson in regards to your item on item number 5 regarding sleeves, any new contracts that was done on April 11th. And then after we receive an answer from you, I'll go back to Director Ms. Bobby Baldwin. So with that, I don't know who wants to answer. Done.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We are waiting for directive from the MNBA on how to proceed. First, based on the presentation that I had stated earlier, to cease any new construction, we are waiting on directive of when are we going to, pick that back up? When are we going to continue and move on with that? We've sent numerous emails and correspondence. I'm asking for directive again on how to proceed. There's 300 shovel-ready homes. We requested the list. We still haven't received the list on that. So, and they didn't want to build new Hogan South homes anymore. They wanted to build the square homes. So we made that presentation. So we're still waiting on where are we at and how are we proceeding.
It's really the uncertainty of the contract moving forward. We were given verbal communication a few weeks ago at the meeting in Albuquerque that this existing contract would be canceled and a new contract would be established under the ARPA funds. So we were given that verbal information, and then we have numerous organizations and individuals coming to us and telling us that the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration is telling everybody that our contract is canceled, that we are going to be canceled and no longer participate in this contract. So we're being told one thing and we're hearing all these other public forums and people and organizations coming back to us saying they're telling everybody that you are out, that your contract is canceled and you are not moving forward. So it comes back to trust. And I'm just being frank and open that we have built trust. It has to be built on trust and it has to swing both ways. And if we're hearing one thing in person and we're being told numerous other things on the other side, it's very hard to proceed on any directive when that's what information we're getting. It's very, very difficult to plan.
And I might add that we do have a contract in place. There's still money in place on the contract. And we've come up with alternative designs to increase efficiency and actually increase the number of homes that we can build under the existing contract. We did a presentation to the director and to Olin as well. And we've significantly been able to increase the efficiency of the construction, not utilizing Hogan design, because an octagon is a very complex structure to build. And there's a lot of wastage in that. And so we redesigned at our own cost 3 new designs for homes. And we presented initial budgetary finance of what the cost would be. And we're still in limbo. So if we can, our request is to please provide us with some direction on how to proceed, because we do have a contract in place, but we're in limbo on the thing right now. And we've tried every effort possible. And so it'd be really beneficial if we could have some kind of direction to move forward on that.
Does that complete your response?
Yeah.
So with that, I'll go back to Director Ms. Bobby Baldwin.
Yeah, no, with regards to the cease new construction, that particular decision was made because we need to finish the projects that we have right now. Also, it comes back to the running list that was established prior. Though that listing isn't accurate, is what our finding has come down to. Not only that, but the individuals who had their listing for the respective agencies for Fort Defiance, for example, they had deleted everything. What they did was they did a reset, a factory reset on the laptops, as well as the program supervisor when doing that as well. So as of right now, we don't have an actual list of who was on that list and in what order they were. So that goes back to the agency housing specialist, and with respect to the city, they don't have a housing specialist. So the VSO, she multitasks with that duty, and what she's doing is she's filtering through her list to see who is in dire need according to the policy and the way the point systems are. Also, with regards to the contract, we want to expend the ARPA funding. That's why we had asked
cease this contract so we can get the proposal for the ARPA funding, because the ARPA funding does have a deadline, whereas the Veterans Trust Fund does not have a deadline. So we wanted to expend the ARPA funding through Sparrow to build these homes, and we did make the decision to move from Hogan design to rectangle because it would be more cost efficient. The Hogan design home is not cost efficient because with many contractors and with many suppliers, the Hogan design is considered a custom design, whereas we could service more veterans by building more homes with rectangle designed homes instead of the Hogan designed homes. And we did discuss that. They did show the presentation. We did make a generalized idea and plan to move forward with a rectangle home, 3-bedroom, just the amenities to make living suitable for the veterans. So that was discussed. And let's see what else. That's the main reason. That's it. We just want to expend the ARPA funding. That's why we have made that decision to go forward with spending the ARPA funding and pulling the contract from trust funds to ARPA. And we need a new contract because the current contract currently states Hogan design homes, Octagon designed homes. So we need to make sure that we are in compliance with these contracts by making sure that we are building the homes in the contract as stated. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. It certainly makes.
By Vice Chair Simonson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So thank you, that does make sense. Certainly there's a lot of
issued.
in Hogan building, so going to rectangular homes and probably a little bit faster too. So I can appreciate that, but I you know, you all have just kind of stated on record that and for clarification, it's not cease and we are canceling. You are canceling a contract while you're creating a new one that covers the type of home that is being built now. And then I can understand that you need to expend ARPA funds, which is a deadline, and that, so, you know, the other one has no deadline, so let's jump onto ARPA and see, and let's see if we can bring Sparrow Group on there, or let's get Sparrow Group a contract utilizing ARPA funds. You know, there needs to be that clarification. So, which is what I think you're waiting to hear, because it certainly doesn't do any good for a contractor to be in limbo, because it really, you're committing a lot of time and effort, and you need to know, because there's, I'm sure, a lot of pre-planning that happens in terms of ordering your supplies and, you know, getting them in that bulk shipment and where it needs to go. And certainly, more importantly, you know, you need to tell your employees what lies ahead, you know. So I think those things are really important, and I really, you know, part of being a delegate here today is just also really trying to support, you know, Navajo-owned businesses and more so small businesses. And we need to be more supportive of them and give clear indication as to, you know, what lies ahead for them. So.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Ms. Valerie Patilli, are you on the call? Ms. Patilli from Office of the Controller, Procurement. Valerie Patilli, are you on the call? Not on the call. I wanted to ask Valerie to see what kind of process you would need to take to make those amendments to the contract. Unless Mr. McKay can answer, I'll go ahead and give you the floor, Mr. McKay.
Thank you. Yeah. So a couple comments I'd like to make on, and I don't know much about canceling contracts in this particular situation, but I will say two things. One, I think it's honestly a smart move to reissue a contract utilizing ARPA. Because we are on a deadline and we think we got time. But I can tell you one thing I've learned in life, it's the biggest lie you can tell yourself is I have time. I'll tell you right now that we have to have everything encumbered a year from June. And then we have to have everything expended a year from December 31st, 2026. So we all know how long this process can take. And so with ARPA money, these deadlines are gonna be here before we know it. So I do think it's smart, and I know it's a priority of the president's office to get ARPA deployed as quickly as possible. So let's not bog it down though, but I will say issuing a new contract most likely needs to go back out. And as we all know how long that may take, but if that's the case, and I will follow up, then I would strongly suggest that we get that process started like tomorrow. Because if we're trying to get veterans homes deployed, which I think is the goal of all of ours, including OPVP, it may take, we don't want to slow that down. Because, we talk about, economic development, but if we can't get homes built timely, then economic development really doesn't matter. I mean, we have to get that done quickly. So you have my support to help these processes, especially with ARPA money. So just let me know. And then just always remember, we owe it to our Navajo businesses to participate in this, in the kind of contract. So yeah.
Thank you very much. I know that I'd like to elaborate. We're talking about 3 different contracts. Because I'm assuming the contract that you guys have is a professional service contract. And then we have this ARPA over here. So within that professional service contract, there's certain extents, there's certain language in that professional service contract. But since we have ARPA over here and they have the different criteria because it's federally funded, and so forth, it's hard to amend the current professional service contract that you guys have to indicate ARPA in that professional service contract, because majority of this ARPA funding contracts, most of them, correct me if I'm wrong, are subrecipient agreements. And that's how these contracts are created under ARPA. So that comes back down to, are we going to be proactive and just move forward with the contract to serve as many Navajo veterans? Or are we just going to be proactive and prolong the whole process again for our Navajo veterans to get those homes situated? Because it would have to go through this whole subrecipient process, would have to go through your expenditure plans, would have to go through the DOJ process to get their approval, and then it goes down the line. So just for a real quick clarification, maybe a follow-up, I'd like to give some time to our legal counsel. Lo.
Thank you, Chair. As a committee member, there was the previous director of the Veterans Administration submitted a professional services contract to the Department of Justice in December to use ARPA funds. I was over at the Department of Justice Tax and Finance Unit at the time, and I determined that the contract was not legally sufficient for 2 reasons. We're using federal funds and we have to follow federal procurement law. Under federal procurement law, remediating COVID is not considered an emergency situation. We did an amendment, so under Navajo law it is, but again, we're using federal funds, we have to comply with federal procurement. So the information that I was given was not sufficient to conclude that an emergency procurement was justified. The second issue, and I discussed this with OMB, OOC, and Tom Platero at the FRF office, was the idea of when to use a services contract, when to use a sub-recipient agreement. And in the tax and finance unit, we determined that it would be appropriate to use a sub-recipient agreement in that instance. The Assistant Attorney General was out of the office, so I was covering for him. So I was the decision maker at that time. Obviously, I have a new job and I'm no longer the decision maker over there. So I don't know if there has been advice to the contrary. But that is certainly a discussion that the Veterans Administration, Controller's Office, OOC, and the FRL office needs to have with DOJ. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So with that, I'll go back to Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval.
Okay, thank you, members of the committee and chair. I just also wanted to add to that. As we look at all this stuff, we want to make sure that we're not going to be repaying any of this money after this is all over. So we want to make sure every I is dotted, every T is crossed. And when we were looking at the contract, and I don't know if Sparrow can verify or discount, some of the custom homes are up in the price range of $400,000, $500,000, and $600,000. And that's not acceptable. We got to get as many homes out as we can. In my previous meeting with the committee last week or earlier, when we agreed that Sparrow was going to come in and make a presentation, I mentioned to you that should these things have to be rewritten or redone, we were going to do it super expeditiously is what I'm meaning. But Sparrow also had the opportunity to be a part of the a vendor, a bidder or whatever. I did mention that to the committee that if it's opened back up to that point, we will move it very, very fast with DOJ, OMB. I have these family meetings. Family meetings are OMB, DOJ, OOC to move things quickly, and we can do that. And again, to everybody's point, we want to get as many homes built, but we want as many homes that are cost effective, that are sufficient for the veterans, that are going to put that roof over their head with electricity, with water, with all the amenities, but not at the $600,000 price, not at the $500,000 price. So that's all I wanted to add. And if whichever direction we go, we will move it expeditiously, and whichever direction we go, Sparrow, if it's open back up, we'll have the opportunity to give us pricing again. And if I understand correctly, Ms. Baldwin, was there some discussion with Sparrow about the existing homes at the current price where some rewrites it would come down in some cases drastically? The existing prices that we're working with now? They're telling us that they can bring that down. So all of this in play, we're just trying to watch out for the best interests of the funding, especially this administration, and I'm sure now Michigan Council does not want to be faced with anything in a couple of years having to repay any of these funds. So that's my comment.
Mr. McCabe?
Just a couple quick comments. First off, I'd like to work with DOJ as mentioned by Ms. Lowell. My background, if you don't know it, I've been doing this for 25 years. And I do audits all over Indian country. Frankly, this is the first time I've heard that a contract like this would be considered a subrecipient. So I just think we need to get on the same page, because there may be a legal interpretation, but then there's also an audit interpretation that I think we just need to make sure we understand. Because if we're going to try and get ARPA funds out as quickly as we can, given the deadlines, I really don't want to get hung up in a back and forth with DOJ and OOC and everyone else. We just need to know what it is and why we're doing it. I'm not saying DOJ is wrong. This is honestly the first time I've seen that, but you can figure that out. Secondly, it's important to kind of echoing off of Chief of Staff's comments. I will say that in my last 3 weeks, I've had numerous meetings with our auditor, and I can tell you we have some ARPA related issues in the audit report. I can't disclose them now because they're not final yet. But as we all know, when, or as if you don't know, if we have ARPA-related findings, it could trigger an OIG review, which we don't necessarily want. We don't need to be afraid of it, but we just don't, we don't want it. So going forward into fiscal 24, we need to make sure that when we're putting down what it sounds like is a $1.2 billion left for Mr. Platero, we don't put ourselves at risk for any misstatement or risk for non-compliance, because that will be a black eye for us. So just, you know, let's keep that in mind as we're entertaining what will probably be a lot more of this type of discussion on contract, et cetera.
All right, thank you very much again. Do you want to?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just to address Chief of Staff Sandoval's comments on the cost of the togans, we initiated almost a year ago to the date a program to create this whole new design, because we were handed the Hogan design originally. That was given to us by the NNBA. So we were given the design and said, okay, you guys build this. And the costs and the amount of labor that goes into building that specific type of structure was just exorbitant. So as we were going along, I think it was June, in fact, we just internally said, this is just, it's really up there, and the cost. So why don't we come up with a new design? So that's what we undertook this initiative, and we brought that up in one of the meetings with the NNBA at the time, and we were told, just go ahead and shelve that. We're not going to utilize those square homes. We've been directed directly by the president that you're all new homes are going to be Hogan style. They're going to be octagonal. They're going to be Hogan. So put that on the shelf. We're not going to go that way. So now that the new administration's come in and Director Bobby came in and we met with her and Olin and we've dusted this off. We've created this new design, and the cost is significantly lower by going to a standard type of construction system. We've already gone out and we've gone to our vendors. The designs are modular. You can increase the size, you can decrease the size. And so anyway, we have it significantly more cost efficient, and we can get significantly more homes using a standard design on this thing. So we have brought that up. We gave some numbers to the director, Baldwin, and so they have initial numbers on this. So it's very cost efficient. It's very competitive right now the way it is. So we just need to go forward and say, let's go with this, and we can solidify those numbers.
I was waiting for Chief to put the individual on mute. Chief?
Again, with this open discussion now, and it's unfortunate I have to come here to be entertained, but I think we'd be happy to sit down and let's talk about this new design. Let's talk about the less cost. Let's talk about the multiple new homes we can deploy out there. I mean, again, we're already through a process here, and the whole one design or the octagon design, that wasn't this administration. So we're coming in and we're directing more homes for more veterans, and to the Honorable George Polk. That's what we want to do. We want to serve the veterans, but as many as we can. All of our agency people are out making sure, working with our office to let's locate these veterans. Let's make sure that we know for sure. So again, our Mr. James, we're willing to sit down and talk with them.
All right. So that completes the question that Honorable Vice Chair Simonson had raised. And so going down the listing for request to speak, next person in line is Honorable Max Begay. Shade?
Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, thank you to the chair for giving me the time, and my constituents there in the Fifth Council, and our legislative staff. and the guests in the room there, and then the presenters here. Talking about the veterans here, just listening in and listening to you all bouncing around. You know, that really saddens me, because we are doing this to our own veterans. And I will always voice my concern for the veterans. The reason being is that, you know, I had a brother that was in the 82nd Airborne that I always say, he never got a home, and his kids are still without a home. So, and living in Western Navajo Agency, you know, it's really hard to get the services we need out here. So, with you all saying what you're saying, if you go off the reservation, we have a lot of people that volunteers just to build homes for veterans. Companies that come in that will build like 5 homes just like that. And us Navajos, we're not like that. We always want to get paid. We don't want to do volunteer service or anything like that. With that being said, you know, we have veterans. I have like about 12 that are homeless out here, that are just living with their siblings and their families. And I have some that are disabled that are still trying to make a living with what they have, and their homes are, you know, it's not in good condition. So we need to stop bouncing things around and be there for our veterans like we say we want to be there for our veterans. We need more than 2 homes completed. We have more veterans out there than to spending money on just 1 home. We need to stretch that money, whatever we got, because we're not going to get it again like ARPA. So please work together. And I have a gentleman from out here in the Western Agency that wants to throw his hat in for manufacturing homes. And I saw his work. And he wants to do it for the veterans. And, you know, I'm supporting him 100%. And I'm behind him because I know he's going to do it. And he's coming home to do that. He's been out off the reservation for so long. So people like that, you know, they have the heart to help our veterans like that. So please work together. And it just sounds like a big dispute between our own intergovernmental contract agreements and between departments. I know a lot of you are probably new, but we need to understand one another and be upfront with one another. So that's what I want to share with you guys, and thank you for listening. And back to you, Chair Cecilia HEHSC, for giving me the time.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much. With that, I'll move down the listing. Honorable Holt, and then after Honorable Holt, it will be Honorable Ganita.
Thank you, Chair, members of the HEHSC committee, also the presenter, and also the staff here. It seems like we're going to delay some projects to happen. And we're still doing hard enough that we're doing. I just wanted to say to the administration, put yourself in that veteran situation there. And we promised things, and now we can go. There's got to be a way. I don't see why you're against these contracts here. There's already in place. What could you negotiate? Having continued it. As long as we get a house out there. That's the matter. So now you have people running around wanting to introduce another company, which is even Southwest. It's gonna take time, and my to me, we don't want to. I don't understand why we're following this housing project so long. You know, it should have been continued. Women's church funds. We should continue with this. We always run into this problem. People want to do their way. So we need to sit down and talk together. People in the therapies contract and do this. All the work, you know. How can we trust? So means like people can hire another company. Say they're doing the same things from happening. We're gonna have to go down the line or across the field. Getting okay with DOJ. So that bothers me. And I don't see that. I don't want to go back today and tell them as a veteran statement. We're going to do in the contract and hire some more contractor and all that, you know, the lake. So I would ask the administration, please come together, give us the good word, how you can present, how you can make a decision with this. And that's what I want to hear. And if you prolong, then the veterans can be managed. My concern is veterans staying health. How long are we going to give a hard time for the veterans? A lot of these veterans come to veterans houses. They quit because you have to tell them, hey, you got to fill all this out here. No, you're not eligible. That's why they quit coming to us, coming to administration, coming to the knowledge nation. They quit on us. And now we're having veterans meeting at the chapter. Nobody comes because the budget. Help and build house. So somehow we got to turn around and believe in ourselves that we can do something for the veterans. So it is that bothers me. So I hope the administration, one housing, can stop. But if we stop, then the process is going to be waiting again. So if I'm not actually please let's come together, build some houses. I just want to express my concern. And again, thank you for building houses for our veterans. Everything costs. Even when we come down here, it costs wear and tear, gasoline, and a lot of our kids are living in border town. They pay more than that. So we have Joe told me really need a job. I'd say they found some cases. So I just wanted to say, hey, come together, work together, build some homes. I don't care what type of creative and when I'm was staff, we don't have to, like I said before, we don't have to come this far and get an answer. So I just wanted to share that again. Let's start building houses for veterans. Okay, let's share.
Just not much honorable talk for those comments. With that, I will be moving on to Honorable Curtis Benito. Honorable Yanito.
Yes, can you hear?
Yes, we can. Another. Honorable Yunito.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
But anyway, I have questions here. When the Sparrow Group first contracted this Veterans Fund, I believe it was like $17 million. Was there any kind of charge like a administration cost right off the top? That'll be my first question. My second question would be commission on completion of houses. Is this nonprofit organization charge those fees? And then my third question would be your engineering design. Was there 3 quotes involvement for the design? And is this part of the cost for accounts payable that you're asking for? I believe that we have a new administration that should take over all this responsibility on priorities and accounts payable, and let them handle it with the controller, not the chief of staff. This is kind of getting to be like a circus. So please work together. This is the veterans fundings that we're dealing with. Those would be my questions to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. With that, in response to his question, Don.
It was really hard, very hard to hear him. It's kind of inaudible and wasn't really clear on some of the questions he was asking.
Yes, an administrative cost.
Something was on an administrative cost on the contract. There was no, it was a straight contract amount. There was no administrative cost to take off on the top of it or anything like that. So that would be an answer to that question. As far as the design fees for the new bills, that was something that we were discussing with the NMBA. Is that the other question?
I believe it was.
There was one more, but it was very inaudible.
There's a commission.
Yes.
For the house.
No, no commission at the end of the houses. There was nothing like that either. The contract is strictly contract, and the money is only used for the builds, for the remodelizations of the homes that can be remodeled, or the new homes built. That's strictly what that money is being used for.
Okay, all right, and thank you for answering the question for Honorable Yanito. Moving down the listing, Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yes, thank you to the chair and then to the Sparrow for being here in person to present the information to us and to our veterans organization within your respective positions. So I think there is a clear indication of the lack of communication that exists with all parties present. So if I can ask all parties present to identify who is the point of contact prior to departing from this presentation, so that we as HEHSC also understand if there are any miscommunications to a certain party, it's been declared and identified here who that individual is, so that we don't hear statements such as, this is new to me and we're in this space. And for me, I think personally, we're far beyond transition. We're 5 months into this position. I think that's ample time for us to identify and assume our roles and responsibilities on behalf of our veterans, who at the end of the day are still waiting while this miscommunication and this clarity needs to occur. between the division as well as its parties. And I think that's why this is a fine example of how many of our external businesses don't want to do business with navigation, simply because of these reasons. And it's very unfortunate, but us as policymakers, I think we have a full understanding of that and doing what we can on the legislative side. But unfortunately, at this point, when it comes to ARPA or any of the budgets that are outlined for our community members, that they're faced with these types of challenges. And so oftentimes many of our external businesses will just say, hey, we've done business with you before, so no, thank you, we're done with that. Unfortunately, that's the case in many instances. So the other thing I wanted to identify and make a request to the Navajo Nation Veteran Administration's offices. Once you clarify and cleared all of the unknowns and all of the miscommunications, and everything is starting to project forward, and we as HEHSC see a timeline of when we start to see things progress. We certainly don't want to be here in another month, bringing all parties together, because it's unfortunate. You're delaying time. And for me, with many of our meetings, I ask for the timeline. And the reason I ask for timeline is because I want to also be an additional support or a resource to help move things along quickly. And I understand, I've worked with the Navajo Nation for over 5 years, so I have an understanding of what I've when these things happen. And so that's why as a policymaker now, I am in a role to help move things along if need be. So that's why I've asked for the projected timeline moving forward. And I just wanted to make those comments and requests at this time, Chair James. I like that.
So with that, I will go over to Dawn. I can go to you since you are on the agenda as provided the presentation, then I'll go back to Bobby Ball.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your comments as well. I am the point of contact on this project going from day one forward and everything in between. I have business cards I can leave for everybody's information and I can provide any kind of information that they need. So I am the point of contact and anything comes to me and I will disseminate to the team. As far as a timeline, when we had a Zoom meeting with Bobby and Olin on March 2nd, in discussions of the 125 list that need to be completed so expeditiously. We gave them a timeline at max 3 months. That once we received the answers and directives that we needed from the questions that we had on those open items on that list. But today we haven't received those yet. So now we're already 3 months into this. As soon as I can receive those numerous requested answers to the questions that we need to complete the 125 list, I can have that, I can give you that timeline. And I mean, virtually again, I'm going to tell you if I get it today, I can have it completed within a 3 month period, and that's the max. It could be done less depending on what those directive decisions are on who stays on the list and who's taken off the list. And I can fine tune that. I just need those answers to be able to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, delegates, with regards to the point of contact, I would be the point of contact. And with regards to the timeline, we can get that timeline and I'll work with Dawn and we can get that squared away very latest noon tomorrow.
Does that answer your question? It does. Okay. Moving on down the listing, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you again, Chair James. I want to sit here thinking, and I would like to recommend. I know you said, I know that ARPA is a priority, there's a hard deadline on that. But as I'm hearing, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that any contracts that are come out of ARPA may take time again. And so what, going back and supporting and our business here, when you're on a momentum and you're moving, you want to stay in that movement. And so since the money is there, it's available, it's a matter of, and you can correct me, Ms. Baldwin, as you're saying, there's a lift that's lost somewhere, but I'm certain we can piece that back together. let's continue the work. You know, the ARPA funds contracts can happen when they need to. I don't know how long that's gonna take. And I don't see any reason we should stall and wait for that. We should continue, once you're on that momentum of building, you need to stay on that momentum. It's hard when somebody stops you and then it's like starting all over again. And I think I would recommend that. And that's, you know, we can get the homes built. Because when ARPA does become available, we're gonna be flooded. It's gonna, so while we can get work done now, let's just do it. And then, yes, then we'll get to ARPA when those contracts are in place. But let's continue building with, according to the current contract. And let's piece that, I mean, I think, I'm correct in speaking for all of us that we're here to support. However, whatever kind of support you need to get this list going again, to get, you know, the list to these folks so they can get the homes going again. So that would be my recommendation. The second thing that I just need clarification on is with the NTUA issue. So, so there was a comment that the young lady made about how that you were all supposed to be responsible for getting the family to go to NTUA to make application. And I don't know that, just clarify for me whether you put that on as a responsibility or is it in NBA's responsibility? Clearly it's a homeowner's responsibility, but sometimes people need help. So like who said they would take that responsibility?
I can answer that. Yes, thank you. The NNBA was taking on that responsibility of providing the letters to the homeowners for them to present at the NTUA office. We also spoke with the homeowners when they were on site to remind them, hey, did you get your letter? You need to go set up your account. So we were helping on both ends, but it was, the letter was to come from the NNBA to the homeowner.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments, committee members? Honorable Toll.
Chair, if I'm in order, I can be the directive that we need to still work contract. Because we don't want to stop. Whatever needs to be done, we need to work instead of the scheme done. It can harm the contract. So if I can, if I'm in order, I wanted to make that recommendation. With the directive to the administration, does body have authority to do that?
Yeah, Honorable Toll, I will go ahead and go to our legal counsel for a response.
Thank you, Chair, members of the HEHSC committee. So the delegates can make directives requesting coordination, requesting that the executive branch take certain actions, but whether or not to continue a contract is outside the scope of what the committee can give a directive for. The decision to terminate a contract or not rests with who signed the contract, which in this case is the executive branch. The branch chief for the executive branch obviously is the president. So it's not a legislative matter that we can just issue a directive to take some kind of action. It's a function of contract law.
Thank you. Honorable Toll.
Okay, let's go this route then. I will make a directive. Any changes why they decide. We need to hear from the executive staff, see if we can work together. I'm not trying to, be a dictator, so I just want their answer, if they can continue, why are they not in their contract, so those ends on. This recommendation that they can continue this work together, so. Okay.
Thank you. Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval?
Again, I concur with legal counsel and we're gonna make decisions in the best interest of time and the best interest of the value of the dollar and the best interest of the veterans. So, and we will be happy to keep the oversight posted on all those decisions.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sometimes I just know after Sandoval, when he wants to speak up, and really give him that position, and he doesn't even have to raise his hand or anything to be noticed. So thank you, Mr. Sandoval, again, Chief of Staff. Are there any other questions, committee members? Any other questions, committee members? Just really quickly, Mr. Sandoval.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Keone and Ms. Baldwin. I think the message was indicated during the campaign season. Really briefed by our president, Lou Nygren. I want to teach that. I want to teach this job. That was the key word that was emphasized. Taking the notification, change all this. Quietly. Advantage, Jahidi, Nanch, Adole, Nanis, Adole, Adolf, the Eastern, that was during the campaign trail. A Yo Benashni, but after that is seeking Asian or Benashni, so could all Paban, so case so little. But Ella, so thank you. So thank you very much. Again, I would recommend that you all go over to office of President, Vice President. And start discussing and see what you guys can do for now for veterans, since you guys are all here now. So that would be my recommendation.
We've extended that invitation and we'll begin discussion.
Okay. Again, so with that, we do have a motion that was made by Honorable Toth, and then second made by Vice Chair Simonson to accept the report. The drawing questions, committee members. I will call for both roll call vote. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito.
I vote green.
Honorable Toth. Green. Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Vice Chair.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nez again.
Green.
Thank you. With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. I can have thank you. Thank you, and let's all move on our agenda. Thank you for dinner.
Thank you very much.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, moving on to item B. Which is reports. And that is the Net College and National Technical University. I do believe we have Dr. Russell here. And then earlier I saw Dr. Guy. I don't know if Dr. Guy and Mr. Winnie went to lunch. So we do have Dr. Guy here as well. And then we also have the intern superintendent of the net education, Ms. Cognia Edgewater, that's present. And then we also have Sean Payton,
How are you doing? Too bad.
and I believe we have Mr. Robert Willie, that is on the call. And then also Mr. Dominic Yall, that is also on the call. So with that, presenters on the agenda and how the agenda was approved was regarding issues, overall review, overall, there was the Net Higher Education Grant Fund, the Now Nation Council Resolution, the CJY 41.2, status of the distribution from the fund and the governmental accounting for the funds. So those were the issues, and that will be your presentation to be completed to the Health Education and Human Service Committee this afternoon. Again, presenters, thank you for being here. then thank you for bringing other individuals, to be part of the presentation. So with that, are there, any questions from any of the presenters? If there is no question from any of the presenters, we'll go ahead and have you, do your brief introduction. After your brief introduction, I will go ahead and have the time start, for your 20 minutes presentation. Maybe we can start from here, from the east.
We can go ahead and start, if you don't mind, Chair, who can start with the name college, and so that way.
Okay.
What we're just.
Just a real quick.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, members of the committee, staff, and guests. My name is Monty Russell, and I'm the president of the Net College. Kiani Nishla, Monty Clan of Scotland, Bushes Sheen Shache out of German Chanela, and Senecana Denesha. That.
Yeah, I'm Elmer Guy. Don't the end Shenigi and this edit up by my disguise a bassisting. So Hetlin Bassanale, Aro Torichi, Bassiche, and I'm president of Navatek University.
Oh, yeah, good afternoon, Claudia Edgewater, Jay, my dishes, and ship with the low button, and that's just being hard to shoot the shape of with the name sunshine. I'm the acting superintendent for Department of Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Alicia Davis. Totally initially, I am in front of the office specialist with the Department of Education and Administration.
Okay, with that, thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and start your. I believe we have Ms. Carter here too. You want to introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah, it's actually, actually, Crystal, Karen Chester, she's been mentioned, so be for the machine, because the time that she goes, kind of thing, that she know.
Thank you. Ms. Bernal.
Mr. Chair, really properly speaking, these reasons, we did receive a test from this girl's grant. These are test, attending a federal, I think, budget meeting. And that's why we can't be here, but she was gonna try to be on Zoom.
All right, then, thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and begin your 20 minutes. To provide your presentation again, the issues that are on the agenda. The higher education grant fund, the resolution CJY 41.20, the status of the distribution from the funds and the governmental accounting for the funds. Those are the issues that you will be presenting on. So your 20 minutes begins now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'll be brief in terms of, and to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak to those items. I think what we're looking at right now is that we have a situation that both myself and President Guy at NTU are facing, and that is at least, and I'll just speak to Net College, for last year, 22, we did not receive any of our funding of the 4.7 million that was set up and identified within the Higher Education Act. It is a set aside. And so we do have some questions about that, but I think the biggest point here is how do we try to come to terms in terms of how to move forward. We're not here to point blame. We're past that. I mean, we're talking about a year without funding right now. I do think it just happened to fall through the cracks at a certain time where two individuals that know the processes retired, and it just was in between. So with that said, I think what we're looking at is how do we try to rectify this going forward in terms of ensuring that we get funding. And in terms of this year, we have not received funding either for Q1 or Q2. We have submitted the invoices. We did submit the invoices during the 22 year. And so that's where we are in a nutshell, is trying to find how do we try to receive the funding. It has had a negative impact on us. We have not been able to do certain projects that we wanted to. We had funding, A&E, set aside to do A&E work where we just received $10 million, but we had planned for a new Winter Rock Center. We have a building going up that we got funding for from the state of Arizona also. We have not been able to do some of those types of funding. We put that money towards, we've covered the costs and we made all of the our budget objectives going forward. I think what we're looking at right now, in terms of the resolution, there are some things that we can talk about in detail, but I don't know if we want to get bogged down. I think initially what we're looking at is how do we get the funding situation rectified from 22, because 4.7 million for Diné College, that's a hefty sum. We are offering free tuition to all of our students. That comes at a cost. And so I think those types of funding actually would help us to be able to move forward. I think the other part that we're looking at is making sure one of the issues that came up was that in terms of this year, we were told is that there was no contract in place. Well, we've signed that contract, and so that no longer is an issue. It ended, I guess, in September 30th of last year. So right now, that situation is not the reason. But again, that's not the reason for the lack of funding that Diné College has received. We've had invoices submitted. There was a contract in place at the time. So now what we've been told is that we need to go back for supplemental funding, which we have a question about that because our money is on set aside. And so we don't understand why those funds were reverted back to the general fund. If it's on set aside and if we've submitted invoices. So there's questions that we're trying to find. I think the biggest thing that we're looking at right now is that can come later. How do we try to move forward quickly and expeditiously in order to regain that funding that we have? And I'll stop there and allow Dr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to all members of the committee. I'd just like to add that the funds that we have been receiving, it comes off the top from the nomination funds, like the permanent trust fund. So the monies that we're talking about is taken off, and then whatever's left over, then those are distributed to the 3 branches of our government. Usually for the week, that's done in September, and the council approved these monies last year. And then we wait. They don't give us a contract until January many times. Sometimes we had to go to our council delegates and ask them to get a directive so that they could expedite that award. It's been an experience like that. It's always delayed. And so we've been submitting, as President Russell said, that we've been submitting our invoices thinking that, well, they'll get to it. They haven't gotten to it over a year now. So we've been submitting our progress reports. When we make a request, we have part of it is we present our goals on how to use these monies. We have objectives. So we've been submitting our reports as well as our reimbursement requests for expenditures. So these are all on cost reimbursable basis. So we've spent the money. It would just need to be reimbursed. Thank you, members of the committee.
Good morning, President Russell and President Guy, and members of the HEHSC committee and online listeners and people who are in here today as well. So evidently what we're looking for, what is being suggested or recommended, is to be able to cover the cost of the amount that is outstanding, and they have a carryover. But right now, let me go ahead and turn the floor over to say that she's the one who's overseeing the grants, and the part of the Department of Education. She oversees the grants in the areas of Diné College, National College, and so we have 2 other areas too that she oversees as well. So I'll give the floor to her.
Okay, so to address some of their concerns that were brought up from Dinak College and Navajo Technical University. I know they were indicating that they haven't been reimbursed for their this fiscal year FY 2023 reimbursements for first and second quarter. So currently, right now, the first and second quarter for both Dinak College and Navajo Technical University, all the paperwork has been completed on our end. And they have been submitted to the Office of the Controller. So those reimbursements are currently in process right now. So they're pending right now at the controller. The previous fiscal years for FY 22, those are going to be, I'm currently going over all the reimbursements right now and working with the their finance departments to ensure that all of their invoices are correct. And I know we're going back and forth on some of these to make sure everything is correct, because I want to make sure that these documents are submitted and processed the first time, instead of it going back and forth between Dodie and these colleges and the controller's office. So I'm trying to get it corrected the first time. So I know for Navajo Technical University, I have been able to go through all their invoices for FY 2022. So I believe we have gotten majority of the corrections made on those invoices. So I'm going to start processing those for reimbursement. I know that we may not be able to cover the full cost because there was the issues that happened with the supplemental funding with the grant not being put in place during FY 2022. Because I know it did not meet the deadline for both Dinak College and NTU. That's where we ran into the issues of them being short on funds. And I know there's going to be supplemental requests going in for both of them. And so for our plan of action right now is we have the process started for the supplemental funding request. We have gathered the appendix K, the supplemental proposal summary for both Dinak College and Navajo Technical University. And we've also compiled the budget forms for these. The only two things that we do need is the memorandums from OMB and OOC, which would be Dominic Biel and Robert Willie. The second one would be, we would need sponsors for legislation.
So moving back, Mr. Chair, is that evidently, like I said, there's a bill, an outstanding bill, and every year it's like trying to catch up. So they're using the previous year to try to pay for your outstanding from last year. So right now, how much is your deficit? Do you guys know offhand for Dinak College and for NTU? I think it's 3 point.
Or it's 3.5 for the first 3 quarters, and then 1.75 was rolled forward is what I think you're talking about. So
Yes.
those two combined would be, so, yeah,
Right. And then that's million.
yes.
And then for,
I think ours is 1.2, I believe, and then
2.1 million.
2.1.
2.1 million supplemental grant request for NTU, and then for Dinak College, their supplemental request amount is going to be $3,525,000. $3,525,000 with the total for both supplemental funding requests for Dinak College and NTU would be $5,625,000. And that would be to request for the supplemental funding from FY 2021 to cover those costs.
and at this point, it won't go away until it's out, until it's paid. So every year, I think it's always gonna occur more, so we're trying to close out the year, and so that's why we're suggesting, it be forward for, is it fund?
Forward funding.
Yeah,
Can I add to that?
Maybe we can give some time to Sean.
Okay.
Mr. McCabe, I'll set you on the agenda as well to provide an overview of the grant funds? Yeah, actually, I would probably defer, Robert Willie, I should be on, and he prepared a spreadsheet that we were gonna go over. So if Robert's there, and then I'll comment as he goes through it. Mr. Robert Willie, we'll give you some time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie, County Manager, Office of the Controller, General Accounting Section. So thank you for the time. I did send out a spreadsheet for the higher education set asides as of May 2023. So if you noticed, Dene College has a revised budget of 5.8, and the whole amount of 5.8 is actually encumbered. So I'm assuming the contract is set for that one. Crown Point Institute of Technology has 7.5 in the revised budget. 2 million of it has been paid out, and $5.5 million is still pending within the encumbrances. So it looks like the contract was set up for that one. And the other part that's remaining from the set aside is the scholarship fund. And it looks like there's they got 3.5 in their amount. They've spent 1.9, and they have a remaining amount of 1.5, which still needs to be expended. So going back to FY 2022, I'm not sure if all the funds had been encumbered by year end. These accounts appear to be within the general fund under the grant, I guess, division. So the way the account numbers are set up, these are actually grants. So the responsible entities should set these grants up and have them encumbered, so that way they carry over year to year. When I looked up in the system who was responsible for some of these grants, for Dene College, it was Office of Management and Budget. And for Crown Point Institute of Technology, it was Office of Management and Budget. And then for the scholarship, it was Scholarship Office. I don't know if that has changed, but within the FMIS, that is who is assigned to these business units. But it sounds like Scholarship or Dene Education is starting to take the lead in that. And I do know that there had been some individuals that did retire, and that might have caused this delay, unfortunately. So that's my report, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Dr. Russell?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of elaborate and clarify a point that interim superintendent made, and that is one of the things going forward that we're asking for, and that could be in the legislation, but is in order to fix this, is to be able to be forward funded. You know, so rather than be a cost reimbursement, that the grant will be upfront. And, you know, we're required to be audited every year. And so there is that oversight there, but that would be a way to keep from this happening again as we go forward. I just want to kind of elaborate on that, that comment that was made by Ms. Edgewater. Yes, that's
okay. So, Mr. Willie, do you have any other presentation?
No, that was it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we still have 3 minutes left. You guys want to make any other comments?
I'd just like to add, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we receive some money from the Bureau of Indian Education, and those are forward funded. And so forward funding as a way to resolve our funding issue, I think that'd be a good way to, a good option. Thank you.
Also, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I can add to that. So in lieu of all of this, and this process is not something that just happened overnight. This has been a multi-year funding process that's been taking place, and the glitch has been, you know, different change of personnel and nobody not being able to attain those responsibilities and carry out those roles of the grantees, between the grantees and the Department of Education. However, plan of action as far as like the gentleman that mentioned earlier, we've accomplished this year to have the multi-grant agreement process. April 2023 of this year, Diné College now has a number assigned to them, so is Navajo Technical University. They do have a contract number that's been provided and established to them as well. So another thing as far as the action plan is reimbursement process. Like Ms. Davis had mentioned, that will be the first and second quarters in process for Diné College, and then Navajo Technical University. The first and second quarter reimbursement is still pending at the OOC as well. So in lieu of this is asking for supplemental funding requests as an amount of 5.6 million. But according to this, to complete this, we would, as far as in our office within education, we have completed the Appendix K supplemental funding proposal summary. The budget forms have been completed. We just need a memo from OMB and OOC, and then a sponsor can sponsor this to move forward as well. So, and then I'll have Ms. Davis add to that as well.
I know, when we're processing all of these reimbursements, because I know there's a lot of outstanding balances for both of these colleges. One thing I want to know is OOC going to prioritize these reimbursements when they're being submitted, or are they gonna sit there for months at a time before reimbursements are even processed? Will this be prioritized there?
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with that, that does complete the presentation. Committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Dr. Nez. Do I have a second? Made by Honorable Toth. Committee members, in regards to the presentation that was provided to us, I think one of the lingering question is in regards to the fall of 2022 payment. And how are we going to move forward with that? Do you have any recommendations, Mr. Robert Willie?
Mr. Chair, could you repeat the question, please?
So we have some outstanding invoices that have not been paid from 2022. And whatever the reason is, there's probably many of them, many excuses at this point. But what do you recommend that we do moving forward to get that payment to our institution, the Diné College and Navajo Technical University?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like the education is going to do a supplemental, and I'm assuming that's what's going to cover the prior invoices. Once the appropriation is secured, the invoices should be submitted. I'm not sure what the supplemental documents look like. If they could send a Schedule K in the budget to myself, I can get the memo with which they're describing, and then also send that to Office of Management and Budget. But once that's all secured and finalized, the invoices should be sent across. Maybe considering the funding, forward funding, which was described also, would help alleviate this, but that would depend on what the committee would think and the council, and the responsible entity, which I guess would be education at this point. And I don't see a problem with forward funding. I think a lot of it would alleviate this problem of encumbering. And if they do get the audit, maybe make that a provision of what needs to be submitted at the end of the year, whenever their audits are completed, in order to comply with the grant. Those are my suggestions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Don, thank you, Don, Mr. Willie. The question is that invoices that were submitted are now prior year expense. And the fiscal year has ended. And that payment cannot be made. Can we get a recommendation from you?
Mr. Chair, so that's where I'm not sure if the funding is there. It was described that the funding had lapsed. I'm not sure if this is a part of the funds that did lapse. If it is, then that supplemental would take that place and it should be able to cover those prior year expenses. But if it did get encumbered, that funding should have carried across and it should be able to be paid with what's encumbered at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willett. Again, so going back to the spreadsheet that you provided, the encumbered column, you have over $11 million sitting there. And so you're telling me you can't verify to see if the prior year expense is encumbered on your system?
Mr. Chair, I don't have the actual contract, so I don't know what the term covers for those encumbrances at this point right now.
Mr. McKay, can we get somebody on the line that can maybe just look at the screen and see if this prior year expense was encumbered?
Yeah.
Mr. McKay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at this point, I need to talk with Robert. One of the things that I understand of this whole process is part of the, I guess it was the Appropriations Act. It doesn't allow carry forward, which I'm not really sure why that's the way it is, but not questioning the law or the act. What I think we need to do is go back and see. We can make this a #1 priority. We can do it right away. Then I'll come back with a recommendation, because if it is in fact something that has to do with a prior year that should have really in normal circumstances carried forward to the current year, then I'll come back with a recommendation on approving that to get this money out. There really should be no, I mean, this is just another example of how this is complicated, and it shouldn't be this complicated. I mean, this is simple grant accounting. It's not, but I think we've somehow got our wires twisted here. And let me just assure the committee and the members present that I'll work with Robert to get this put through as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dominic Vial, you're still on the line. Do you have any comments in regards to the presentation?
Mr. Chair.
We can hear you now. The floor is yours.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and representatives from Navajo Tech, Dene College, and everyone else listening in on the call. In the prior years, OMB had more of a role in providing technical assistance to all of the involved parties in these Navajo Fund grant matters. But over the years, we've been stepping back so that the respective divisions, in this case, it's division of in education, is the division or department that takes over the responsibility. So, as someone has said, with the onset, unfortunately, of the pandemic, it really disrupted normal business. So, and then a number of individuals and a number of offices all moved on, meaning they left their jobs. And that set of factors complicated everything so that all of these matters got delayed, which is why the grant award, the grant agreements weren't drawn up ahead of time or in time to get it done and executed before the fiscal year ran. So So at that time now, finally, my understanding is you're working, as you're hearing from Doty and then the controller's office. They've gotten the 22 agreements in place and are going through the invoices now in order to make payment. And the 23 agreements will be set up soon. I know we signed off on them a few weeks ago. So now on the supplementals that have been mentioned, like Mr. Willie mentioned, we haven't seen those budget packets yet. So, and I believe it's the superintendent who's mentioning that they would eventually need a review memo by controller's office as well as OMB. That's true, and we can do it, assuming that it's going to be put into legislation, which would be the next step if in fact a supplemental is ready. So those are my additional remarks and comments from OMB. And otherwise, we'll just do our best to help everyone to get this dealt with correctly and appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you again, Mr. Bial. Mr. McKay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that, I guess if just hearing Mr. Bial's comments, I might suggest then, it sounds like maybe COVID delays played a part in this. And if that's the case, then I would suggest that we draft resolution to allow, if this is a function of a lapse, then we drop some kind of resolution that allows this to move over and we can get it processed right away. What I don't want happening is money like this being stuck because of a prior year delay. You know, that doesn't, it just, I mean, really honestly, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm just saying, let's figure out a solution and get these monies in where they should be. Because we really shouldn't be holding up. We really honestly shouldn't be holding up funds that were designated for this type of purpose. And if my understanding is right, it reverts to the general fund, which I don't think that's even, I don't think that's, I mean, I don't know, I'll have to look at the process, but I don't even know if we can do that, to be honest with you. So let's just, I mean, I would say, give me a chance to meet with Robert and Dominic if we need to, and then if this is what it sounds like, then let's draft some sort of resolution to be approved and just move these last funds over. I know it'll be in contradiction, maybe legislative council can comment on it. It may be in contradiction to that last rule, but these monies shouldn't be stuck, especially for an admin or a COVID related. That would be my suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKay. Then do find out what are encumbered with that funding. I don't know if it's part of that, but I guess you'll find that and then forward that information to our staff, Ms. Benali. And then from there, you can CC the college and interview, and then Doty. So that we were all on the same page, plus our legal counsel here, plus committee members, that we were all on the same page when we're thinking that knowing, understanding for this topic is going to be going through. I know it makes it really hard, but for me, it's just like, you know, I mean, it's just a simple process that should have taken, and it should have occurred, and we wouldn't be sitting here discussing it. And when you start reviewing and start reading the legislation, to me, it's just like, why can't we just give it directly to the two institutions? That amount of money that's indicated in the legislation, just give it to them. Why have them go through the bureaucracy issues that we have within our internal government? I mean, it's specified under the first legislation of the CJY 4112, which was initially signed by Ben Shelley, and then at the time was Speaker Nays. And then there was another one that was done after that, amending that CJY 4112, which is the CJY 45-17, which was signed by Russell Brigade, and then at the time, Speaker Bates. So I don't know what else to say, but if you can provide us that information update, that would be very helpful, but that's just me. Maybe I need to make that amendment if the legislation goes through, that it just goes directly to the institution. Why have them deal with over officers? So that would be something interesting to talk about, that being in low, we'll probably have a discussion on it. But it'll be interesting. So with that, I believe Dr. Nez did have a question, comment, and then honorable vote. So that would be the lineup for the time being. Dr. Nez?
Yes, thank you, Chair, to the college as well as into Department of Education for coming before HEHSC on this. I know when we had met regarding the issue, it was something that I also thought should have been just very easily done. And at the time, of course, I also gave you my commitment to sponsor the legislation to access the supplemental funding, but to also create the task force so that we're able to amend CJY 4112. And that way funding is automatically allocated. And to my colleagues here on HEHSC, I think one of the reasons that it makes sense to do forward funding is throughout the projected years, the trend shows that both NTU and EC have received just similar amounts throughout the last many years that we've been receiving these funds. So in essence, it would just make sense to forward funding, granted that you receive just about the similar amounts that you have been receiving at your respective institutions. And the other thing that I also want to acknowledge is that I have shared this since learning about it with former acting controller Elizabeth Begay. I have shared this with Robert Willey. I've also shared this with Mr. McCabe. And these funds, in addition to Phoenix Indian Center, which of course is another contract, and of course I've been keeping in touch with the Department of Education so that we understand where the refinement needs to happen in order for this legislation to be complete. And this is my first time seeing this, and I have been waiting for this for months. And again, I don't understand why information like this is not shared properly, because I'm getting access one way or the other. And when they're not shared for us to move these legislations forward, then that stalls not only our respective institutions here, but our students who attend these colleges and universities. And so Mr. Bial is also online, who I have also CC'd on a number of items as well. Like, I don't understand how and what form of communication you want me to use. I'm happy to show to your office in person to ask. I'm happy to share email, which I have done. I'm happy to do word of mouth again, which I have done in the past with budget and finance committee meetings, catching you guys at those meetings, verbally telling you guys in person. Again, the delay that the Navajo Nation and the delay that certain personnel cause for our students, our community members, is baffling to me. So I'm not sure how the folks who are online want to proceed, because these are questions that I've been asking all of our agents on and on and on again, because by law, it seems that our respective institutions are entitled to those grant money. Whether that takes action for us to change laws so that they're allocated those funds. And when I went to the Tribal Community Budget Council in Washington, D.C., I also advocated for forward funding for JOM for those specific reasons, because like our institutions here, the higher education grant comes and is allocated to these institutions, and over the projected last decade or so, that those figures have been the same. And so I want to reiterate on record again that these questions have come before all acting interim controllers. I don't know what the intentions of the new administrations are on keeping a controller consistent with what is needed for us to, as lawmakers, for us to revise and amend accordingly so that our students and our people get the funds and the services that they receive. So again, I look forward to working with both institutions, not only on the sponsorship of legislation for the supplemental funding, but for the task force for us to reconvene on CJY 4112 to amend it so that forward funding is allocated. So I wanted to highlight those areas, Chair James, and thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Nez. With that, I'll give some time to our legal counsel.
Thank you, Chair, members of the HEHSC committee. So what Mr. McCabe said, yes, the key for me as a legislative drafter is to know where the funds lapsed into. And this, funnily enough, is something that I worked on when I was at DOJ. So everything I worked on is coming back to haunt me today. So in the fall of 2021, there was a meeting, I think it was only honestly, and I don't know who else was on the line. But my first question is, okay, the funds lapsed. Where did they lapse into? Because you have to tell me where they lapsed into, so I know what kind of legislation I need to write to get them out of wherever they lapsed. So I was told the UUSB. Easy peasy. We do those all the time. I know exactly what has to be done. So that's where we are. If they lapsed into the UUSB, we need a legislation for a UUSB appropriation. And Delegate Nez said we would be happy to sponsor any legislation. If it lapsed back into the grant fund, I gotta think about that a little bit more, but that's possibility to do legislation that way. As far as direct funding without a grant agreement, the issue there is that the colleges are not part of the Navajo Nation central government in the sense that they are not under one of the branches, judicial, legislative, executive. So that's where the grant agreement comes into place. Now, I'm not saying it has to be the invoice reverse. And I don't know if that's an accounting function or if that is something in the grant agreement, but the grant agreement is a template. So if it is in the grant agreement, that's something that we can discuss with OMB and OC to make changes to it. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Denali?
The only other one I think was mentioned was if it lapsed back into the general, well, not back, but into the general funds. With that,
no, that's UFB. The UFB is the general.
Okay. I just yeah.
Okay, Mr. McCabe?
Yes, I just reflect on council's comments. I would just say, we can get that answer pretty quickly where they reverted or lapsed to. And then I would also mention and working with her to if we need to amend, because grants can be amended pretty easily. I mean, at least my experience. So if in fact the grant is cost reimbursement basis, we can probably pretty easily amend it to be afford funded if that's what's most advantageous for all parties. So let me first get the answer on where the money is reverted to, and then start talking about how we can amend that grant to make sure this is avoided.
Thank you. Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I like to make a directive chair and also Dr. Nance, attorney, look into it. If it needs to do a legislation, there's no excuse, These kids don't need even they need money. It's like everybody else. So it shouldn't be happening. It's not being there. I would recommend process of these. so they can get their money as soon as possible. That would be my direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nolan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Department of Human Services team. I think that with the, we do look at the grant agreement, if it does stipulate like the, like an audit, that I believe that NTU and Diné College do go through their own individual audits, which are required by other federal funds that they do receive. So that should answer any kind of, accountability and transparency. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So a recommendation regarding, Honorable Toll and Honorable Dr. Nez. I think in order to expedite it and to figure out what is really going on, I think you are entitled to drop legislation from the time. As chair of HEHSC, I recommend you do it within the next 10 minutes, drop your document. Move forward with this. Just walk over there and do it now. And that's the only way. You always have that option. If needs gets resolved and situated, have payments have been made, then you just submit another form to withdraw the legislation. But that's the key that will start making people move. And that's the key that you have to jot down and write down, because when it comes to budget season, all of this stuff comes before us. And you bring up all of these accountabilities when it comes to budget seasons. When these departments, divisions, they start bringing their budgets to us, making those requests. So those are some vital key points that I like to share with you guys as well. So with that, going back to questions, comments that was made by Honorable Dr. Nez and Honorable Toll. Mr. McKay.
Yes, thank you, Manager. I would just say on the audit part, the origination of these funds, it's not federal, there's not a CFPA number to it. Okay, so in an audit, it most likely wouldn't be picked up as a major program because auditors are only required to audit major programs with CFPA numbers. However, if the committee and the parties agree, we could make in the grant amendment the requirement that the fund is audited, even if it's not a major program, meaning that it should be audited either every year or every other year, just no matter what. That way we have the transparency and accountability in the audit standpoint, because if it's not a federally funded grant, it most likely wouldn't be selected for an audit. So just keep that in mind as we proceed forward with any legislation and
Good information. Thank you. Ms. Edgewater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, like I said, I think this is a real critical matter, and even really the proactive approach of having forward funding made in lieu of this legislation as a possibility. One being the amended grant. We all heard earlier that Mr. Vial and his department were always a part of those grant procedures and process, and so maybe this is a good time to get them back in the play of things. We just heard from the previous agenda item that how does it bounce from one thing to the next, let's just have it to the right person. And we have to look at how the grant is written currently, but how we can amend that. There's really no reason why it would be from DOTI to OOC and OMB. We're still in the same branch anyway, right? So if they're going to have to be the grantee who polices the checks and balances with NTU and Diné College directly, maybe that could be a consideration as well. So, and then the biggest thing is that, like I said, when you have an outstanding bill like this, it really restricts a lot of things and it puts a red flag, and we get the shorter end of the stick. So we're really looking at the livelihood of education, continuing higher education for kids and students and people that want to continue and obtain a degree in either Napa Technical University or Diné College. So I guess the big picture is they have annual reports and audits that they do that are clean, and they have to maintain within good standings to qualify for any other grants anywhere. So I think with us having this reimbursement is going to pose a problematic issue. So we're kind of have to really consider the forward funding benefits of that. So, and like I said, Mr. Vial here on call, our department had just forwarded you the Appendix K supplemental funding proposal summary and the budget form that was just emailed to Mr. Willie as well, so. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, great recommendations. Any other questions, comments? Committee members?
Chair, Yanito.
Honorable Yanito?
Yes, thank you for all your presentation from the institution. Yeah, Mr. Russell. And all your staff there. I'm sorry that I'm not there. You can go ahead and take my seat right there. It's vacant. But as far as this, reimbursement, I support it because I know you guys take a lot of efforts, teaching our children out there. And that's really a plus. And then, I don't see why, you guys are haven't even received your reimbursement. And then I'm thinking right here, after your institution receive your reimbursement, after your institution receive your reimbursement, I think there was a recommendation from the institution that, reoccurring allocation recommendation should be honored. And that would be my recommendation as well. So this won't happen again in the future. That's the only comment I'll make, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. Yeah. Any other questions, committee members? Comment? If not, we do have a motion, it's second. Motion was made by Dr. Nez and second was by Honorable George Pope. And then we also got clarification from our controller, Mr. McCain, that he will respond back to us in regards to how we should be moving forward and if presentation, so forth down the line. So that was a good discussion. There is no other questions from committee members. With that, I will go ahead and call for a roll call vote. Honorable Nancy Gay.
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Toth. We're voting. Voting to accept the report. Honorable Toth. Honorable Toth votes green. With that, we do have Honorable Yanito.
I vote green.
With that, we have 5 committee members that are in favor and 0 opposed and chair not voting. Again, thank you again very much. You are hereby excused.
Being at that too, it's not.
I think it's like.
The auditor.
So with that, moving on to item number C, which is reports, Navigation Genetic Policy Development Working Group. Presenters, are you here? Navigation Genetic Policy Development Working Group.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, this is EJ John as part of the working group. We are all calling in online.
Okay, so with that, thank you for clarifying that you are present. With that, you are on the agenda to provide presentations with the issues of updating the updation of the Navigation Genetic Policy Development, the completed research regarding Navajo Nation, and then the current research regarding the Navajo Nation. And so with that, I will go ahead and provide you 20 minutes to provide your presentation. We do have a PowerPoint here before us as well that was provided and it was created on May 17, 2023. So we do have the PowerPoint here. So I just wanted to concur that you did submit the PowerPoint presentation. And with that, I will go ahead and give you the floor now to introduce, just to do introduction for the record. And then after the introduction, we'll go ahead and start the 20 minutes for you to do your presentation. Mr. EJ John. So with that, I give you guys the floor to do your introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. EJ John Inishia, although Twitter Coordination to Najini Bashichin, Takaban Dashache, although Twitter Gini Dashanella. I'm one of the co-chairs of this working group, and I'll allow my co-presenters to go and present themselves, introduce themselves. So I'll start with Renee.
Yeah, she Renee begin she Toto Ninisha, last year Bashichin, Tachi Dashache, Kiani Dashanella, Selena De Nasha, and I currently live in Fort Collins, Colorado, and I work for the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus as a research assistant.
And then I'll go next to Mr. Phelps, if he's on the phone. If he's not on the call right now, then let me go ahead and go to Dr. Garrison if she's online. All right, Mr. Chair, we have two members that weren't able to stay on the line with us, but that's fine. We can go ahead and give you our presentation.
EJ, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce myself. PTA, Health and Education Human Services Committee. My name is Majorine Begay. Foresight chapter, chapter president. Thank you.
Thank you, Majorine.
That does complete your introduction, correct, EJ?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
With that, I will start the 20 minutes and the presentation for you to do your presentation. So the floor is yours, your 20 minutes begins now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. We are the Navajo Nation Genetics Research Policy Working Group. We're developing a recommendations for a genetics research policy for the Navajo Nation. And so I'm going to go ahead and start with the slides. If you have all those in front of you, I'm also sharing them on the screen as well. So if you look at the first slide with the squares on it, that is a list of the member organizations that has been part of our working group for the last couple of years. We were established back in 2017, the end of 2017 into 2018. And since then, our group has had two chairs. One was Delegate Phelps of the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, and then Delegate Hinyo of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We've also worked with the Navajo Department of Health, and we've worked with the Human Research and Review Board, the IRB, as well as the Navajo Epidemiology within the Department of Health. From the Navajo Nation, we've worked with members of the 23rd, 24th, and then this current 25th Council. We've also worked with the OPVP and their staff members. We've also worked with chapter officials in the last couple of years, as well as staff from the Office of Navajo Government Development, and then some legal advisors from the Department of Justice, and then also some legal advisors from the Office of Legislative Counsel. Our group is mainly made up of research professionals, and these are Navajo researchers that come from a wide range of educational institutions. We have members from both of our tribal colleges, both Diné College and Navajo Technical University. And then we have members who are affiliated with a lot of the universities here in the region. So that's schools like NAU, University of Colorado, UCLA, Arizona State University, and then in the past, there's been University of Washington as well as U of A. Our group also had some members who were part of traditional practitioner groups like the Nehatathi Association, Navajo Medicine Man Association, and then we also had members who worked with the Azebenagas of Dene Nation, and then other unaffiliated traditional practitioners. And then in addition to that, we have members of our group who were community stakeholders. So these included healthcare workers as well as elders and other students and people who were part of community organizations. Moving on to the next slide, that's titled Parts of the Working Group. Our work is divided up into 3 parts. We look at one part of our work is looking at the policy and figuring out what needs to take place and what needs to be drafted in order to pass a policy to address genetic research on the Navajo Nation. Another part of our working group looks at science communication and outreach, and this includes education and communication with members of the public and other groups who are looking to know more about genetics. And some of the work that was done by this group of people concluded like the KTNN forums, as well as presenting at conferences and then working on the Navajo Genomics Glossary and other digital stories. And then the last part of our group is involved in specific research projects that is included with this work. And those research projects included surveying Navajo community members to ask them what their viewpoint was on genetic research. And also looked at focus groups to get that kind of information as well, and then interviews too. So Renee was a big part of a lot of this work too. So I'm gonna go ahead and give her a chance to talk about some of this.
Yeah, so I'll just talk a little bit about KTN forums. We've done about 2 of them, and we did that prior to the pandemic, and that was back in 2019. We did have a lot of callers. We did have a lot of text messages coming through. A lot of them had great questions about, why we should be doing genomics, what's the implications of it. Obviously, there's the cultural, spiritual belief part of it. We shouldn't be messing with DNA. We shouldn't be doing genomics research. But I think the main thing that kind of came out of some of the research is that a lot of people don't know about the moratorium or the ban on genomics research. A lot of people don't know about the Navajo Nation IRB and their function and all of this, and why we would move forward with research and just what genomics research entails. And so I think a lot of times, or in a lot of situations, we're thinking, how can we communicate better with the community, do our work better? And so we created a genomics glossary, which is currently finished, but it's not polished yet. And we defined many genomics terms, scientific techniques, and we've had a core group of Navajo speakers who know the technical side of it, how to write it, how to understand, the science of it. And I was a huge part of that group, and we have over 200 terms at this point. A lot of the other research and outreach, such as digital stories, are ongoing, and so we can't share that necessarily right now. But we do have Dr. Garrison and Dr. Claw, who are Navajo researchers, who are leading those efforts in the research side of things. And I think those are the key things that we've done so far.
Thank you, Renee, for explaining some of that work. So what we really wanted to kind of give you today was just an update of our work, where we're at. We are a work group that was established under the HEHSC committee, and we'll show you that resolution in a minute here. But I just want to give you a quick map of how we are kind of navigating the legislative process with our work right now. So the original resolution that established our working group gave the working group the mandate to, number one, provide amendments to the current research code to see how genetic research could take place, and create a recommended policy for that. The second thing our group was mandated was to develop a policy statement on genetic research on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And then the third thing that our group was mandated was to provide any other recommendations for amendments throughout Title 13 in the Human Research Code. So those are the 3 things that we're kind of working on. And a lot of our work took a pause during the height of the pandemic. So we are right now starting to ramp up our efforts again. So right now we're going through a lot of different phases of review. If you look at the next slide that says policy legislative process on top, we started with going in front of the IRB. We've worked very closely with the IRB. So they reviewed a draft policy statement that we've worked on. So they gave us feedback on that. And so we'll be continuing to work with them to further refine that. Next is we need to get some kind of legislative counsel review or legal review from DOJ. We did give them drafts of our policy language that we've been working on over the last couple of years, and various people from those offices have taken looks at those and given us recommendations on those. So we have all of that, and we're just working on compiling those into a new clean version of that language. The next thing that we're working on is going before yourselves, of course, the HEHSC committee, because like I said, the HEHSC committee is kind of our oversight committee, and we're a working group that's part of your committee. So we're doing that review today. And eventually the 3 mandates that I mentioned earlier will eventually become resolutions. So we'll have one resolution that looks at the draft of an actual policy itself. We'll have a resolution that will cover a policy statement, and then a resolution with any other needed code amendments. So we're working on getting those 3 developed, and we don't have any legislative sponsors. We don't have any draft legislation yet. We're kind of just beginning that legislative process. But like I said, we're just updating you on this work. So if you go into the next slide, which is the legislative process outreach, what we've done is we've done as much outreach as we could leading up to some of these meetings that we want to get scheduled. We've gone before I think all of them actually, all of the agency councils in the last round of, in the round of agency meetings that took place in fall and winter of 2022. And we were able to get approving resolutions from the Eastern, Northern, Central, Fort Defiance, Western agencies. And then we were able to also get one from Loop Chapter as well as the Eugene Regional Council. So those are kind of the supporting resolutions that we have so far. And then throughout this process, we are working on doing some more community engagement, like an additional KTN forum that we would like to do in the next couple months. So our future plans is to continue to meet and to work on the various drafts that we have. We want to do more community outreach. Doing a future KTN radio forum is something that we kind of have in our concrete plans, just because the funding and the resources that we've been using, we're able to pay for a radio forum that we haven't used yet. So we have like a credit over at KTN that we're planning to use soon. Next is we need to work with the Department of Health, and we need to work with the new staff there and find new points of contact there to help us in the development of this code language and to give us the input from DOH. And we're continuing to work on our draft statements and on our draft documents, the policy statement and the policy language, to keep refining those. And eventually we want to get a sponsor. And I think the most appropriate sponsor for this work would be our oversight committee from HEHSC, but we're not quite there yet. We just kind of want to kind of plant that idea today and just give you a heads up that that kind of work is coming. So the other attachments that were included in our packet that we provided you, the first one was a policy statement. That is the document that kind of just generally outlines some of the key considerations to this policy. It talks about the core principles. It talks about the general direction that the working group wants to take this work. And it talks a lot about things like protecting data, making sure that there's considerations that protect Navajo people, and that the policy falls under Department of Health, and just kind of general statements like that. The next document, which is the policy language draft, that is the actual language that we've been developing, and we haven't really got a final determination of where this language would go yet. It could either fall under the code itself, Navajo Nation code, or it could also fall under as like a policy and procedures under the Department of Health and implemented by the IRB. So we still need to get that clarification from some people who know the legal process about where that would fit in. And once we get that determination, we'll continue to work and refine our policy draft language to fit those requirements. And then the last document in that packet is our establishing resolution, NABI-09-18. That is a resolution that established our working group. It talks about the 3 mandates that I mentioned earlier, and then it also includes with it the original moratoriums on genetic research on Navajo Nation. These moratoriums were first established in 2002, and those original resolutions, one came from the old intergovernmental committee, and then the old version of the HEHSC committee. So you can take a look at that as well.
I would
So
say,
with that-
EJ,
Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead.
there was one more attachment in your packet, which is the very last slide, which is a timeline of major events for our group, starting from the 2002 moratorium all the way to different events that we've held, like in Flagstaff or UNM, and then KTN Informs. And so you can take a look at major events that we've held.
Yes, thanks you for that reminder, Renee. So those of you who've served in the last council might have seen some of our past meetings that took place. You may have joined us at the Flagstaff meeting, or you might have attended one of the meetings that took place in Window Rock. So that's on that timeline, so you can take a look at that. So with that, I think I will ask Renee or Majeline if they have anything else that they would like to add.
I do not have anything else to add.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Yate, Sunantai, the large doesn't tahagito, a kegon doesn't tahagi, Ado honorable members of the committee, Ado staff do, here, Ninan Sudash Enigi. Walter Phelps, a Yensiedo, na Kriden Ensler. Es gaat zo, was het zien tot het eating dat het zei dat zijn agenda dat zijn alle. Ado die the genetics policy working group aanleden bekend als we wat is die ko te bespreken aan eti ik heb gehoord die behas aan ik hajon tenol die moratorium ben hot aan 2002 yata 80 in the knowledge. I don't the condition that was with that moratorium until a policy is put in place. So isabi a co-jadi working group bigi banan nishigi to develop a policy banache ehzengo dinan genetics research minigi akut ehegi ni tahton het echo. IRB betaton het echo die behas ani yajigi benach bananas ito lishigi benia a kojo di which an old ade adoni the nasha donil danitso which an il adne jonde kat the kushina ben da anisko a condensionia this working group but the ich do die später hasenigi et an hin halchene dat an hin halchene der the geneticist at bespelichen deel neska at koholjes a ko at ebela trata hasis got at she enige ni tahton nadot oversight committee adona bekiat hido betahton nadot higit ko ad holjes higit ko at nicht dat nit insta Heishin 80 kwege ncha nas kodo ligi Aishin kodo hajon khantil behazan dolesh ko and here additionally thank you. I just want to add this to the presentation and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Walter, and thank you again for all of the presenters. I don't know if Dr. Garrison has joined on, but Dr. Garrison, you have a minute if you'd like to add something very quickly.
Yeah, she ain't not about Garrison Yanish, yeah, she hinishland do Billigana Bush's chin. So did Jenny Dash Billigana Nella. I just want to add that both Renee Begay and AJ John had mentioned that we have a research project that has looked at Navajo perspectives on genetics. I think maybe another time when we bring this working to the HEHSC committee, we'll also highlight some of the research activities and the research findings, because I think that HEHSC will find that information useful in the context of deciding what to do about the policy and the moratorium that is in place. So I just wanted to put a plug there that we'll be sharing those findings. We did have a research paper that was published, so I can go ahead and forward that on to the secretary for the committee so that it can be shared with the rest of the committee, so you have an idea of what Navajo people from the public are thinking about this topic. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, presenters. So thank you. And then we do have the packet here, like I stated. So with that, committee members, can I have a motion to accept the report? Motion made by Honorable Toe. Second, committee members. Anybody going in second? Calling for a second motion.
Second motion, Yanito.
Honorable Yanito. Is the seconding motion. Committee members, are there any questions, comments? Committee members going once, going twice.
Question, Yanito.
Honorable Yanito.
Yes. I quite didn't understand what your genetic studies are. Is it on humans or on dogs, or what is the relationship on your study, and what is it for? And after that, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and ask another question. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. EJ John, can you please respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, as well as the members of the committee, and thank you, Delegate Yanito, for your question. Our work is not a genetic study. What our work is, we are developing a policy to govern genetic studies that come to Navajo Nation. So right now, there is a moratorium. There's a ban on genetic research that was established in 2002. The two resolutions that established this moratorium, they had certain requirements that needed to be satisfied to start allowing the Navajo Nation to consider genetic research projects. This doesn't mean that every project will be approved automatically. It's saying that it needs a policy in place. So our group was put together to make recommendations about how this policy should be written and what needs to go into it. So that's what our work is. We're not doing a specific study. We're just putting together a policy for the Navajo Nation to start considering future genetic studies.
Thank you, Mr. EJ John. Committee members, any other questions, comments?
Yanito.
Follow up, Honorable Yanito.
Yes, thank you for your clarification there. My question would be, you mentioned Hatati Association and some traditional healers. I believe that the Hatati Association is more political group, comparing it to really Hatati that's over, in the rural area where they perform their real rituals. And I don't believe that, there's like some kind of public hearing or an education that what you guys are doing that's been presented out here in the communities, because this is the first time I heard about it. I've been in politics for like probably more than 10 years now. And it's really
questionable that, like if I ask one of these traditional healers, they will be really surprised, what you guys are doing. And my question would be, how many of public hearing or public education that you guys perform out there?
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. Going back to presenter, Mr. EJ John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and thank you again, Delegate Yanito, for that question. To your first point, the resolution that started our group doesn't really specify where our members would come from. It doesn't have like a membership list in it, and it didn't appropriate any kind of resources or funding to our work. So the people that we work with have been all volunteers from these different associations, like the Dinemes Man Association and others. So if you have a suggestion about who we can work with, we're more than happy to hear that. Please provide us with some of that advice and guidance. We could definitely use that input. And then to your second point about public education, if you look at the document packet that we forwarded, the last page contains a timeline. And on that timeline, that has a lot of the major public events that we had. When we met in Flagstaff, that had a public education component, as well as the K-teen and radio forums that we did. So those were the biggest public outreach that we could do at the time. But in addition to that, we've also been going to agency council meetings, and we've been presenting to those kinds of meetings that take place when we're able to make them. A lot of our work was back in 2018. Of course, the pandemic kind of put a pause to everything for a couple of years. So now we're just picking that back up. So our public outreach work did get held up a couple of years. But we want to keep doing it, and we want to go out and do that kind of outreach. So if there's anything that you yourself, Delegate Yanito, or members of the committee could help us in terms of like giving us a forum to do that, or helping us, suggesting events or things that we can maybe reach out to, we could definitely use that help. Because like I said, our group just doesn't have the resources allocated to it. And on top of that, a lot of our working group, just because of the nature of the research work that everybody does, we're all pretty much off reservation. The knowledge and the skills for this working group are people who work at other places besides Navajo Nation right now. Some of our members are on the reservation, but we can definitely make plans to appear in person if we get enough time and enough notice for that kind of thing. So Delegate Yanito, thanks for those concerns. We'll take those down, and we'll talk about how we can work to address them. And I don't know if there's anyone from our presenters who might want to add on to that.
EJ, this is Majoline. I want to say something. Genetics, bondage, work group. Bendel Michigan, Wendy Michigan, Naigi, Michigan, and Leniki, when I had $1,000 by the Michigan, Abinat, say that, Katin and 2 hours, that needs in there. Although استهنت ليلة بكون agency council meeting audit that did education ki skodan de ado when the anshade $100 did genetic development policy working group hit energy on how they on that benina agency council go. We usually introduce ourselves and let them know what we're working on. A call don Hahoneta. Ado in the Nade Chicago Kating and Ade Nada Nichindo Lesto نخانشيكي إستوبي إشانات إيه قبانا هذا إيه ديد قدوت خاص أنا نشيكي أغنى هي شكنا أبا كه إيه نافونيشن جدي بباحشني إيه كنينا إيه أتخط تكا مشروع شيء
Chair.
Mr. EJ John, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that concludes our response.
Moving on to questions and comments, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
No.
So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, comments?
Yeah, Nito again.
Honorable Unita.
Yeah, not yeah, la karo you know, anytime when there's a like genetic study, did it like Avery Denny's I think he's a chair for the Net Atati Association. Okay, what he's doing over there is that he's recording a lot of these traditional songs or prayers. Any collect each no. And because he's supposed to be down here doing learning from these hatatis, then from books or from presentations, record each so what he's doing is he's teaching all these traditional values to the outside world. You know, like the and you know, like I have a question because and all this Hatali Association that you mentioned is they're all politicized. It seems like they're just working for the outside group. So I kind of questions that, you know, maybe you can go ahead and translate that to your constituents there. Yeah, I just want to comment on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Unito. Before I give it back to Mr. EJ John, I'd like to give some time to our Chief Legal Counsel, Ms. Dana Bedrock.
Thank you, Chairman James, and I apologize for interrupting, but I just wanted to relay some information to the Genetics Policy Group. So the Office of Legislative Counsel has assigned Loya Henderson to work on this matter, and I'm strongly requesting that the Genetic Policies Work Group reach out to her. She will be the one that will be drafting the legislation. She was attempting to draft the legislation that Chairman Henio requested during the 4th Council, but she wasn't getting any response from the people that Delegate Henio told her to reach out to. So that's all I wanted to say. We have assigned somebody at Office of Legislative Counsel to work on the matter. Please keep her in the loop. Please keep her working with you. My office has already identified what we believe to be some issues or challenges with what we've already received. So thank you, Chairman James. That's all I wanted to share. But I also want to say hello to one of my all-time favorite council delegates, Walter Phelps. It's lovely to hear from you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you, Chief Counsel. Thank you. With that, I will go ahead and give the floor back to Mr. E.J. John to respond to Honorable Yanita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. Thank you again, Delegate Unito, for those concerns and that input. We'll consider it. We'll look at what we can do to try and address that issue. But we would like to invite you to our meetings, and you'll probably hear from us. And you can work with us on that, and we can figure out a way to address that. And then to the comments from Chief Legislative Counsel, thank you, Ms. Barbara, for that. At the end of the 24th Council, things got really busy and kind of confusing, so we weren't really clear on if Ms. Henderson was still assigned to us. But thank you for clarifying that. We can definitely continue to work with her and to reach out to her. We aren't at the stage of doing any legislation drafts in the near future, but we'll continue to invite her to our meetings and make sure that she's in the loop for everything that we're doing right now. That's my response, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. E.J. John. Are there any other questions, comments, committee members? If there's no comments, questions, I do have a motion on the floor, motion made by Honorable George Pope and second by Honorable Curtis Yanito. There's no question. I will call for a roll call vote to accept the report that was provided to us. Honorable Yanito.
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Toll. Honorable Dr. Ned. Green. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nancy.
Green.
With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you again, presenters, for that information, and then also for the PowerPoint. Thank you. You are hereby excused. Moving on to item D, which is report now for Division of Health. Division on Aging and Long-Term Care Support, Deltex. Your report is going to be regarding update on available services and staffing. Presenters, I believe you have staff here from now for Division of Health, and I will go ahead and give time to them to introduce themselves for the records, and then after your introduction, I will go ahead and give you the 20 minutes to present regarding the issues that is on the agenda, which is update on available service and staffing. So with that, I'll give you the floor to introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of HEHSC. My name is Anselm Lewis. I'm the Delegated Health Service Administrator. I said that right. I hope I did. My grandma's going to kill me. I come from Curity Canyon, New Mexico.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jay Diamond. Good to see you guys again. Health Service Administrator for Division of Public Health Services.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Committee Member, Cato, Shamayaj of Staff Community, Michelle Morrison, Chair, since Cottonville, Okabashi team, touching is auto, also Asian, okay, auto, legislative analyst of the heavy functionist for the Department of Health Executive.
Oh, no, so thank you for that. So I will go ahead and give you 20 minutes to provide your presentation, and your 20 minutes begins now. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the Delegated Health Service Administrator. I'm going to be providing you some information that was posted on the agenda. So the first point will be services that Deltex currently has. So right now at the senior center level, what we're offering is congregate meals. The elders would come into the senior centers, sit down, have a meal, interact with the other elders. The other one is our home delivery program. Some of these elders that cannot make it to the senior center, or they're basically homebound per se. That's the services that we are going to provide as well. We are also providing transportation to and from their homes to the senior centers. Depending on the schedule with any driver, they could possibly have an transport its elder to the hospital, post office, the laundromat, grocery stores, whatever they may need within the vicinity of the area, I guess, per se. So if somebody in Fort Defiance needs to go to the hospital, they'd be able to drop them off at the hospital and pick them up afterwards. Again, like I said, this is depending on the driver's time and availability, as well as her schedule or his schedule for home delivery meals. We are fortunate enough to have a ombudsman now. So we do have an ombudsman on staff. She has gone through the proper training. I would like her to introduce her. Her name is Ms. Sierra Shorty. She is our new ombudsman. So she will be taking care of some health facilities, our home care facilities that have complaints within the Navajo Nation. We are still working out logistics about New Mexico side, Utah side, but her main focus right now would just be within Arizona. Again, like I said, we're figuring out the logistics with that. We currently has advertised for a caregiver resource specialist, which that person would provide under her would be respite care, transportation care for non-emergency, elder care, information and education on Alzheimer's and dementia. But that has been currently been open for the last 6 months. It's open till fill. We do have one referral within the last 2 weeks. So we're going to be interviewing again, like I say, within the next 2 weeks. So that is all of the services that Deltex is currently providing as of today. Going to jobs, vacancies, I can break it down per agency. For Chinle agency, there's 47 budget positions. We have 12 vacancies. Crown Point, there's 64 budget positions. There's 16 vacancies for Crown Point. Fort Defiance, there's 51 budget, 24 vacancies. Shiprock has 43 budget, 9 vacancies. Tuba City has 47 budget and 13 vacancies. Administration has 6 positions and we only have 3 in place. Let me give you a recap on the program supervisors too. For each agency, Chinle, we do have 1 in place. Crown Point, we did an interview, we offered the position, the individual declined, so now we re-advertise it. It has been closed and we haven't gotten no referrals from DPM as of today. Fort Defiance, we're just waiting for her PAF to be completed and she'll be on board for the Fort Defiance agency. Shiprock, I just got some bad news today. The lady that we offered the position, she has declined the position. The fact that she has found another job with a higher pay. So now we got to re-advertise for Shiprock agency. And then Tuba City, it was advertised. We did go through the interview process. We selected somebody. And again, like I said, the individual declined the position because he wasn't ready to transfer into the new position. And so now we're back at square one with re-advertising. At the administration level, I have a special office, senior office specialist vacant. I have a contract analysis vacant, a senior planner vacant, a senior accountant vacant. And we do have the health service administrator vacant as of today. I believe this will complete my report on the items suggested on the agenda.
Others?
Jay Diamond, you want to go first?
I guess on behalf of Department of Health, it's been a priority to try to fill these vacancies. So whatever we can do on our end as far as advertising and trying to, also I know it's been as far as, I think someone brought up a point of trying to even like special recruitment rates. I don't know if that'll help impact some of these vacancies as far as recruitment goes, so. Yeah, anything, right now, our executive team is responding down in Phoenix to the emergency going on down there for the substance abuse centers. And on behalf of Department of Health, if there's anything I can do moving forward regarding this, and in support of Mr. Lewis, I'll do so. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot to
Sure, go
mention,
ahead.
I'm sorry. Let me give you a rundown of each agency with the senior centers. I'm sorry, I skipped my mind, but for Chinle agency, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 senior centers closed due to OEH deficiencies. They either got shut down by OEH or they've been voluntarily shut down. For Tuba City, I have 1 shut down. Again, OEH deficiencies. Shiprock, I have 3 closed down, again, like I said, due to, I have 2 that are OEH deficiency and 1, we have a personnel issue there. Fort Defiance, I have 1, 2, 3. I have 10 senior centers closed for the Fort Defiance agencies. It's either, I have 3 of them that are OEH deficiency and the rest, I don't have staff for those senior centers. And then for Crown Point, I have 2 senior centers closed due to OEH deficiencies. I can provide a list, this worksheet for you guys, so you guys know what actually are the deficiencies and what is currently going on. And it also has registered clients for second quarter, which is January, February, and March. For the 3 months that we have mail counts for Congregate and Home D. And that would break it down. So that's where we're at with our senior centers.
I just wanted to add with, as far as OEH goes, it is one of the programs that I oversee, so if there's concerns and anyone's wanting to open up the senior center, then I can help you get that pushed forward.
Unless you can log me in there.
Okay, chair committee members, just to add to the report even further, we know, we are aware of the recent legislation that council passed regarding the conditional approval for background checks. And hopefully that will help recruit and hire folks a little bit faster. And we're hoping that'll give us leverage to fill some of these vacant positions. And we are currently scheduling a meeting with the HR to develop a strategy and how we're going to do that outreach to fill those senior centers that need staffing. And then also overall, the OPEX program is one of the largest and oldest programs within our department. And of course, it's a vital part of our government and our communities. And we know that it's a dynamic program, and it as well, it has federal funding, state funding, tribal funding. It crosses all these states and counties. And so again, there's a lot of dynamics to how this program is operated as opposed to how the states run their program. So this new administration, we're able to work with our new director and evaluate a new strategy, and partnering with our state partners, Arizona DES, and our
New Mexico.
federal HHS and New Mexico partners. We've been having agency meeting or government to government meetings with them to provide technical assistance on how we can make improvements for the funding source to the Navajo Nation, and processing the logistics for how the funding comes to the program throughout the year. And we hope to provide an update possibly before next session. We did send a letter of request under the previous administration to request for a consultation, formal consultation with the ACL Administration for Community Living, which is the major funding source for this program. So with that, we definitely will work with our oversight committee as we develop a recommendation letter, and of course entertain the actual consultation. We're not sure where it's going to be right now. We're planning to coordinate with our Washington office and other folks, DOJ, and of course Ledge Council, to develop our official position on how we're gonna proceed with that tribal consultation. How could it, Chair?
You guys still have 10 minutes, but does that complete your presentation?
Yeah, that completes our presentation.
Okay, so with that, thank you again for the presentation. Committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, second made by Honorable George Schultz. Comments, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis and staff. Thank you, Chair. I've been trying to, and I know our schedule just haven't been working out. And I've been trying to get a meeting with yourself as well as Tony regarding, so I had a chance to meet with my region and the Head Start programming and not the Head Start, but the senior program. And I'm just going to be just really upfront here. In my region, it might be different for others here, but in my region, the senior program has been problematic for as long as I can remember. And I don't know where the issue is. I'm fairly convinced it's probably your program managers in the community department. And I know this personally, actually, because my mom has worked at the senior center for 40 years. And during the pandemic, she was working by herself for 3 months. She was the cook, the manager, and the driver. And actually my aunt volunteered and she assisted her during those 3 months. Volunteer, not paid. Because as you are aware, during that time, I think certain federal employees took advantage of, well, I was in contact with somebody else. Okay, well, no, you stay home for 15 days. And it was like constant. And so, and this is well documented. And I know she tried to work with previous S members to try to get those issues resolved. And so I had a chance to meet, she's no longer employed, she's retired. But she was open 3 months straight, never missed a day, and provided service every single one of those days. And didn't get hazard pay, but you know, it was so complicated, whatever that process was. But anyway, so she's no longer there, but I had a chance to meet with my all of my senior programs. It really needs, these problems need to be addressed. To me, they're simple problems, and I don't know why they seem to be complicated. So, for example, okay, so there's 5 programs there in my region, and Whippoorwill actually absolutely has no service whatsoever. It has no internet service, it has no phone service, and yet, you know, folks are required to, you know, the manager, the supervisor there is required to make this food order. And so there's a challenge there. There's no phone service, no internet service. And then there's some senior centers who are saying they have outstanding bills that are piled up that are due. And then there's another senior service that says, oh, our bills get paid on time. And then there's another senior service, a senior, Hard Rock senior, hasn't had a working phone. They're still on a landline, and that Frontier hasn't been able to fix their phone for I don't know how many months. And it's a matter of, well, just cut the service and get a cell phone. Like, why can't you do that? You know, cut your contract with Frontier. If they're not going to fix their landline, well, go get a cell phone. That's the easy fix. So there's that. Forest Lake chapter's been without a driver for a long time, Forest Lake Senior, and then they're building. No, we don't know, when they can get back into their building or who's even working on that to get it, fixed. So there's that issue. And then there's, apparently there's some kind of favoritism thing happening. So one of the senior programs, the driver is allowed to take the tribal vehicle home, because the place is, there's concern about, vandalism or whatever. Where then another senior location, is not allowed to do that. But I know my communities well, that this one probably is more problematic and more concerns about vandalism than this location. And then this location, the previous program manager said, no, there's never been a problem with vandalism in this location. So I don't know why this person's allowed to take a car. So those are all, and they're ongoing. And I keep seeing the same issues being brought up over and over and over again. And so I really would like, some attention. We need to do some problem solving here. Right? Is it a lack of a program supervisor not knowing how to supervise? And my only, response to them, and there were a couple of people from your Chinley office sitting there, was to say that you have to treat everybody same across the board. There should be uniformity in the way you do things and policies. So if you can't, how come the previous program supervisor for the past 40 years is saying we've never had a problem with vandalism at our senior, but then now all of a sudden there is, and this person's allowed to take a car home. And then there's some hiring practice issues, and I don't know the details to those as well. But it's, at the end of the day, again, it's, and then also the menu, there's a problem with the menu. And so, some senior programs felt that it was not, the menu that you have is not appropriate, for the elders. And they're not, liking some of the food that is being served. And so, can we look at the menu and to make it, appropriate? And so those are things, those are issues. There was a whole laundry list. And what I'd like to do is I really would like to do, more a hands-on work session with these senior program supervisors and their staff, and really start resolving some of these issues, because I can't imagine working under those conditions for so long and nothing ever getting resolved. And those are conditions that I knew of, when my mom was a supervisor. And so they've been there. It's a long, long time. But I care about our elders. I care about them, having good hot food, quality hot food. Because sometimes it's the only meal, they're getting for the day. And so I really care about the food they eat. I care about, them coming to having a place to call their own and sitting down and, having food and enjoying their meals. But in addition, I really feel like there should be additional programs there for elders. My sister works at the school and she does these sewing sessions for the school. And, her goal is to get parents and, their young kiddos to come and sew together. But a lot of times she said it's a lot of the elders that come and they just really want to be able to come together and do something together. And so I feel like those things should be happening more so at the senior program. So not just food, not just a hot meal, but could there be additional activities? And so, and then there was some issue with some fundraising. And then there was issues with some folks not getting enough cleaning supplies and having to buy their own, and just a whole mess issues. And it was just interesting to me that one senior was experiencing that, but then another one was like, oh, I'm good. Like, I get everything I need. So, you know, I don't really know, you know, why there's discrepancies like that. But I would like, one, we don't pay them enough. I know. They don't pay, my mom's probably been at $12 an hour for 40, for however many years, you know, that's, and she was a supervisor, you know, but one, I know we don't pay them enough, and I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's right to put them through this kind of workplace that isn't, you know, fun, that's challenging. And I think they should be able to be supported. You have a Chinle staff, they should be able to go out and support them, especially the one that doesn't have internet and phone service. You know, people are in Chinle with the resources. So get out there and help this woman that doesn't, you know, she's trying to run a senior center out of a place that absolutely has no phone and internet service. So help her out, you know, order the food for her, something, you know, and then goes, and so in each case, I really want to resolve these. I do. It's one of my priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Simonson.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Moving on the listing, Honorable George Schultz.
Thank you, Chair. Also, HEHSC committee, Chief. Mr. Speaker, the mandate conduction. The ordinance is happy. So, again, let me, I've been with Senior Center Program for, I don't know, all my political years. This is always important. The only way that we can solve a lot of these problems is the tribe itself has not yet taken enough things. There's too many policies in place. They run out of food. I've been advocating. I was a former, I'm still at it, but former council on aging at the Central. We established agency also local, and it's more aware of it. This is one of the committee that were involved trying to help the aging at that time was in AAA. And then they changed its name to Division of Aging. So I've been advocating for them for more funding. Why we're having shorter staff. Even the van, even the funds for the food, the van always been grounded because of insurance not renewed. Or this personal issue that I've so how do we forget that? Right now, we don't have a staff at the Central. And the staff are complaining from the agency, there's no transparency, no communication. I don't know if you guys go out there, the administrators go out there to be similar, I don't know. You need to go down there and talk to those guys. They kept calling me in the Eastern Agency. I work with 8 chapters. They're complaining, there's no transparency.
I would honestly.
No communications, lack of communication. Nobody cares for us. We just work daily. Nobody checks on us. We're always short on funds for food because my chapter was in that situation. My chapter senior center electricity was out. It's back on, and administrator, you're aware of it. So you call. Anyway, those things are what she was talking about. I totally agree with that. We have problems. The only way we can solve this is we need to give more money and more staff to run this part. Everybody's giving that because the salary, the way the red tape that we had just to pay for the bill for the food, it takes 3 to 4 months. It shouldn't be happening. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what I found out. They do with PO and it, Order Town don't want PO anymore because the tribe's not paying on time. So that's the main reason why insurance is not renewed. Food, the vendor of the service is bad. So how do we take care of this? So that's why we established NCOA to help, trying to support and look into these problems and get it to the council. I tried with 23 council, 23 yet not 24 council. I approached them, I complained, this is what's happening, we do something about it. How do we do this? Nobody even helped. Try to ask the former HEHSC committee, stuff. So after that, so those are the I think I guess we need more money for them. And then also seniors council, I need to go out there and recognize them. Because my chapter has the senior council, Torion has a senior council, council signed up. I guarantee, if you go to Torion, these people, these elderlies get together every week and every other month. They're supporting their own program, like cakewalk and fundraising, and they janitorial supplies. Pray. I even bought my own chapter 3 or 4 times. I didn't ask for reimbursement. And then we find out, and when we told the former administration, staff each other, don't do that. I'd rather have my senior center and my senior people to eat. Because some of them have transportation, they want to go somewhere. And then there's a restriction for if you can use the van. But when you report up here, you're saying that we take them to the store, we take them to our post office, not happening. You demolish them. So it's lack of funding, lack of people to participate in this program. Of course, the other thing that conflict resides in my situation, another chapter is the agency. It's like that. The administration can't make a decision. The agency can't make a decision how it's supposed to deal with this. And then also it goes to the local senior council. I don't discuss personal issues of it, but they get involved. Then we have a conflict between the chapter, between the council. What yes, be done, yeah. Well, how to enough people. Of course, how do we take care of it? There's a lot of favoritism. Of course, not big. But I joke, elders, some especially females, elders outside of them. They come to the center and contribute, which is the hardness. I thought that I need to with the band be not shit. I don't done it. They should stay all most of the day over there. But the other one is transparency, community, interpretation of what's supposed to be there. Some say 60 on up, and then last information I've got is 55 can eat that can eat at that center. That's verbal, but they told me We want that in writing from you guys to say who's eligible. The other thing, when you go to a different agency, you want to eat there. They ask you, are you registered voters? That shouldn't be like that. Anybody over 60 can stop there. That's what New Mexico are doing. So that's a problem. I don't know if you get training. I have no idea. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna present this to this body and I do a legislation council on aging at Central. They'll explain their duties and without it. They don't just policy and administrative. I don't most of it. Andy, what's he introduced it, this policy plan operation went through EOJ, was approved. And we asked the former HEHSC committee, but they didn't honor that. So I'm gonna try this body, see if they can. All I'm doing is to establish a new council at the agency, even at an central agency. We did the bylaws, the plan of operation, but then it's in the books. We got HEHSC, we did that for them. So when this is the body, this body can report to the council accordingly. And just like you, just like veteran of ABC, not as a leader. We say we protect our elderly, but we don't bring them up here. So, but the problem is, we should go, we keep it up on to that. Even you, Mr. Morris has a lot of information, and I would like to implement this. I hope the council can help me get approved. So these senior council can come before the council and express their concern of this case of code. I wanted to say the code. I mean, it's very that's now people hopefully this body, this council can help and allocate more funding. And I hope this administration now we have help and be out can take it for a long time. I don't know why. Metal jig. But it's like the red tape we have in this aging. I just wanted to bring that before the committee. Like I said, I've been advocating, I've been trusting. Even this body used to go out to agency, provide workshop, and provide orientation for Avanzi. We even went to cities to bring all the elderlies to watch the husband and that but I joke by it down was Cleveland names on the Husker. So the other plan that I had was there with this body is that well, I wanted to screen that elderly's question, or legislative staff kind of got behind at the last minute. We start running around trying to plan. It not to be native speaker. So right now, the planning, hopefully this plan comes reality that we can bring our elderly and summer session with the council on Wednesday to introduce these people. So what we say is this whole not us understanding has to be what's all a very people. So we are working on it with the program together, not only with the legislative, the executive branch of the program, social service, if I just takes a shut out in the single why And if it's senior veterans, it's a big issue. I'm glad it was resolved, hopefully we can do the same thing. So we can't forget our elders. We've got to put them in the new sign. And be honest, tell the truth from the long. And I know we always say statistics. Even to eat at senior center, you have to fill out close to, I would say, 20 pages. We brought that up too when I was last administration. Why does it take this many doctors to a person to come in to eat? He could get this gene. We try to ask the former administrator to streamline that process. I should just go over there to the senior center and I'll be served, you know. I don't need to be asked them, where are you from? Are you registered here? Or, you know, that shouldn't be the case. But the older American I'm watching the phone. Even this back in 1920. Where did this now nation got hold of this older American? It was hard to find out where it was when the nation honored that. ADI wants to bring that up, and I totally agree with advice that she said.
No, it's good to check.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toll, for that. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Question. I just had two very quick questions. The first question is Daltex at the Navajo Nation level going to apply for any of the recent New Mexico capital outlay dollars for long-term aging? That deadline is coming up on May 31st. I'm just interested in learning if Daltex is going to apply for any and what that looks like for the Navajo Nation as a whole. And then my second question is regarding the position that Daltex stands when it comes to the agreements among Head Start chapter facilities, because I know in many instances they also share one facility. So I just wanted to understand the position and the roles and responsibility when it comes to Daltex. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Ness. Again, the record reflects that Honorable Speaker Otto So is present with us here. So with that, Delta presenters, I will go ahead and give you the floor back to respond to three of my colleagues, Honorable Vice President Simonson, Honorable Toll, and Honorable Dr. Nance. The floor is yours for your response.
Delegate Simpson, can you identify what senior center is having the vehicle take home? Because there has been two initiatives from me as well as the motor review board that all vehicles should be parked at the senior center or destination on part of their UES packet.
That one was a report, I believe, for Cognia.
Pena? Yeah, because I have enforced that Daltex wide, and again recently with motor vehicles memo stating that, and that has been distributed.
So my meeting, just for the record, was, I believe, back in March. I've not followed up since, and I, you know, things might have changed. I haven't done follow up.
Okay, going with Forest Lake, as you mentioned, there has been a driver position that's been vacant for so long. That again, that can be Daltex wide. I do have a senior center within the Crown Point agency that has been doing this for the last 2-3 years by herself. So it's been noted, and it has been the position has been trying to be filled. But again, as you mentioned earlier, some of these applicants are not going to want $12.69 an hour. I mean, nowadays that they're probably going to spend more on gas to get to work than a paycheck. So again, that's why I believe that's part of our personnel vacancy is that, pay. Whippoorwill with, as you mentioned, no service for phone and internet, again, that can go as far as wide as Mr. Toll's area within the Eastern Agency. We have been looking into alternatives such as Starlink, but again, Starlink for a business is a lot more than just the resident pay. We are having issues with Frontier Cellular One on payment, only because there is a lot of mix up between 3 different entities, being Deltex, Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utility Program, and as well as accounts payable. Again, there's no communication because one entity is telling us this has been paid, another entity saying we can't pay on this invoice because that invoice has already been paid out, but only at a partial payment part. So again, it's our financial red tape again. Let's see, what else did you say? And again, going back just again with personnel, again, going back to the pay, $12.69 an hour. I mean, that's majority of them are going to be spending more. We have talked, me and Ms. Tooney, executive director, had talked about trying to revamp our menu because I believe the menu has been more geared towards a New Mexico style menu, hence the chili and then all that other stuff. So there is talk about revamping that. Again, we're just gonna have to get everybody together, cooks from both sides, from the Arizona side, the Mexico side, to come up with a new menu. And again, it has to be certified by a dietitian. So we would need to reach out to either IHS or contract it out to get that in place. Fundraising, I discourage it at the senior center because, it's a liability issue. After 5 o'clock, what happens if somebody gets hurt there? Now One Nation is going to be liable. I have enforced that no fundraising, no anything after 5 o'clock that's not related to aging should not be allowed. And again, that has been enforced on my end. So if any of your centers disagree with that, I already have addressed that. Now that we are per se 100% open now with all the COVID uplifting, I've been trying to advise my staff that your senior center should be open 100% to services, hence the activities that you mentioned. These activities should be implied, and what Mr. Tolt said about some of these seniors can spend all day there. I mean, that should be happening. But again, we have some of our staff that disagree with me because they're still in fear of COVID at their end. So again, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, if our staff is not willing to enforce what I'm trying to say because they're in fear of COVID, but yet you have elders that want to come in. I mean, like I said, it's a double-edged sword. Where do we draw the line? But again, at my end, I have directed that we should be 100% open for congregate setting, home delivery, and transportation. And eventually activities should be in place, as you mentioned. I know there is a bulk of donation that I need to make arrangements with all my agency of material. I recently, within the last year, I did get a donation of sewing machines from a sewing group down in Phoenix, and that was to distribute. And again, like I said, I need to make arrangements to get a bulk of material that was donated to all agencies. So again, there's that there for activities. I will definitely look into the cell phone. Again, like I said, I just need a communication with NNTU and all the parties that are involved. Again, I will have a meeting with James Begay, the program supervisor too for Finley Agency, where we can address these issues. Again, as you mentioned, there should be no favoritism. Everybody should be treated equally across the board, even when it comes to food purchases, custodial supplies, et cetera, Delegate Hope, regarding your insurance, again, I don't understand how the insurance thing has become a situation because beginning or before October 1st, 2000, the general funds financial year, we're required to turn in our UES, which we do. Again, it's probably bottled up at risk management area. So again, we do our part and submit that information. And again, going back to funding, I know funding's a big issue with Deltex. I really don't know where to start or how to explain this, because I hear there is shortfall, and then I'm just gonna throw myself under the bus, but last year we reverted back 40% of our funding from our external funding. So again, I don't know how we are having a shortfall when we're reverting 40% back to our external funding. Again, I mean, I can give you, we get 1.17 million from the Mexico. ARPA funding from Title III right now, we got $1.7 million. Our regular Title III funding, we get $2.2 million. And then just general funds, depending on each agency, we get $14 million. But according, what I can tell you is our general funds covers 95% of our personnel. The other 5% is usually used for small stuff, which really, you know, operate on supplies. So again, I think it would have to happen at my level to actually teach my staff how to spend, how to budget. Because again, like I mentioned, there's no point of saying we're having a shortfall when we're reverting a lot of money back. So again, it's just a matter of me teaching my staff at each agency how to budget, how to spend, and come up with a spending plan. As far as going for transparency, what I provide to the program supervisor too, or the delegate, I expect them to report to their senior centers. But again, that's where it's being broken down at, that lack of communication between me to the senior centers. So once I filter my information to the program supervisor, I expect them to transfer it to their senior centers. But again, as mentioned, that's not happening, of course. And I think one thing is the budget, because a lot of the senior centers don't know what's available. And when they come talking to me about it, I say, well, you guys haven't spent, you guys still have $1 million left and you have a month to spend it. And they're like, well, nobody told us. Again, that's going to be something I would address with my program supervisors at the agency level. And as far as the electricity for Casimiro Lake, payment has been submitted. And again, the red tape is probably at the financial level. I mean, again, on our part, payment has been submitted. The RDP, everything has been submitted. So again, we have been paid up to April. I was gonna report back to you last night, but I'm pretty sure it was gonna come up today. So, but we are paid up to April, May. We just, again, that was submitted, and that's what I believe Continental Electric is. That's why they turn off the electricity, because May hasn't been paid off. But again, payment has been submitted. I do welcome the aging council too, because that is where the voice from the grassroots comes to me. And it's directly from the elders, where if it goes from the senior center and then filter back to me, of course, it's going to be distorted from point A to point B. So again, I do welcome the aging council, because again, as I mentioned, that communication, and I'm hearing it actually from what they're seeing instead of what my employees are seeing. So I do welcome that, and I will definitely look over this again. This is the first I've seen this, honestly, so I will look over it and possibly give you some feedback if you accept it. Let's see. Okay. Let me go back to, again, what you were talking about, the requirements to actually eat at a senior center. So this is basically an area that is kind of iffy, because on the New Mexico side, under House Bill 2, the state only requires an individual to be 50 years old. So again, and then traditionally, what I was told from previous administration is that Navajo Nation age is 55 to actually be qualified as an elder. I've been researching that and seeing if I can find any legislation or documents like that, but I can't find that. And then going back to our Title III, which is our main funding, the requirement there is 60 years old. So again, somebody from New Mexico, say they're 55 or they're 54 years old and they want to go to Arizona to get a meal, but they don't qualify because they're not 60. But in reality, the senior center can charge their general funds. So again, it's just accountability from what one area and how we're going to charge each external funding that we have. So again, like I said, with Title III, it's 60. Title VI, which is ACL funding, that's 60 as well, and New Mexico's 50. Again, like you said, we don't discriminate. We shouldn't discriminate. Anybody that is 60 years old plus can eat at any of our senior centers. No, again, they don't have to be Navajo, they don't have to be et cetera, as long as they're 60 years old, and then we can document it as a visitor. So again, that's something I would address with my staff, because I'm assuming most of my staff is old school, so they do want everything in black and white. So I will definitely provide that to them. And then going to Delegate Dr. Nez, your first question regarding New Mexico Capital Outlay. For the last month and a half, I have had my New Mexico team come in. They're in the process of submitting their application. All the applications are due today. I got to provide a listing to the president's office for his review and also his signature. We project to have the signature, I guess you would say, ceremony on Monday for all the New Mexico senior centers that are applying. I will definitely have a list put together first thing Friday, because again, as I mentioned, those applications are due to their agencies today, and the agencies are going to deliver them to me by tomorrow, close of business. So if you would like, I will send you a listing of who's applying. I don't know if Mr. Coles, do you want a list of that as well, of your senior centers that are applying for capital outlay? And Dr. Nez, to your second questions about the agreements between the chapter and the senior centers. For the last 2 years, I've been trying to enforce this with our senior centers, and there is a template that was created by DOJ, Department of Health attorney, as well as the chapter attorney. And they have agreed on a template, which I've been trying to use. And going back to April 20th, 2020, when we first got this template, to date, I only have 5 in place out of 80 senior centers. The red tape that we come up with is that the chapters are not claiming the responsibility of if the building ownership is becoming one of our red tapes with the buildings and these agreements. Some of the chapters are saying, well, this is your building, you guys take care of it, or, stuff like that. But again, I've been trying to enforce this agreement for the last 2 years because it will make life easier for my senior centers as well as a chapter. But again, I only have 5 in place that are valid between my senior counts or my senior centers and the chapters, their respective chapters. So again, that's something I would like to reinforce again to get those in place. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes your response.
Yes, sir.
So with that, I will move on to Honorable Helena Nansbergen. Helena Nansbergen. Honorable Helena Nansbergen. Okay, moving on, Honorable Curtis Yanita.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, la Coron, Aggie. I don't believe that I have your agenda on your new version here, but I'm gonna go ahead and go without it, I guess. Otto, I have a question. You know, we have a senior citizen, a brand new one at Mexican Water. And it's just sitting there. It's a beautiful building, has everything, all the cooking facility and has a walk-in freezers and so forth. And everything's all ready to be operational. And I hear that you guys are the problem solvers, and so I want to look up to you guys. And the senior citizen down here, they want it open because they want it locally, and a lot of our employees, they go down to Bluff, Utah to get an employment at the senior citizen. And then they want this facility open at Mexican Water. And we got food. We got like a food donation from the state of Utah that's delivered to us every month. And then all we need is somebody to, like a chef or something like that to provide meals, and then we need a staff for it. I don't know if you guys ever been to Mexican Water, but I need assistant. Any kind of assistant will be helpful. You guys ever been to to Mexican Water, Utah, and analyze what's going on down there? That'll be my question.
Thank you, Honorable Yanita. Honorable Helena Nancy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Oh,
yeah, good afternoon. And the rest of the house employees there. The subject that we're talking about at a senior level, it is very difficult. I know what you guys are all talking about because I've been there. So it's just that we are really in need of funding. We need staff, their salary, and everything. Because money is the only thing that moves things around. So and let me know that we had a meeting with DARS, and I'm working on doing that again to secure some funding for our senior center, so we can ask for more of the money for reimbursement from the state, because the state says that we have the money here. So it has to be the administration that has to go for the reimbursement. So that's what we need to really work on. We need to really work on training our staff, our supervisors. Some of these supervisors I know don't do much, and I don't know what they do at the senior center, but we really need to put a lot of responsibility on them to really help their staff too, and then to really work with the administration. Because if it goes down to how DARS is going to work with us, it's going to be taking a lot of paperwork to learn how to do that paperwork to get the reimbursement that we need. So we need to really work on that. The personnel issue too, the behavior at the senior center level. I think that's the reason why a lot of vacancies, out there in the field. It's kind of like they're not working together, and there's no transparency out there, and within the senior center itself too. So training So, you know, that's what I know and I see and I hear that a lot. So we need to work on maybe providing a training for all of them. We used to go through training for so many years. I think the last 6-7 years, we haven't had a good training for those Deltec staff. Before we constantly had training. We were really on the ball with everything, but now it's like we're really just phasing out the program itself. And it's really important for the supervisor to love their job, to love where they're at, working with the elders, working with the staff, providing everything I'm hearing. It's all on the senior center supervisor, providing the activities, providing transportation, writing down everything like a lesson plan, putting it on the calendar, giving it all out. You know, that's the way I worked with them, and it really helped me, and it really helped my elders. To this day, I walked in one day and they were sitting there, you know, working on their blankets, and what I taught them, they're still carrying that on, and I really did appreciate that. And the calendar, the monthly calendar, but I'm not, you know, this is what we're doing here today. This is what the menu is today, that the bacao, you know. That's what they look at, and we need to really be consistent of what we write down too. We have to stick with it. So those are some of the trainings that needs to be provided for your staff. I just want to share that. Thank you. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Shada, Honorable Alina Nancy. Committee members, let's try and narrow down our comments to questions only. We're getting really close to 5 p.m. So committee members kindly respectfully asking, just to start asking questions. And then, of course, we can wait on other comments later on down the road. This is not the only HEHSC meeting we're having. So again, committee members, please, questions only. With that, I will move to Honorable Speaker Ottoso.
Earlier, you alluded to the miscommunication that's happening from the program level from central to the agency. Then there's another communication from the agency to the individual site. And how is that taken care of now? Because it seems like you're saying that you do directive, but the local branch does not adhere. That's the way I'm hearing. One good example is to the vehicle. I was once a travel employee, mainly like to take that vehicle home, and there's zero policy on that. Only if you're authorized by what's that medical board, the motor vehicle board. Without you have to take the vehicle. It has to be related to public safety, health, and things like that. Without alcohol, how are you trying to improve that communication there? Because I have a new building going up to the city, and just to hear, it sounds like it's the same rhetoric of Head Start. Oh, we want to provide the service, but you got to check the costs of something in the building that you want us to provide service in. And is the nation trying to move away from from operated building. Because realistically, the buildings are under denial of donation. And then earlier you indicated that you said no other activities in that building. So what gives you that privilege to say that's your building while you're trying to get away and saying, oh, we want that to be taken care of by a chapter house? If I were paying rent on the rent in Gallup, you wanted to live with me, and I kept the light on and you said, I need to go to sleep, I would say, I paid the bills. So, when Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair alluded to fundraising activity, saying that the get coming back, seniors. Maybe it's a plot to their trip, the flea market and but what I get into is that I guess it's troublesome to hear that you're wanting a new structure, but a new facility to work out of, and to say you're in control of it, but you don't want the financial responsibility, the burden of it. And that's what general funds are for. Pick up that portion of the cost that the Title 4 or Title 2 monies cannot pick up. So how can you improve that so that we can try to meet those needs? The other is the electric bills. I think one area that I think that we can look at is that I urge HES to look into this. Distribution funds. Right now, it's given to the chapter house to pay their electric bills, things like that, their burner, heater, and things like that. But under the Indian Regulatory Act, there's 5 areas that those dollars could be utilized for. One is for government buildings, one for public the public safety, education, things like that. There's 5 areas. And I think this service that you're providing, you could easily tap into that and have a lot of get some of that to pick up some of the costs for that. The other is that Gaming Regulatory Office picks up about a good $9 million a year off of the slots that it leases out. Why can't we try to, is Gaming Regulatory, and we know that Gaming Regulatory Office is a must, but they have a huge amount of money that's coming that's operational, and they bring the regulatory aspect to gaming. But I don't think they utilize all the dollars, and historically, as a study, you look back, I think that's where you guys can get some money also, see what they're reverting. If they're reverting money back to the general funds, why not try to tap into that? If you're providing a service to an elder and community, it was community service, community development, that became regulatory action. There's the other avenues that we could try to pick up funds to cover some of the services that you need to pick up the other costs. Once I was just the years that I've been here, just looking at this, I have talked about it, but at times comes to frowns upon it because you're tapping into the chapters, how they pay their bills. And on the other is, have you guys explored looking at tapping into the elderly trust fund? Actually, not fees to be significant. We have a trust fund. We have a handicap trust fund, we have the elderly trust fund, the veterans trust fund. Is it time to reassess the amount of percentage that are going into these trust funds? We have 12% of the 18% set aside that's going into the community trust fund. That's 3.5 billion that's you've got. That money is going to continue to grow. Why can't we take 2% of that and put it into the elderly trust fund? That would it should be the same as a veterans trust fund. You guys would be living off of the interest. You know, those are just some of the thoughts that I had that I just wanted to bring to you. Hold on to that, kids. That way it's something, because you know, whether the council approves it or we can approve legislation and say, hey, let's give it to the people. Because there's a common people out there, you know, common people of the disability community, you know, I mean, 1.5 million that is, and you know, when we voted for, when we supported it, I got home and I got sort of one person told me, why did you give it to me? What about us? You know, that thing comes up. And I think that's one area that we can do that, and we can reassess all the trust fund, equal distribution across the board. But you know, the elderly trust fund or your trust, what's the difference between? It's providing funding for certain group of people in our community that needs funding. So, it's just something to think about. Yeah, thank you.
With that, thank you again, Honorable Helena Nesbitt, Honorable Yanito, and then Honorable Don. So I will give you the time back, President, to respond.
Thank you. In response to Delegate Yanito, I apologize if I misspelled or missaid your name. But going back to the facility of Mexican water, is that on reservation or off reservation? If it's on reservation, and I can currently tell you that we don't have any budget. We don't have no positions budget for that specific senior center. So if we need to get staff there, it would have to come with their general funds, and we would have to introduce that to put that on our wish list, I guess you would say.
Yes, it is on a Navajo Nation.
Okay, so going back to your response, then I would need to budget position for that senior center. Because right now I don't have that budget for 3 individuals. Is there a van placed there? Do you know, for transportation?
No, we have an SUV, a full size that was given to the chapter. It's just sitting idling there. We probably can use that.
Okay, again, going back to, we need to budget insurance for that vehicle as well. So there's more to it than just say, hey, can we open this? I would need to budget and find the extra funds to open up that facility. So I will request that in our next budget for Shiprock Agency, because I believe that would fall under Shiprock Agency or maybe Tuba City Agency. I will definitely look into that.
Northern Agency.
So Shiprock. So Mexican water is adjacent to Denahutso, correct?
No, yes, it is, but we're
That
under.
would fall under Tuba City then. That would fall under Tuba City Agency, because Denahutso is currently with Tuba City Agency.
No, we're with Shiprock.
But with my outline, it would fall under Tuba City. But I guess we can find out more area once we get there. So again, it might fall under Shiprock or Tuba City.
Okay, thank you.
Going back to Delegate Nasby, I am aware that we did have that DARS training, and then again, it's going to be the staff that's going to be the one, again, like you mentioned, it's going to be the staff that's going to be knowledgeable of the DARS system. I mean, what we were told at last meeting, what the state told us, we're only charging 92 cents a meal compared to $13 of what the states are comparing. Because we're only requesting reimbursement on what we spend on food. We're not accounting for staff, we're not accounting for utilities, transportation, whatever involves a senior center, we're not accounting for that. So again, our next STAR meetings, I'm pretty sure we're gonna address that and come up with a plan regarding that. Delegate, so going back to what you're saying about senior centers and chapters and saying, this is mine or this is yours. Currently, Deltex pays for all utilities. I mean, if we're lucky enough, some of the chapters will take that responsibility, but I would say 90%, 98% of the utilities is paid by Deltex. Fort Defiance has the luxury of NNTU paying for their utilities. That's their funding. All our utility bills go straight to them. We don't deal with them. Going back to your suggestion on the Eller Trust Fund, currently we got allotted $256,000 this year, but that's only to provide eyeglasses, hearing aids, our dentures. We're only purchasing the product. We're not purchasing or paying for any of the services prior to getting that product. And that's distributed to all 5 agencies. And of course, once that is exhausts, we got to wait till October 1st and what the controller gives us, depending, like you said, on the stock market. Whatever comes out of that, that's what we get. Again, I've been trying to lobby to get the senior centers on that gaming revenue distribution plan. Whoever I talk to, whoever I can get their ears from, I throw that into their ears. So again, thank you for pointing that out, because it's one of my goals for Deltex to be under that. And again, that would open $2.5 to $3 million where we can use on facility matters. And just another thing that I've been throwing into delegates' ears is, I don't know if you guys want to write this down, but it's legislation HEHSC AU-29-12. This legislation forbids facility maintenance to come to the senior centers and services them. So even if we can't call facility maintenance and say, hey, can you fix our HVAC, which is a problem with a bunch of our senior centers. They're going to go back to this legislation and say, hey, no, council said we can't. So again, this is something that I would like the council, the oversight committee, and possibly the council to overlook and maybe amend this legislation. Again, it would be helpful to our senior centers because, as I mentioned earlier, previously, that the majority of our closures now are just simple OEH deficiencies that, can be fixed. Either a simple, again, facility maintenance can come in and fix it. So again, if you guys can look at that legislation and maybe, come up with something or you guys can budget me a maintenance man for all 5 agencies, that would be helpful as well. I'm just going to throw anything I can out there to help this program. So again, if we can possibly, like you said, increase the Eller Trust Fund to, help better services, I'm all for it. But again, the system that we have now is just for those services for the eyeglasses, dentures, and hearing aids. So I believe I have covered everything that was mentioned or suggested or questioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response. With that, committee members, are there any follow-up questions? Honorable Toll.
Thank you. Just a quick question here, sir. The customer later, I advised them yesterday to go ahead and pay for the electric, so the elderly can start eating. But what they questioned me, I was going to get reimbursed from your department. Because right now the process we're paying for at center, the process will take a while. So if it's okay, we can have the chat pay for that electric and then reimburse the check for that amount. So,
I will talk to Mr. Sean Jim about that. Mr. Sean Jim, the delegated program supervisor too for Crown Point Agency.
we have this year. So how it happened was, all these years, check were paid for it.
Correct.
No official looked into it, so they kept going. One day I made a decision when I was a chapter president. I contacted your office and said, why is customer only paid, electric, so why? So that's why those switches were made. And I guess the payment wasn't processed until it was shut off. So that's why that's happening. So after this, your department's paid for that electric.
I will again mention, I'll talk to Mr. Sean Jim about that.
Can you let me know email?
Sure.
Okay, that's all I have, Chair. Okay.
Thank you, committee members. Are there any other follow-up questions, committee members? I just want to say to the Division of Health and Delta, in regards to working with our elders. Earlier, Honorable Toll had stated that they had a little event that I guess I see casino a couple of years back, maybe 3-4 years ago. I did attend that event, and I was really surprised that we had our Navajo elderlies at Sky City Casino. And my biggest question was, what happened to our Navajo casino? What happened to our tornadoes? And that was something that really bothered me at the beginning of my term. It did not make sense. And so it's been something that we had a discussion on. Somewhere we are lacking the responsibilities of taking care of our elders. Why are we depending on another tribe to take care of our elders? Was my biggest questions. Why are we doing that? Where is it that we're having a difficult time trying to address the needs of our Navajo elders, but yet we have another tribe that's taking care of hosting the event? So that was one big area that was very bothering. Hopefully with any other upcoming events that has to do with our Navajo elders, I hope you keep it within our Navajo nation. And I hope that you guys work with our gaming enterprise to make those accommodations for our Navajo elders, and to keep it within our tribe on the Navajo nation. Another one is in regards to upper management. And it's been, and a couple of my colleagues have alluded to it. We know there's a problem with upper management. And that Ms. Division Director Rhonda Cooney has not come before the 25th Council for confirmation. And I think a lot of my colleagues have heard the outpouring cries of Division of Health employees regarding upper management issues, regarding how upper management are not listening. And some of us as delegates have received documents from staff indicating, this is what's happening. This is what's happening at administration. And as we continue to move forward in the topic of the fraudulent activities that are happening regarding our alcohol treatment centers, how people are transferred off the information, how non-medical emergency drivers are treating our elderly, how they're not providing that safe transport for our now for elderlies. And how a lot of our now for people that have the behavioral, mental health issues are not being addressed because of upper management issues. Because of how the lack of communication, the lack of addressing the matter with the departments throughout now the nation has come before a couple of us on council delegates. And I think that needs to be really addressed to even move forward. And at this point, I mean, it's very, very sad to say this, but you know, with all of this alcohol treatment, housing treatment that's happening, some of our national people are involved. And they are previous workers of Division of Behavior Health or Division of Health, excuse me. They've been previous employees and they know the system. And they know how the whole process works. How some of our own probation officers are taking that initiative to relay these information to each treatment center. And when it comes down to it, how is it Deltec is addressing these kind of concerns regarding our elders? And it comes back down to, you know, we don't have those qualified individuals or even some qualified individuals that are able to speak Navajo to do that translation. But what the that needs to come on with upper management, and we're hurting on that elderlies that are being called on there. The same concept, you know, if the Deltex is going through the same problem of insurance and providing those vehicle transport, you know, it's the same, goes for every department throughout the Navajo Nation. But what is it that you guys are doing as Deltex to address the needs of our elderlies that are stranded down in the valley, Albuquerque, wherever they're hauled to? What has Division of Health done to this far? Up to this far, what has been created? And I asked that, and it's like, what has Division of Health done? But besides attacking each other, nobody has created no hotline in case one of our elderlies gets stranded to report and say, hey, so-and-so, this is me. Can somebody from Division of Health, from Behavioral Health, wherever, that have these vehicles, why can't they go down there and pick up our elder and then bring them home? And I know what the answer is going to be. Oh, we can't do that. You indicated earlier regarding staff being at senior centers after hours. And I know that's going to be the answer. But when is it that we're going to think outside the box and try to address these kind of concerns and issues regarding our elders? When is it that we're going to think outside the box and try to address this liability issues to where we are of a respondent of at least a 24/7 in certain cases as our elderly is being hauled off from home. So those are some very interesting points that I wanted to bring out to you guys. Because right now, I have not heard anything from Division of Health indicating that, oh, we established a hotline. There's not, we're not doing no immediate response up to this point. We all know the problems there. We all know Division of Health has received all of this information beyond a year, going on to 2 years. From your local staff, from your own department staff, receiving this information at upper management. But what have been done? It's been ignored. And we have to stop ignoring these critical concerns, issues that are affecting our Navajo elderlies. We really need to take our positions here, when it comes to something that involves a now for elderly. And we took on the initiative. We took on this position, our positions, your job. You took that on as an employee of the Navajo Nation. Nobody forced a Navajo Nation employee to sign a Navajo Nation application. It was you that filled out the Navajo Nation job application, and it was you that signed the application stating that you would do and fulfill the duties, but not just ignore problems and issues that have been created, that have been on the horizon for quite some time. And that needs to be really emphasized and restated to all of our Navajo Nation employees. How is it that we're going to come back and assist our Navajo elders? And at this point, like Honorable Toka stated, up to this day, we still have not received any information if we should drop legislation. Honorable delegates wanted to co-sponsor for our Navajo elders. We're waiting from you guys. What is it that you guys do? What kinds of funds do you need? Or is it that you're lacking? And so that it's going to be a very interesting discussion as we slowly approach ourselves into the budget session. It's going to be very interesting on the reports, the documents that my committee will be receiving, because a lot of my committee members will be their first time reviewing those budget forms. And I think myself and Honorable Toad, we're well familiar with those forms, and we're just on the fast pace with our colleagues to have that understanding that, you know, this is how a detailed budget form should look like. These are the questions that you should be asking. And you need to step up. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of the staff. You need to be outspoken. You need to raise these questions. You need to raise these concerns. That's the only way things are going to change. And so I'm very appreciative that you provided these issues and concerns, and slowly, I think we're getting to a point of trying to address the vacant positions, trying to address the hourly rate deals thing. We're slowly doing that in phases. I just want to let you guys know that as well. That we're trying to meet the actual minimum hourly wage at the state of what that corresponding to the state of Arizona. And so we're working on that, but eventually we'll be able to do it in phases. And that's where we are at. Phases, meaning phase one, we as the legislative body, we are entitled to have a say-so majority of it regarding our Navajo Nation employees. Phase two, we have to think about the programs that are funded by the state or funded by the federal government. That's another piece that will be phase two going into the next. Phase three is how we're going to address the issue regarding the businesses that are being run out there by our Navajo people, and how that will affect them if we were to meet and match the Arizona minimum wage. So that's why we're doing it by phases instead of doing it all at once. But just an FYI for you guys regarding the concerns and issues that were brought up regarding the hourly rate. So AJ went ahead, and I just wanted to share that with you guys. Other than that, I will close the questions and comments and call for a roll call vote. I think Honorable Vice Chair Simonson has a question, comments.
Yeah, I know, so I will ask for a meeting with you, some point, just kind of, to address my delegate region and resolve some of the issues. I wanted to just put on your radar, and maybe you can start doing some research ahead of time that, in Black Mesa, there isn't a senior program up there, but there is a brand new Head Start building sitting there, been sitting there for several years. And I would like to possibly explore meeting with Head Start to say, could we utilize that as a senior building? Because I really don't know how, I know you do like these child find activities, but even Black Mesa said, Black Mesa is such a rural community. There's just absolutely no job opportunities, no housing up there. That really is just mainly elder population. So right now in real time, the need is a senior center, not a Head Start. There isn't any kids up there. So a lot of these families have moved to the city and so it's an elder population. Two, I would like to learn more about how you reverted when, you know, the million plus back and why that was reverted back. Three, it looks to me like your senior, probably some senior centers do better than others. And this goes back to staff training. It just sounds to me like maybe some of your staff need training in how to programming, how to, you know, do like arts and crafts activities with elders and what kind of activities should they be doing. And if you need help and you want to subcontract that out, there is you know, a group in my region that does a lot of these programs and activities. We contracted with them quite a bit through HEHSC when we had our grants through there, and they're the ones who provided all the programming throughout the region. So if that's the kind of help you need, then I can find those people as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that May 23rd, we are having a groundbreaking ceremony in Ganado for the new Ganado Senior and Veteran Center. So yeah, I invite you guys to that event, and I want to see how this all plays out. As well regarding agreements that will need to be forthcoming of the discussion that was made earlier regarding operation and maintenance. But again, that will be May 23rd. So Eddie, I forgot to mention honorable Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you mentioned everything's Chair Renegade, accreditation single. Oyo Natamas, So what you said about the proper supervisor, I need to help you, so I'm glad you brought that up. I hope all the division director hears that. That this is the body, this body is really concerned about the service, especially from the top. So thank you very much. I'll put it, thank you.
Committee members, any other comments? Committee members, if not, we have a motion that was made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, and then second by Honorable no, it's Honorable George Tolt. I will put that little thing here. I just had to see on that. So it is so we have a motion in a second. No other comments? Committee members, I will call for a roll call vote. Honorable Curtis Benito.
Honorable Yanito votes green.
Honorable Toll. Green. Honorable Dr. Nez.
We're going to be in the design
Green.
phase here, maybe in a couple.
Honorable Dr. Nez. Green. Okay. Okay, we have next, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Great.
Honorable Helena Nesgay. Honorable Helena Nesgay. Thank you. With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you, staff of the Division of Health, ICAHAT. Again, thank you for being here and providing the information to us. You are hereby excused. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, moving on, item number 6, old business, there is none. Item number 7, we have new business, the legislation number 0100-23. And we do have our colleague, honorable, the sponsor, honorable delegate Nez, Dr. Nez, excuse me, on the line as well. So with that, staff, can you read legislation number 0100-2?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In terms of private human services, can be added to post and council. By council delegate Dr. Andy West, second as primary sponsor, tracking member is one or 0100-23. National Religion of the Human Services Team and the plan of operation for Cognia National Green Asset. Section 1 is always the health and human services team to stand for the United Complex and has legislative oversight of the Navigation Board of Education, Department of Administration, and all the implementation of the execution legislation, including plans of operations for the C64 100, A 101 C1, and 10 and C section 1B. B, the health and human services team is authorized to establish navigation policy and promulgate rules and regulations for human services, education and general government services of the Navigation 2 and section 401B1. Section 10, findings. A, Cognia Navigation for the United States Advanced Capital EV. Navigation is under the Department of Education and the partner in support of schools and citizens through the full status of an affiliate office. The Cognia Navigation provides technical assistance to school pursuing North Central accreditation. Oh, no. Pursuing the North Central Association of Agency status and the work of schools developing and implementing comprehensive plans with students. Each Cognia Navigation is on initial plan solutions and approved in resolutions in the yeah, now 31, and amended in resolution HEHSC 17. The Cognia Navigation is proposed amendments to the plan of activity. The amendment will update Cognia Navigation and acquisition of approved in resolution HEHSC 17, with the capacity of the two, requiring the executive definition. The Navigation from the district review the proposed amendments and move the amendments to the assessment. In the Department of Justice review the basic class of the approved. Additionally, the Navigation Board of Education resolution and 850-2023 after exhibit 4 to the Cognia Navigation's approved amendment. Section 2 approval, A, the Public Human Services Committee, the amendment to Cognia Navigation plan operation as indicated in exhibit 1. Attached is exhibit 1, which is the Department of Education, Cognia Navigation plan operation. And then exhibit 2 is the resolution of the Public Human Services Committee of HEHSC number 17 and exhibit office account to that resolution. Exhibit 3 is a resolution of the Navigation Board of Education and exhibit 4 is the trust for services form from the Department of Navigation and Justice. And it indicates that it's sufficient under attorney comments. And there's a council letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel attached. Also, the public comment period has to go 5 days. And no comments were received.
Thank you for reading legislation 0100-23 into record. Committee members, do I have a motion for legislation?
A motion.
Honorable George Cope makes a motion. Do I have a second? Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, seconds. Committee members, do we have any questions? Committee members, do we have any questions regarding legislation 0100-23?
Chair.
You have questions? Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and provide 20 minutes to the presenters. in this case, I will go ahead and give time to, the sponsor, our colleague, Honorable Delegate Dr. Andy Ness. You have 20 minutes.
Great, thank you, Chair, and to the Health Education and Human Services Committee, my colleagues. I understand that I do have Dr. Yellowhair there in the front serving as my agent, but just a little brief history. This is related to Cognia Navajo Nation. They are the accreditation here for the Navajo Nation schools, and they are housed there at the Navajo Nation Department of Education. And within this, they work a lot with many of our schools on the Navajo Nation, and many of them come through accreditation yearly or every other year, and I'll have my agent allude more to that. But I just wanted to provide some context there that the main goal here as an accreditation institution for the Navajo Nation and for our schools. So at this time, I do want to acknowledge my agent, Dr. Yellowhair, there at the BNF conference room, and allow her the time to share the update related to this legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Shayla Yellowhair Yanishia, Todikoja Nishla, Nanish Tachitni Bashichin, Tabaha Edeshache, Bipatoni Edeshanella. I'm from Fort Defiance, Arizona, born and raised. I am the program manager / director for Cognia Navajo Nation. I also have my colleague and I guess boss, if you will, Dr. David Hurst from the Cognia organization. He is also online in case you have any direct questions about the organization itself. What you have in front of you is an update of our plan of operations. Everything that we have done in the plan of operations that does the following. We changed the name from Advanced Ed to Cognia Navajo Nation. We brought in the scope to ensure that it has, we're able to create or make the decisions for our staffing. So we took out some of the language that kept us specific to the types of positions that we're in, so that we could have a little bit more freedom to use the budget as we see needed to, because we also added the role of certification and licensure. So looking at creating that process within Department of Education, knowing that moving forward, we are looking to become a state-like education agency. And so looking at the types of roles and responsibilities that we would need under the direction of DOTI, which is under the direction of the executive branch and Navajo Nation, we would fulfill those roles and responsibilities for the department. The other things that I have handed out to you are the 6-year cycle. So if you look at this sheet, you'll see all of the schools that we accredit. The numbers underneath the name of the school is the number, we call it a customer number. It's simply their identification number, but it's unique to every school. You'll also see, so under each year is when that school is up for accreditation. So we are currently finishing up the year 2022, 2023, and actually working already with schools that are up for next year. So Denahotso, Hunters Point, all of those schools we're working in anticipation of their reviews coming up. I also provided a copy of the policies, procedures of Cognia. This is for the global organization that all schools, that governs all schools, all types of institutions, so that you know exactly when it comes to any type of dispute or any type of complaint that we may get from the community. We go back to these policies and procedures and look at whether or not the schools have met these, or if there's any issues within that. And then finally, I gave you all, and I believe you already have copies, and it was probably in your email too, of just the PowerPoint presentation. I'm not going to go page by page, but I do think that if you go through, it gives you a brief history of who we are. And going back to the plan of operations, one of the main goals was to go back to the first iteration of what in the 1980s, what the intention was for our office. And that was a full affiliate status, a full affiliate office situated between the Navajo Nation and at that point, North Central Association of Schools, NCA. NCA later became Advanced Ed, then later became Cognia. So it's the same company, same organization, just a different corporate name. We also, in this PowerPoint, I gave you a high level overview of the types of things that our schools work with, which is our standards. Every school that we accredit is required to meet these 30 standards or show evidence that they are working to meet those standards. In addition to 7 different assurances, which essentially they must have a comprehensive school improvement plan, they must have a safety plan, they must be going through the audit process regularly, et cetera. And then finally, in the PowerPoint, you will also see information about the engagement review, which is an updated protocol. So I stand for any questions. And again, I also have my colleague, Dr. Hurst, online if you have any questions.
Complete your presentation?
Yes.
Dr. Nance, does that complete your presentation? Honorable Dr. Andy Nance, does that complete your presentation of legislation 100-23?
So I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Yellowhair for elaborating on Cognia. I think she did share good information related to ultimately the Department of Education becoming an SEA-like agency. And I think with this in mind, thinking forward as Cognia director and program manager, that these changes and the amendments to their plan of operations would certainly help benefit that long-term goal that we see for the Department of Education. So with that, that does conclude the presentation for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we do have a motion made by Honorable Toth and then second made by Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, and we did have a question coming from Honorable Toth.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, members, also presenter guy. Thank you for this information. I just had a question in regards to all this, what your plans are, how are you coming along with your Indian education? Because sometimes you always have problems with, especially when tribes trying to implement some of these programs, and then you have EIA has their own agenda, so how are you coming in and presenting your this information to them? That's the only question I have, so thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Toth. Honorable Dr. Andy Nance.
Yes, thank you. What's up? Can you hear me?
Would you like me to respond, Dr. Ness?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just ready to say it was kind of muffled on my end, but I trust that Dr. Yellowhair heard the question, so I'll allow her to speak. Thank you.
So we are the accrediting body of Navajo Nation, accrediting organization. Under the umbrella of accreditation, we work with all schools that require accreditation or pursue accreditation. All 100, let's see, PL 100, 297 schools, so all tribally controlled schools, and the 638 schools, the BIE operated schools or BIE funded schools are required under those laws to be accredited. So because of that, they have chosen Cognia as the organization to provide those services. So Cognia actually accredits all BIE operated and funded schools in the country. A majority of, there's a couple of them that we're bringing on, but for the most part, due to the federal regulations, there is a requirement for accreditation. So on that end, we are sort of a helpful partner and a friend that is going to do the work alongside them because they are required to do so. Given that, we do work with those schools in a way that is truly partnering with the schools. We also have made within Navajo specifically, I have worked with some of the EPAs, not so much the people that are directly in the schools, but with the program administrators to ensure that they know what the changes are. The principals are, my relationship with them is more direct. Sometimes it's easy to get a hold of the principals that are on top of their email. In other circumstances, it's a lot harder. So we have to, kind of nudge a little bit. But I do work with my team to do our best to foster a positive relationship. That said, there are required trainings that some of the schools still have not completed with us moving into this next year. But for the most part, we do have a positive relationship, and it is our goal to remain a partner in the work as opposed to the compliance and monitoring. So even though they're required to do this for their funding, we are in the business of school improvement, and schools do school improvement every day. And so we want to create a process and ensure that schools see the opportunities, that they capture what they're doing and put it into our process that we're asking them to do so. So we ask them to analyze their data. We ask them to reach out to their stakeholders and survey. We ask them to actually go in and observe the learning environment of their kids. We ask that they are meeting all of the requirements in the assurances. We also ask our schools to work with us with a really genuine relationship, so that we're able to meet their needs. And if we don't have the answers directly, we can make connections to people that are able to make those connections. So I do have Dr. Hurst. I don't know if there's anything else that you can add that I might have missed as far as the work that we do with BIE and BIA.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowhair. I think that it's important that we note that we do operate at a national level, and that we do work closely with BIE schools and the department in Washington, and continue to support our schools locally to meet the requirements of BIE. I have to say, I am exceptionally proud that we have an affiliate office for Dene, and we hope that we can continue that and continue to grow this relationship. So not only can we serve Dene students, but we will also be able to serve other students that attend BIA and BIE schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst, as well as Dr. Yellowhair. And I just wanted to add also that, part of the accreditation is to do also the engagement reviews, where you go out into the schools. Of course, it's been remote the past few years due to the pandemic, but I've had an opportunity on several occasions to participate in these engagement reviews, where there's a lot of one-on-one with students, with the principals, with staff, and just being immersed into the school environment that, wherever the case may be. In my case, it was with Windrock, it was with HEHSC, and some other schools where, it's really good to identify a lot of these growth areas for our schools and hear from the students directly. So I just wanted to make that additional comment at this time. That does conclude the response to Delegate Tulsa's question. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Hernandez, and the rest of the presenters for the response. Committee members, are there any other questions? Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Yes. So I do have a lot of questions. So just real quickly. So if we could just do the dialogue. Cognia, you're saying this is geared towards BIE schools.
No, it's all schools on.
All
so
schools,
the list.
even state funded schools.
Yes.
All grant charter, everybody. Okay.
Our office works only with this list of schools, but and in Arizona.
Dr. Yellowhair? Dr. Yellowhair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't go through protocols with you, but I know this is an instance that usually occurs. But at this time, we will allow any of the delegates to ask any of their questions, and at the discretion of the chair, he will return it back to us to respond. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, I just want to need, so this is the whole list of schools that you work with, and I'm not I'm not very familiar with Cognia and what kind of, well, this probably tells me what kind of performance standards and what it measures. But I'm just, I'll talk to Dr. Andy Nez further because I see him a little bit more often, have more communication. Well, I guess with you too, because I can do that. But I just, you know, I know we're only solving one thing per day, are we? Yeah, we have so many issues, but I'm sure Ms. Edgewater here knows and is aware that we just get a ton of we've been getting quite a bit of emails from different schools about the discord between school board and then administration, and then how children are suffering and their enrollment is decreasing, and then I'm also just those seems to be the top tier problem, but at the base of it, I'm always concerned and wondering what is this, all this craziness that is happening between adults happening then to our kids and their learning. And that's where usually my concern is when all this, so I'm just, you know, I'm trying to figure out a way to address all of it, like, you know, like the sassy schools are you know, those concerns, there's just a whole, that's just one of them. There's a whole mess of them. So I'm just kind of wondering, I'm looking at that bigger scope, but I would really like to see some more and learn more about Cognia information and how what your findings are as you go into the schools. And yeah, so what your findings are. I'm not sure if you provide recommendations around instruction on how, you know, if somebody's performance is not up to par, or, you know, do you give them letter grades like A, B, C, or again, I don't know how you do all that. So I'm looking forward to learning more, and I don't need a response to any of it, but those are just my thoughts right now.
Okay. I can provide a high level if you'd like.
Cool.
Yeah.
Committee members, are there any other questions, comments? Just wanted to say a few things here really quick. With this listing that you provided, the 6-year cycle, that's all the school that's on the malformation.
Yeah.
No, it's not, because we really need a listing of all the schools that are on the malformation. It's for a very important reason that I don't want to say on record, but if you guys want to know, I can inform you of the reason why we're asking for this school listings throughout the whole malformation. Just wanted to make that little comment. But other than that, if there's no other questions, comments, call for a roll call vote.
Would you want me to respond quickly?
Sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Yes, thank you, Chair James Otto Claggy, Honorable Simonson, for expressing the comments as well as the concerns that have been coming through from our constituents. And I know you didn't expect a response, but I know Dr. Yellowhair had expressed that she would offer a high-level overview. Dr. Yellowhair, if you can make that pretty brief and summarize it. Of course, this will always be a separate conversation as well. And also, Honorable Chair James, for the listing as well. I'll just send that as also, and I'm sure Dr. Yellow has noted it too, but I'll just send it as a courtesy reminder to provide that list of schools. So at this time, I'll refer those comments as well as the question to my agent, Dr. Yellowhair.
So I hear you. I know that there are so many things that you all hear from different communities and different schools. And the list that you have in front of you are the schools that are accredited with us. They're not all schools, not inclusive of all schools. And the reason is in Arizona, you'll notice that we have the public high schools. If they want to be involved in sports, the AIA Association They need to be accredited. That's why we accredit the public high schools. In New Mexico, we do accredit a majority of the schools in New Mexico, but they have a choice to be accredited. The high schools have a choice to be accredited through New Mexico PED. However, we do accredit the schools in GMCS. So those high schools are actually going through their review this year. They don't work with our office directly, though. That was a choice made way before my time. In terms of your direct question about recommendations, so accreditation is it's all of these schools pay a yearly membership fee, and what that fee covers is access to online tools such as survey tools, observation tools, teacher observation tools, diagnostics, assessment, formative assessments, a strategic long-term and short-term planning tool. They also have access to a professional learning community, we have a lot of different things that are included in that membership. They have access to all of this 24/7. So in addition to that, we also provide that accreditation status as long as they maintain their fees and maintain a good standing that they are meeting the assurances. So when we hear things like things that you might be hearing from different communities, that those aren't things that we get involved in, because the majority of them are grievances, the majority of them are personnel things. And so within Doty, it's actually pretty clear that I step away from some of those things because that needs to be under the SA. And that's actually one of the main reasons why I'm pulling us out of under the academic offices and into an affiliate status, so that we can be more objective when it comes to their reviews. I do want to point you to the last couple pages of the presentation. If you look at the required evidence at the last two to 3 pages of the PowerPoint, you'll see all of the things that we require of our schools. So all of that is designed to give us a holistic view of what they're doing and how they're doing it. At the end of the day, we need to know how kids are learning and if they're learning well. If the school can't tell us how they're doing that through evidence, through 3 different points, whether we're talking to people, seeing paper, or we see it ourselves, we triangulate that. So that's that level that we do. We do provide a report. Any of these schools on here, if you would like to see a report, please email me. And I can send you a report for those schools. We did just get SASSY's report in. They just went through their review. I can provide that report as well. Anything from the schools on here that are under review, quote unquote, they just went through their review for monitoring, so their status might change. Except I'm not sure about Loop yet. I'm not Nalgene. Will continue most likely under review. Alamo and Cove, I'm not sure yet. I haven't seen their reports. And any other schools that are based on their report this year and their review, there may be adjustments in their statuses as well. If they're under review, it means that they have 1 more year to show us and to make gains on the areas that we're telling them to make gains on. So yes, we provide recommendations and we provide the very specific areas and standards that we want to see change in so that their kids learn. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Yellowhair. And to the committee, I'm just assuming there's no additional questions or comments, so I'm going to take this opportunity now to congratulate Dr. Shayla Yellowhair. She did receive her educational doctorate just a couple of weeks ago from the University of Southern California. So extend my gratitude and appreciation to all her hard work, to her family and the community for this achievement. So I just wanted to recognize that. And of course, we extend all our congratulations to all of our graduates across and outside the Navajo Nation. So wanted to make those final comments. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Nance. And then again, thank you, presenters, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Dr. Shayla Yellowhair.
Thank you.
Thank you for that information as well, Dr. Nance. If there's no other questions, comments, committee members, we do have a motion that was made by Honorable George O and second by Honorable Jermaine Simonson. There is no amendment to the legislation, so we don't need a second reading. With that, committee members, no comments, no questions, I will call for a roll call vote for legislation number 0100-23. Honorable Curtis Benito,
Thank you for the report and the legislation. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Toll, Honorable Dr. Nez,
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, Honorable Maria Nez Gay.
Green.
Thank you, committee members. We have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Hereby legislation 0100-23 passes. And Health and Education Service Committee is the final authority. So again, congratulations. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
You are right. I'll go on it.
Thank you all.
Moving on. Moving on the agenda, item B, work session. Committee members, colleagues, honorable delegates, the Health Education Human Service Committee. We need some dates of your availability for item B, item C, item D, and item E. We need dates for work sessions to be scheduled. Just understand that May 26th is out because of all the different graduations that are happening. May 29th is out because of Memorial Day. June 1st is out because of Treaty Day. Yeah. And is it Treaty Day on June 1st? So we need some meeting dates to have these work sessions with each of the programs, departments, the divisions. One recommendation that I'd like to share with you guys is maybe try to attack it all in 1 week. And maybe we can work with the departments, divisions, maybe to do a cost share or some sort with us to reserve a room sometimes in March, a conference room at Twin Arrows to take care of all of these work sessions that are requested at Twin Arrows in 1 week. I mean, sometimes in June. I'm so sorry. So sorry. So in March, I guess. So sometimes in June, unless you guys just want to do it once a week and not tackle it all at once in 1 week. But that's that. And remember, on our agenda, we do have June 8th through the 10th, which is the BOZA. That's happening also, the 2023 summer conference that will be at the Horseshoe Las Vegas in Las Vegas, Nevada. So that's June 8th through the 10th as well. And I believe we have a couple colleagues that are attending the summer conference with the Nevada Board Association. So it is helpful. Check out on his schedule section. Committee member. We should.
If it's a chair, it's possible. Like you said, 2 days, 3 days, June 6th and 7th. Then we can have our meeting. Do we have a meeting on June 7th?
No.
That could be done tomorrow.
June 6th and 7th. Yeah, that sounds like something.
Have these two, whatever, how many programs we have? Those is very. And in education, there's about 3 of them. And we hold on 2 days. We last
That's perfectly fine with me.
6 and 7, because we don't have a meeting on that Wednesday anyway.
6 and 7, but we don't have a meeting, HEHSC meeting scheduled on June 7th. Correct, Mr. Lawrence?
You can have 3 days, yeah.
We can have 3 days too. June 5, 6, and 7, or
Yeah.
June 6, 7, and 8.
5, 6, and 7, and then those of you who are going on to BOSBA can just go from there.
Yeah.
So you can do 5, 6, 7.
Okay. June 5, 6, and 7, and I don't know if Mr. Thomas Cody is on the line. I'm assuming that if he can do all those advertisements on the radio, that he should have some extra funding. That was a lot of advertisement on the radio station.
And you're still like,
The social service.
Yeah. So it's like,
One day. They did that, so. You know that?
Is that okay with? Okay, Curtis, you need to. Honorable, you need to, are you okay with those dates?
The next meeting?
No. June 5, June 6, June 7.
work session.
Work sessions
At whenever.
at Quinara's. For Division of Social Service, work session. Department of the Net Education. Regarding the reinforcement plan. Department of the Net Education. Regarding plan of operation, organizational chart, programs, strategic planning, etc. And then, work session with Department of Personnel Management. They would like to share of the different changes that are going to be happening within DPM plan of operation, the organizational charts, the programs, and the strategic planning as well. And so we've come down and narrowed it down to have the work sessions on June 5th, June 6th, and June 7th at Twin Arrows. And then from there, the NEBA Orca summer conference is happening June 8, 9, and 10. So 8 a.m. So we're asking if you're available June 5, 6, and 7.
Yes, I can. It sounds good. I can probably go ahead and attend the Nebe Ultra as well from there too.
Okay, that's later on our agenda. We'll get to that one. But right now, it's just a work session. So Honorable Yanito's okay with it, Honorable Toth is okay with it, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson is okay with it. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. What information about proven now, this will about. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Helena Nesbitt. Honorable Helena Nesbitt.
They're on the line. Yeah.
Are they unmuted?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, June, did you say June 5, 6, and 7 at Twin Arrows?
Oh.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Okay.
So we're doing social service and Department of Education and the personnel management. Are we doing those three?
And then also Department of Personnel Management, DPM.
Okay, that's good. Obiwa.
Okay.
Let's clarify with Andy, because he did say, like, I think he's saying yes, maybe, and then he said what?
Department of the Education. Are you okay with those
Yeah,
dates?
yeah.
June fifth, sixth, and seventh?
Right, we're good for the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, we have our reorganization.
I'm on.
But we're good with the fifth and sixth. Placed earlier on this.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That would that be okay?
Andy, he's on the one.
Mr. Nolly?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys need a day or a day and a half or?
We're doing two sessions. One's gonna be the orientation that was rescheduled from April 7th, I believe. And then the other half is just going over the reapportionment and the Title 10 information stuff. So we can put them together in one day, or we can do like a Monday, either AM or PM, and then for sure, if we're gonna do the second portion, it'll be Tuesday morning session. So it's up to you. I mean, I think at first, for us, it'd be easy to have it all one day, but I don't want to overwhelm everybody with carrying the same person all day long. So I think it'd be good to give a break and split it. So we can do one either in the morning or afternoon on the Monday, and then Tuesday, our second one would be on Tuesday morning.
Okay, I'll have you work with Mr. Nolly once we get all the confirmation on what dates you would like to present. All right, Mr. Nolly?
Would it be okay if on June 5th, we start at 1? And then maybe the 30? And then like she was saying, the appointment would be Tuesday morning. And then in the afternoon would be ESS, and then Wednesday would be in the morning.
I think it's gonna have to be vice versa. We have committee members traveling. That way we can end around noonish on Wednesday, so they can travel.
So DPM would just take the morning, Wednesday morning, and end at noon.
Okay, how about division of civil service?
Tuesday afternoon. At 1 from 1 to 5.
So we would have a slot open Monday morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that would be like a travel in, because I think some of your chapter meetings are gonna take place on that Sunday.
Not any of mine.
Oh.
They're usually the second and the third Sundays usually,
Oh, okay.
because planning meeting happens the first week.
Oh, yeah, that's fine, okay, well, fine.
Yeah.
So do you want to go ahead and meet? Starting Monday morning?
Sunday. Yeah, we can meet Monday morning.
Okay, at 9, 10?
Yeah, 9 should be.
Okay.
Hold on, you document.
In his text, he said, I am busy 5th and 6th and will join the 7th.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Dr. Nez.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be in Phoenix that first part of the week, so I won't be able to join until the 7th. But the discussion on half a day on Wednesday, then I can just join the last half day. But I am busy the 5th and the 6th.
Okay, so with that, I guess we'll just go with the majority rule and just not have you a part of us on the 5th and the 6th. Unless you make some adjustment on your scheduling. And this is for work sessions with Division of Social Service. Work session with the Department of Education regarding the reinforcement plan. Work session regarding overview of DOTI plan of operation, organizational charts. The same thing with Department of Personnel Management. So the plan is to have those Monday, June 5th, 6th, and 7th. And since there are some of our colleagues that will be attending at the NAPA summer conference, which is going to be at Horseshoe, Las Vegas, beginning June 8th and ending on June 10th, that would make it Wednesday afternoon, which is June 7th, travel day to Las Vegas for those that are attending the summer conference. So that's the reason why on Wednesday, June 7th, we'll only have a half a day of work session just in the morning. And then the afternoon will be travel day to Las Vegas from 20 hours.
Mr. Chair?
Did you, hold on then, did you get that, Honorable Dr. Andy Ness?
Oh, yes, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know who was it.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, this is Rosalind Begay with Navajo Division of Social Services. I'm not sure whether Director Cody had was able to dialogue with the committee regarding work session, proposed work session with the Division of Social Services.
I know we've been in discussion of trying to schedule a work session regarding Division of Social Service. So right now, we've narrowed it down to June 5th, 6th, and 7th. And so, he's just gonna have to work with us with those dates and try to schedule himself to provide that work session on behalf of the Division of Social Service.
Mr. Chair, Director Cody and other, the Operation Rainbow Bridge are doing work in Phoenix. So he had offered 2 dates, June 8 and 9, or June 22 and 23 at Twin Arrows Casino.
June 8 and 9. Did you say 22 and 23?
Correct.
June 8 and 9 or June 22 and 23. We have Navi on June 22. Maybe we should reconsider June 5 and 6. Seven.
I wish he was on the call.
I'll see if I can get about the next meeting.
But then you guys need to start making the arrangements whenever it's. Do you know if, Division Director Thomas Cody is available to get on the call now? Mr. Gay?
Mr. Chair, I will text him. Give me a few minutes. Thank you.
When are you supposed to be at this thing?
Mr. Chair, I contact Director Cody. He will be coming on the line. He'll be zooming in.
Okay. Mr. Cody? Are you on the call? Hey, Mr. Cody, thank you for joining the call real quickly here. We narrowed down the dates for the work session. It involves Division of Social Service, Department of the Net Education, and Department of Personnel Management. And now we've narrowed it down to availability of times, which is June 5th, 6th, and 7th at Twin Arrows. Wednesday, June 7th will be a half a day, just in the morning. And then in the afternoon, there are several delegates going to the Napa Otak Summer Conference. So that will be their travel day on the afternoon of June 7th. So we wanted to concur with you that June 5th and 6th and 7th is the dates that we would like to work with you in regards to the work sessions.
Chair Vince James, Madam Vice Chair Simonson, other committee members. Yeah, thank you for allowing me the time to address you and also the staff that are there. I appreciate your service to the Navajo people. Biga, I will work around your schedule, those time, and we'll make arrangements with Twin Arrows. I think Ms. Rosbigay is there to help us guide us through the process with contracting, and then also Ms. Lilliman is there. So Biga, Shanta.
Okay, we got that heard with Division Director Thomas Cody, so it is June 5th, 6th, and 7th on Twin Arrows. So Omadonika, thank you very much. That was the only reason why we wanted you on the call, Mr. Cody.
All right, thank you, Shanta. I look forward to presenting what we worked on so far and the future plans for the division. Thank you.
Okay, you'll be up first on June 5th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Bila.
Here.
Have a good day.
Okay. So with that, we did receive information confirmation. And we'll just play and see what Honorable Dr. Hernandez can do with his scheduling. But right now it is scheduled for June 5th, 6th, and 7th. On June 5th would be Division of Social Service. So 88 with that. So just for the record, just make that known. So that's all out of the way. Moving on to item F. Conference, the Napa School Board Association 2023 Summer Conference, June 8th through the 10th, 42 Las Vegas, in Las Vegas, Nevada. And at that point there, the HEHSC is invited to participate as a panelist in a roundtable discussion. How to improve the net education would be the topic of the roundtable discussion. And so I believe Honorable Curtis Unito stated that he would like to be in attendance. And if any other of the Honorable George Toth will also be in attendance. I don't know about Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, and Honorable Alina Nez Brigade. But again, what you Honorable Alina Nez Brigade?
Is this about the Las Vegas that workshop by us in West?
Yeah, the Napa Cup 2023 Summer Conference.
I'm interested in going and attending. If you guys are doing a memo to, is that what Angie's gonna do? So go ahead and include me in.
Okay, can you just make a request for all committee members, and then if they go, they go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Alina Nez Brigade.
Mr. Chair, there was only the travel memo and request for a waiver of the registration fees.
Okay.
Right.
All right, then. So that's resolved. So moving on, do you need a motion in a second?
Yeah.
A motion to have that ORT off reservation travel memo made for all the HEHSC committee members, and if they decide not to go, then they just won't go. So with that, I need a motion in a second. Motion made by Jermaine Simonson. Do I have a second? Honorable,
I second.
go ahead. Honorable Alina Nez Brigade. With that, are there any other questions? Thank you. No other questions? Roll call vote. Honorable Curtis Unito.
I vote green.
Honorable George Poe.
I vote green.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Alina Nez Brigade.
I vote green.
With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you very much, committee members. Moving on to the last item, item number 8, president meeting announcement. Travel Saturday, May 20th, graduation ceremony for Navajo Preparatory School. Regular meeting next Wednesday, May 24th at 10 a.m. Are there any other announcements? If not, I will call for an adjournment. Motion to adjourn made by Honorable George Toth. Do I have a second? Second to adjourn. Second made by Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Are there any questions? If there's no questions for adjournment here at 5:13 p.m. I'll do roll call vote. Honorable Yanito.
In favor, thank you.
Honorable Toth.
Yes, in favor, sir.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green. Everyone have a good evening.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nez-Begay.
Green.
With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and we are hereby adjourned at 5:13 p.m. Thank you, safe travel, you guys take care. See you next week.
Oh, thank you. Safe travel, be careful. Bye.
Are you going to be here tomorrow?
On Thursday?
Okay, I'll have some way for you to report at the end.
I'll be back.
Okay.
We'll see you. Bye. Thank you. Oh, thank you. We'll see you guys. Oh.